Nice solid 45 minutes. That'll be fun.
Okay, I am live now.
Good. Are you
I'm
are am I
pinging
am I
you.
live? Am I live right now?
Yes.
Well,
So
hello, Lucy Stream.
hello. Although no one's here yet. It's like it's a Lucy stream. It's not one of those big, popular, successful people streams when the stream starts and it's like, oh, there are 50 people already here watching. You know.
Do you want me to post in Lucy Stream in Sunday's Orbiters, or do you want to?
Maybe you should. It would be you had more clout.
All right, we'll see. I'm not sure that's the case, but I appreciate the compliments.
I'm good with those. I have a silver tongue.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's six
See,
people here. It's three
Oren.
people here. See, there's a couple people here.
Oren joined. Hello, Oren. Yes, clout. Clout and silver tongued compliments. Also, I'm gonna fix my hair. If you could introduce yourself to the audience. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
And boom.
Oh, you've posted?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, convenient Estelle.
Estelle. Always happy to have people. Always happy to see Estelle. Estelle pops up everywhere. It's great. All right, so Lucy, are we going to do this thing?
Yes, we are going to do this thing and even more things.
Even more things. All right. So I'm going to list out games. Here's a game or two that I think are worth playing. That uh, you wanted me to talk about horror, and here's for me the things that sort of play into what makes a horror game.
Yes.
I actually think horror is not the genre aesthetic that it is in the same way in film, for example. Film,
Yeah.
the genre that's a genre movie. Um, Plays a lot with aesthetic and it plays into these things in a very basic setup. I
Yeah.
think games, because we are the vehicle, because we are the thing playing, when we talk about horror, when we talk about uncertainty, when we talk about existential issues, whatever it may be, weird, that stuff, there's, to me, a wider range of games that people do not consider normally when thinking of horror. They put Resident Evil, for example.
Yes.
Fantastic game, not fighting that. Fatal Frame, one of my favorites of all time.
Yes.
These are horror games. But then there's like games that I think play with that genre thing and really mess with it in a way that I think is, as I was telling you, that I consider to be important. Uh, and one of those would be Ice Pick Lodge's Knock Knock. It's not for everybody. Knock Knock is a very odd game. It's 100% in what we might call the general horror genre. It is a 2D game, which I think is far more difficult to do horror in, but it's also not doing normal things. Ice Pick Lodge, as a company, doesn't do normal things. This is the team behind Pathologic. If you
Right.
haven't played Pathologic or Pathologic 2,
No,
should.
unfortunately.
Oh, Pathologic should then be probably top of your list. Pathologic 2 should be top of your list. It's one of the more extraordinary, like, existentially horrific games that's there.
I played this game. I'm not sure if you'd see it as horror. It was on the Nintendo Wii. It was
Mm-hmm.
about this boy who lived alone in a place and the whole world was depopulated and was sort of implied that everybody just died out of somewhere and the entire world was there was this sense of loneliness, of this sort of somber nostalgia, and then the character sort of finds out that there is someone out there who's still alive and walks through the desolated empty world, and you can interact with objects and they trigger sort of memories of those who have used them. Would you pile that into
I'm not
the
familiar with that game.
I can't remember the title right now, but would you consider it in any? There's this sense of sort of uneasiness and tension.
Well, that unease and tension is the thing for me that makes what I would say kind of this odd specific type of horror game. Because games where you kind of know you're going to be scared. Let's talk about like Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Resident Evil is a game where we know dogs are coming at us, zombies are coming at us,
Yeah.
evil things that are going to kill us. Got to make ammo. Like all the stuff you kind of know. The
Although,
only unease is really jump scares as a thing.
yeah, although Resident Evil also is like the majority of the game is this a little bit tense atmosphere, but going through this specific atmosphere of quietly going through locations, library rooms, reading files, and
And unease, uncertainty, I
yeah,
think is
and
one of
the
those things where it's like I don't know what's happening or how a thing's happening, how it's going to impact me.
yeah,
And this is where Ice Pick Lodge, I think, are kind of masters of this. They did this incredibly strange game called Cargo: The Quest for Gravity, which is a kind of like a Kerbal Space Program if you took a lot of LSD.
oh,
And um, it's hard, I don't know how else to describe it. There are tiny little 2 foot tall round men that you can kick who have rainbows coming out of their ass,
oh my
and
gosh,
it's a
what?
really strange game. Again, 100% worth playing. They did The Void, which I think is a far more artistic sort of semi, again, unease, surreal horror, maybe not, but it touches into, if it was a film, it would be considered on that side of things. It'd be in the very, very artistic side
Right,
of things.
but
Do not get me wrong.
I think that Resident Evil is mostly puzzles, reading, and atmosphere because enemies
Yeah.
outside of bosses, technically speaking, you're supposed to avoid most of them. There's just obstacles that you run around. Basically, you're not even supposed to shoot at them for the most part, ideally speaking.
Well, and this is like the thing I really like about what Ice Pick Lodge did with Knock Knock is playing with hiding as a mechanic and how it works, playing with the idea of losing your sanity because you just need to make it through the night. Nothing kills you, but slowly things get really strange. You have
Oh,
to keep you're in a house that is slowly like shit's going missing, things are breaking, rooms are changing, and it's incredibly unstable in terms of like an actual narrative structure or anything. It's just unstable, and you need
right.
to make your way through the game. Incredibly well done all the way through. These guys are again masters of this. Ice Pick Lodge's Pathologic is one of the best ever, but this stuff, Knock Knock, what they did, I think is deeply, deeply, deeply underrated, which is a shame. Um, it's a big shame, to put it very, very lightly.
I've just been given a
Um,
title to that game. I'm gonna check if it works out. Um, to that game about the person that's alone in the world, and I'm gonna check if the title that someone just gave me bears out. But continue talking.
yeah. So there would be that. That would be, I would consider one of my important horror games that sort of plays in that. Another one would be Capsule. And Capsule is an older game done by an incredibly talented dev, Adam Saltzman, who, for those of us who've been around for a long time in gaming,
Right.
one of the first forever runners. He's actually the guy who kind of created the big one that went everywhere. But Capsule specifically, it's not again what people would traditionally call horror. It is a minimalist survival game, but it was a thing that for a small period of time was a fad that I wish really went somewhere. And it was called an interface game.
Oh,
And the idea was that you weren't actually anything in the world except you're looking at a screen in this game Capsule. You're looking at the computer screen in the
right.
capsule.
Huh.
That's the entire thing. The audio is exceptional for this. It's a very small capsule. You feel it in your ears, to say the least. You
Yeah.
feel it in your ears. You feel the noises outside, and you are looking at the radar. And so as you travel and you run into stuff or anything, you will hear it as if you are inside of a small human-sized capsule going forward,
Oh,
like you're laying down face down.
okay. So I
And
found
it's
the person who showed who told the title was correct. Would you like to see that game?
yeah, sure.
All right, I'm gonna show it to you via screen sharing, the secret method. Thank you, Cal, for Iron Lung. Are you talking about Iron Lung?
No, capsule.
Okay, so let me try to show you the game without showing you any of my secret folders.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send you a link for capsule. It is a incredibly simplistic game. Like it's minimalist, and I'm a big fan of people who really go to this crazy length where it's just kind of square pixels on a screen, yet somehow builds into something much more as you play. It's really, really smart. Highly, highly recommended. One of my
Okay,
favorites
so how do
of that
I?
genre. No, just play it on your stream. I got your stream up. Just play it on stream. You're good.
Oh yeah, just play it on my stream.
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I don't have to share it with you via Discord.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Hello? You're still
Hello.
here, right? Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna show it on stream, and you're gonna tell me what you think. I'm gonna press play now. If you'd consider it in any way part of the.
I'd have to play, but again, it is that kind of thing I'm talking about. So yeah.
Let's move it a bit forward.
I also have other video up in other windows looking at it.
Buried him. Truly alone.
I always love not knowing a game. It's not a thing
In the
that happens
world.
often.
I was truly alone in the world. And you sort of walk around the building alone as this guy. That's a pretty.
Maybe I'll find something he left behind. It's so dark I can hardly see. If I crank open the dome, then I can let in some moonlight.
So it's got a pretty clever. It really used the Wiimote, huh?
Yeah. Some
Man.
people say that Resident Evil 4
On the Wii is the best. It is. I have the chainsaw controller for it, which
because
is
of the Wii.
yeah, because you can actually like drive it in. It's the stupidest thing, but it's so fun. And the specifically the sniping segments with the rifle are so much better with the motion controls. Just very, very tight.
I think actually with Resident Evil 7, the VR worked pretty well, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I think for the most part it was more
look.
gimmicky than anything. But
It's-
yeah, I think it
his
still is better
flashlight.
without the VR.
You liked it better without the VR?
Oh yeah.
I actually like the VR. I like aiming the gun with my head. And I like that
Yeah.
you could look into the drawers, you know? And that's side
Yeah.
door.
All that stuff's fun. But there was no use to it.
I mean, it's sort of, I don't know. It makes it more fun, no? That's the use.
Well, it does. It does if you're excited about VR. And that's and we can get into this discussion another time or now if you want. But that's one of the great challenges of VR is that it is primarily a gimmick. And so when when the gimmick is active and people are interested, it works really well.
I thought they were all dead, but I see at least one survived.
Yeah, the gameplay of this looks really great.
Who's there?
I
skipped ahead.
like this
Sorry.
game. But I haven't gotten far in it. But when it comes to VR, there are certain uses that you can do beyond gimmicks, no? You can use it in puzzles, like...
It is ultimately like as a thing of a free moving camera. And it's really weird to say it like that, but that's kind of the best way to describe it. It's a free moving camera you can place yourself. And then the controllers, if you're able to have them, again, depth of field, movement of hands, all great, but now you're constrained in a different way.
Yeah.
So when you build for VR, it needs to be really for VR, which of course is a challenge when literally VR is basically a dead art and there's no people buying anything in it. So it
Yeah.
becomes a big challenge, to say the
Unfortunately,
least.
I don't know. I'd like to see the technology develop.
Me too. I have to a point. Um, I'm also kind of glad to see it kind of go away for a while because the archetypical VR games and what VR turned into, I just am really just deeply disappointed in. Big problem happened when early on in the life cycle of the Oculus, everyone was excited and people were building like, oh, how are we going to do this in VR or do that? And Bethesda and a handful of other companies came out with effectively porting their games into VR.
Yes.
People wanted it, they said,
Yes.
everyone was excited. So we got Fallout, we got Oblivion and Doom, and a bunch of these games sold.
Yes.
The problem is that became the way design-wise we would consider having people work in VR, where it's like swinging a sword is just moving your hand, which is garbage. Like just all of these. Go ahead.
There are some pretty, at least I've been shown some pretty nice platforming games that sort of utilize the VR in pretty nice ways, I thought, when I played them.
I don't know that. I mean, again, you're talking to someone who I built things in VR. I won Tribeca, I won Sundance Film Festivals with my VR piece. I know the art form and I do love it, but I don't love what kind of it is because of the way people build. People build very quickly. They build for lowest common denominator. So you have things like the number one game is Beat Saber until it's monkeys climbing. And all these games are cute and fun, but the challenge becomes that the people who like buy those kinds of games, they buy them for one use with a handful of friends, and then it goes in the closet. No one's building content that is repeatable, is long lasting. The closest you get is something like Cloudhead Games, who made one of my favorites in VR, which is a kind of a John Wick meets Crypt of the Necrodancer shooting game where you actually are shooting to the beat and killing guys on beat, and it's an amazing workout, but it's a really fun ongoing thing. It's a really wonderful setup. They're great devs too, really good people over there. But like that stuff has some legs, but not enough.
Right.
And so how do you build for VR? Well, you run into this other challenge, which is the reality of VR is that you can't move. You have to have,
Yes.
you literally move. You have to actually move your body. If you haven't, a really fun thing to do if you have a VR headset in any way is to go out on a soccer field. And you can even do this now, but you go on like a soccer field or a big field and you make a big area. And so you can fully run around a big space. We did a handful of big space tests. I was part of the team at Star VR. So we had like incredible tracking, huge setups, the ability to really wander around and do things. It was kind of incredible. And the challenge became like, you have to do that. No one has that. I used to make
True.
this joke that like VR is the white bougie American dream because it requires that you have a room dedicated to it. And I'm not
Although-
sure how many people have a room dedicated to a
VR.
thing.
Well, technically speaking, you would have those public avenues that you'd visit that would have dedicated rooms, and then you'd be able
wow.
to.
I was one of the founders of IMAX VR. Yeah.
Right.
But even that, you get fucked in because everything runs, everything's a business, and so you have the same problem as movie theaters. What is your price per square foot, and how much revenue are you making per square foot? And when you have people renting for $15 or $10 an hour, like this is the challenge. So people rent for $15 or $10 an hour, and your space costs X dollars per hour to just own. What do you do? How do you handle that? because
Yes.
most people show up at the same hour in the same 20 minutes even, and then the rest of the day you don't have any customers. So how do you do it?
Yeah.
And again, it creates specific kind of content that works in a very specific way.
You've been criticized. What's this guy on about? You don't need like a room dedicated to VR. You just need like a bedroom where you put the trackers in the corner. But I think it has.
Yeah, trackers that can see the floor. In a bedroom, do you have a bed in your bedroom? Or are you on your bed and now we know exactly what you're using VR for?
That is a pretty big limitation when you actually want to wander around the room.
Yeah. Just make sure you remember exactly where the bed is, and that
True.
make sure the game you need is like exactly able to use the 2.5 feet by 10 feet space that you've given it, because you know your bed's there, so you can only walk so far.
But usually it's usually not just the bed in the bedroom. You usually have a desk, a few chairs
Oh,
or something.
and again, I have my office, I have my VR setup in, and I'm like I set this up, but again, anywhere else in the world, Americans are very odd. We're very fortunate in a lot of ways, but like the idea that people in China have the ability to have an entire room free of furniture, or at least
Right.
just say a 15 by 15 space free of furniture, it's not a thing. That's not a fucking thing that happens very often. And
Yeah.
it's very wealthy maybe, but it's not a thing. And you see this also in actually much of Europe. It's a really specific use case, and people can use it while they're sitting. Sure, people can use it at the TV like PlayStation VR 2.
Yeah.
Sure, they can, but no one wants to. Sorry, apologies. 5 meters by 5 meters. Apologies, Estelle. 15 feet. I'm apologizing. That's terrible of me to use the.
True.
Hey, what
Feels
can I
like you
say? I prefer to have everything measured by king's thumbs.
listen. It feels like you got a foot fetish when you say in feet.
Yeah, VR is a fascinating thing. And what's this guy on about? I can send you my fucking resume. This is a thing I really, really know. Really, really know. So feel free. We can do that game anytime.
Nice. That is nice. I unfortunately don't have the VR, but we could dive into the subject because I'm interested in it. But today is
Well,
the horror. The
well,
horror.
it's a fascinating space, and it's really what it's come down to is Mark Zuckerberg. Everyone's like thinks that he's very excited about the potential of VR. He's not. Doesn't give a fuck about VR. What he sees the potential of specifically is the data collection that VR does and AR does inside of people's homes that then can be used secondarily to create advertisements and information that can be sold to advertisers.
Right.
And he's spot on, by the way.
One interesting
Um,
sort of use for VR that I thought was really interesting was that you could watch a movie with a VR set, and it would create the illusion that you're watching a much bigger screen set than you actually are.
there's some truth to this. So this is where you start getting into the challenge of pixels per degrees, which is what VR is ultimately about.
Yeah.
So when you exist in the real world, you have your eye can only take in so much specific data when you're looking at
Yes,
things.
yes, that's why you focus on usually on one thing,
Yeah,
and all
right.
the other things are blurred out, sort of.
And so, in theory, your eyes have a certain amount of information per cone, per rod, that can be sort of directed at a certain number of light beams.
Yeah,
A VR headset very often is going to be 250 to 300 pixels per degrees. Really, really dense screens that are that amount.
yeah,
Watching a movie on a big screen sort of gives you some of this room where you're like, hey, I'm watching and there's calculators online if you want to go look at it. It's really fascinating. I'm watching a big giant screen at a movie theater. How much of that screen is actually my field of view?
you usually have to sort of. Mm,
You kind of have to turn your head sometimes,
yes,
depending on
yes,
where you're
yes.
sitting. Often you have to kind of look around a little bit on bigger screens, but sometimes you're in the back of the theater and you're looking at a screen that's ultimately the same size as a 20-inch TV if you were 2 feet away, right? So
Mhm.
it's kind of this back and forth. It's kind of fascinating. So I think one of the challenges becomes with the headsets, you need an extraordinarily high pixels per degrees in order to actually replicate the resolution and experience of sitting in a theater.
Yeah.
Now, the Apple headset does this. I will say the Apple headset does this. Avatar and Avatar 2 in the Apple headset is a genuinely mind-blowing experience. It's the only thing I will say is a mind-blowing experience about the Apple headset, but it is. It's not worth $3,000 to see
Oh
a
my God.
mediocre movie.
$3,000. That's basically a lot of my debt that I have.
I think it might be cheaper now. I think it's on sale. It doesn't matter. It's not very good. There's not a lot of other use cases. But watching Avatar is insane on it because the incredibly high pixel per degrees, the incredibly good color space that it has, the way that the screen sort of handles 3D, and also the transfer they did, which was incredibly expensive and very particular to only the Apple headset. All of those things make it pretty incredible. However, it is still not the same as sitting at a movie theater where where the entirety of the experience is itself different. I was building an app at one point to sort of play into this idea of how do we replicate, and this is a long-standing VR question. How do we replicate the feeling of being in a crowd? Because in VR digitally, it is more like being in a chat room, like your chat here, or it's because you're alongside people, but you're not really alongside people because you don't even know if they see you or if they give a fuck or anything. And you're also only getting this very particular image of them. You're not getting the energy. If you've ever been in a concert, for example, at like, I used to go to Rage Against the Machine concerts, for example, Insane Clown Posse shows at whatever, Red Rocks. I grew up in Denver, so Red Rocks for everything was fucking wild. But the energy you get by being in a crowd is unfucking real. And it's true at political rallies. It's true any crowd. There's an energy that somehow begins to form. You feel it.
Yeah, but then you
I've
have to
never
sort of
experienced it in VR.
that's
Never.
because you feel sort of at the end of the day you feel like detached, right? You feel like you're outside of it. You'd have to replicate somehow the physical feeling of being in that space. That is
Yeah,
probably why you still feel detached at the end of the day.
you do because it ends up. And there's a great book on this by Byung-Chul Han. I can send you the PDF. I recommend it all the time. It's his book, In the Swarm.
Yeah, because like in real life we can feel ourselves being in the space.
And it's In the Swarm goes through a handful of things, but one of my favorite stories he tells is of this old horse in Germany, Hans. Hans, in the early 1900s, was a horse that could count and do math. And it blew everyone's mind that this horse could count and do math. And so people would pay for tickets, come from all over the world to see this horse. And the guy owning the horse would go in not English, but Hans, what is 2 + 7? And Hans would stamp his foot 9 times and then stop. And everyone would be like, what the fuck? How the fuck does he know this? And so this went on for a long time. I don't think the guy was a shyster. I think he genuinely thought this happened.
Right.
As Byung-Chul Han tells the story, they ended up calling in a bunch of scientists, and one person who came along was actually a philosophy professor, and he answered. He said, "Oh, because everyone's he's doing this. It's this. The scientists made controls and they put in audience members only they knew, so that way they could tell it wasn't anyone cheating, and still the horse could count." And the philosopher's like, "Well, it's because it's none of those things. Actually, it's nothing." And everyone's like, "What?" He's like, right before Hans is about to like make one more, like when he's at that end, everyone goes silent. Everyone goes silent because they're waiting to see if is it. And then, so the horse
Okay.
knows to stop then.
Right. Yes. So 2 + 1 is 3. That's 3, and everybody gives the horse a signal to stop. Basically, at that point.
And no one knows it. No one knew it. But
Yeah.
there is this thing that happens that we have forgotten in the digital space of
But-
all of the signals we don't know that we're giving.
Then I guess the question is, what gave the horse a signal to even start stumping?
Well,
What was the
he
exact
got it.
trigger?
He would feed it. He would feed it to start, and then basically
Okay.
the
Okay.
it's worth reading. I sent you the PDF. But what he's going on about there, why Han brings this up, and I love it, is we forget in the real world all of the signals that we are not aware of,
Yes.
both that we're giving off and but also that we are receiving.
That is.
And it's things we don't want to talk about generally. So when I say, like, when I'm talking with someone, the multiple types of smells that I get from them, because we all smell in various ways, whether it's our
Yes.
breath, our clothing,
Yes.
farts, whatever it is, the moldy food we ate, anything, those signals mixed with the light noises a body's giving, how someone is slightly moving, how their shoulder slightly edges, and like things we don't think about, the
And
billions of signals,
that is
all
sort
of
of
that is
like.
gone. It's
Yeah.
gone digitally. Like
That
right now, you
is.
and I have voice, and that's it.
Yeah. But that is also why, like, that is sort of the source of the uncanny valley effect, right? When we see something that's supposed to be realistic, but it feels off because there, for
Because it's not
example,
as
there's
complex
so
as it should
many
be.
micro expressions that we do that those representations of realism just don't have, and that is why, to our eyes, it just looks off. It looks weird, hence the uncanny valley, right?
Yep, spot on. And so we have this when we do stuff in these spaces that are social. It's one of the reasons that VR's like metaverse and the metaverse as a concept really never took off, is because it's not a replacement for the real world in any capacity. Because it basically distills all of our interactions down to only a handful of very intentional, specific things that we have total control over. And at that point, it's artificial in a way that it's hard to even describe what artificial means.
Yeah.
Because even artificial sweeteners have parts that we aren't certain of, or things that are in there that are
Although
like in millions of
there's
percentages.
this weird other side to this, right? Because we have the uncanny valley sort of feeling when we have the realism, but on the other hand, we have this sort of, it works sort of both ways, strangely enough, that if we intentionally simplify things, then suddenly this uncanny valley feeling goes away completely, and the thing suddenly feels actually quite natural and pleasing to us. Like that's how hand-drawn animation works, for example, right?
Yep.
And
Yes.
there's this effect. I've noticed it when playing MMORPGs like Final Fantasy 14, where people are not really meant to be put inside. People are not meant to be like, because it doesn't use VR, it doesn't use anything like that. They're not supposed to feel like they're inside a crowd, but they still, there's this simplification here at work that people still sort of create whole communities inside the game, sort of do form these crowds, so to speak, that they take part in events in.
Well, this is Sartre, who I tend to recommend people read. Sartre's pretty much, I want to say, lovely. His book Critique of Dialectical Reason, I think, really goes into kind of what you're describing here, and does so in a really amazing way. He talks about basically the group or the collective, and he does this by talking about the series of people. And
Right.
it's a fun sort of way to sort of think about a group is someone who all together at once are involved in a moment or in a thing
Yeah.
or carrying whatever. But a series, I have, for example, played Resident Evil and liked it. So have you. So has someone else. A series is us passing through an event and then relating that back to each other. And so we have this really interesting sort of thing where we comprehend this moment that we've kind of reduced life to. We've then claimed that we've shared this. And through that moment, which is in the past, not real, not experienced, we now attach our own meaning to each other through this
Yeah.
thing, which is a fucking problem. Because that's basically, if, through Nietzsche, we can just start looking at exactly how that makes us instantly impotent. Because now all we're doing is talking about the past, an unchangeable thing, and this series of things that we're relating to each other. It's not a thing we can do. It's not a thing we can enact. And in very, very specific amounts, the groups born of series themselves serialize themselves again. So ultimately, the kind of groups that come of this have absolutely no ability to do any real meaningful political action at all.
Sort of. Well, I don't know, because it feels like when you know how there are places, for example, where um, I'm not sure if it's meaningful when it comes to life changing or even reality changing political movements, but I think that groups gathering in this sort of virtual space and sort of, for example, creating an LGBT related event, like a pride event, is sort of meaningful, I guess, to people that live in a country that does not allow for such a thing to even happen in real life.
Well, and now you get to the interesting questions, because I know exactly what you're talking about. The one beautiful thing that the digital world does is it collapses all space. So that way people who normally would be alone or wouldn't be able to voice what they feel or how they feel about themselves, not only feel comfortable to do in various spaces, but find other people who also do. So you find trans people in Poland. You find people who are non-binary in Moscow. You find people who are a polyamorous queer couple in Japan that suddenly have commonality and are able to have a conversation and go, oh, fuck, I'm not alone. Oh, this is good. What can we, like, this positive.
Yeah.
However, there's the other half, and this is the part that's, if everyone were together, like actually in a real space, like everyone got together at the local bar. There was when I was in San Francisco, there was this fantastic queer bar nearby that like was wonderful, amazing coffee as well. And you'd go in and the energy was very odd because it was not like an online space. It was safe. It was great. But people would talk about, well, so here's the problems I'm having. Here's what I'm doing. And people would actually engage in a really particular, well, look, I've got this thing here. I can help this way. I can do this. We could go talk to these people. Here's this. Here's like, it's a much more direct, immediate thing. Online, the ways we're able to engage are literally limited only to what has been written to be allowed for us. The way code works is you
Yeah.
can do only things within that code as it's designed. You can
Yes.
place only certain things. You're not able to do other stuff. In a place in person, I could take a big black Sharpie and start drawing on the walls. I can't do that in any of the spaces we're in. I can't right now start drawing a map on the walls or making obscene art or anything. Like I'm limited. And
Yes.
so you have this the series group that's created, and I'm not saying it's not positive. Nothing is good or bad only. There's positives and negatives. We get to find people like you and I would not have connected without the internet. I think is a
Yes.
very safe bet.
Yes.
So that thing is cool. However, what did we connect over? Sort of through Sunday and also kind of liking video games and caring about sort of lefty-ish politics and my mistakes about saying how I feel about Russia, I think is where we first really talked and connected.
Yes, our
but-
debate that
but-
happened mainly in private.
And all that's great. And all of those are like positive in themselves. But the connections themselves are tenuous at best. This is not me saying I don't care about you. I do. You probably care about me to a point. It's great. But it's not the same as if we were in person, where we could
No.
literally emotionally be supporting. And so it gives us, and this is the great dichotomy that the internet's brought, is it gives us spaces to belong that naturally make us impotent politically. And
Although I feel
It's
like
not-
there can be this interplay between these two worlds, so to speak. You can meet a person, you can meet them in the context of the internet space, but then you decide to connect with them in real life, and then you build something in real life alongside still
well, you hope
continuing
so.
the online thing.
You hope so. But my experience is that the vast majority of times that someone meets from an online space where you've built a relationship, one of the weird things we do as people is we build the rest of the person, like just naturally, whatever else the rest is. I've watched your videos, sure. But as far as like general behaviors or how you treat a person in person or how you talk, I have no idea. We've never sat down and had coffee. Like, how the fuck would I know what you're like to have coffee with? but I've kind of built the rest of you. Most of us do this. We build the rest of the person. And then when that person doesn't meet expectations, or when we have expectations, it's a sideways move where we're like, oh, and so what happens? Well, we kind of disengage from the relationship.
Well,
It
it's sort
changes.
of
It shifts.
like from my personal experience, when I had the occasion to meet people that I've met online, and there was some sort of um, uh, thing happening outside of the online. I usually, my attitude is that I try to meet people where they are as people, and if they show um, side of themselves that they don't, for example, usually show online, or they, for example, there are tough moments that usually, like, you don't usually showcase your tough moments in online, in an online space, when they might get angry or stuff like that. And that becomes sort of like a choice, if you want to sort of interact with the person as they are, or do you want to, as you said, construct an image that you want them to be.
I think I'm not going to disagree with any of this. I think generally we're in agreement. The challenge for me becomes that second bit, because if we can figure out a way to actually transfer those series groups, which are created on internet spaces, away from being what they become, which is reactionary and paranoiac by definition. If we could move away from that and find a more universal way to get people to gather or deal with each other, suddenly we actually might have something. But I don't see this as a potential within the way, not just how the current internet is structured, because it's structured ultimately towards a very, very specific capitalist direction. But I think just generally how interaction is done online, and the way that code is written and how these things come to be, where we lose all context of any interaction. And it's I tend to be someone who I want to have more radical discussions of things where, people in every angle hate a lot of the things I would ask about. Things like, can we do a way of doing some kind of proof that I know there's only one of you, that you aren't, as much as I know, I know people in your chat, for example. I've talked to a
Right.
handful of them, but I don't know all of them.
Like, what do you mean that there are not three people running the same account, for example, and
Yeah,
every time
exactly.
you talk to a different person?
Yeah. It's one of the great challenges of the internet space is the anonymization and the lack of knowledge that you're not dealing with one organism. You're dealing with a question mark. You don't know if it's 1 or 10 or if it's 500 people, because, by the way, it's a thing. People trade accounts, and you never really know because they like the anonymization of it. So how do we allow ourselves to have a more reliable online experience where we can put a little bit more vulnerability of ourselves out there? Not false vulnerability, which I think is very apt, but instead actually be in a position to actually share ourselves more.
Right. Although when it comes to, when you, at least in, I would say that in private settings, when you talk to a person, you sort of at some point start recognizing, even in text, you do start recognizing certain speech patterns, and it would be a pretty big endeavor for 3, 4, 5 people to sort of just replicate the exact same of phrasing, everything, and formulating thoughts about things, etc. Right?
Mhm. Well, and it's again, all of these things create a very particular way of viewing the world, which is ultimately where the trouble begins, because as our image of thought, the way thought itself operates and sees itself, when we start having it conditioned in this very particular way of viewing things, not in terms of events, but in terms of like people, in terms of individuals that we're defining as we go, in terms of very discrete categories and hierarchies, which is how online is built very much. This puts us in that position in the rest of our life that
Can you
creates,
elaborate
again,
the categories and
well, simply put, when I'm in a Discord, uh, am I talking to a person? When I meet somebody, how they look and what they do, it's not about necessarily, because again, I am a gender abolitionist. I don't believe in any of these things as categories. The question for me would be, if I first engage someone, I engage them as they are. And as they are is far more complex than
Then what you see.
femme, male. It is far more complex than queer or straight. It is far more complex than race. It is far more complex than anything.
Yes, it's like
Humans
a
are
combination of all these things and more.
well, and these things are actually the most boring part, because in reality, none of us are any one of these things. We're kind
Yeah.
of a mix of a lot of different stuff,
Yeah.
and we poke out in certain ways that society has deemed we have to be called.
And
So
even
my
those
question,
singular categories have a lot of different things packed into them, sort of.
Mhm. well,
It's
and
like,
well, and this is it's exactly it's all of these things are multifaceted. So the moment I assign a category, I've not only limited you, but I've limited my interactions with you.
yeah,
It's one of the reasons I don't believe in categories. But online, if I see you on Discord, I am seeing a particular categorization that you've put forward as the one you want best to be dealt with as that thing. And that's fine. I'm not like going to fight that. But now I'm dealing with you first as those handful of categories rather than the complex reality of the person underneath. We start from there.
yeah,
And that is where and why I think the anonymous side of the internet, the total anonymization, where people don't give any of those things. It's old internet forums, old 4chan, old Twitter, where it was like things were just eliminated. People weren't using voice. People weren't doing any of these things. There's a thing that is exciting about that, because I'm just being dealt with by what I say or what I'm doing, and I build my personality over time from this pseudonymic perspective. People like that. I get the feeling there. But in the real world, we kind of get to do that too. And so we have this very particular category building thing from the start that happens. I find it very frustrating. And from there, we then find ourselves, oh, you're not allowed to say this, you are allowed to say that, because of the category that you've been placed in a very particular way.
Can you give
And
me an example
suddenly,
of the not being able to say something or being able to say something?
FD Signifier, any video he's ever put out.
Can
And,
you elaborate?
as a white people aren't allowed to talk about certain things, flat
Okay.
out. He says
Because
this.
of the category that they are placed in as white people.
Correct. And there's an old Doug Stanhope joke that I've always liked, where he's like, he says, how does he put it? I want to make sure I get it right, because it's horrifying, but it's accurate. Is you don't. I can tell you right now, as a white guy, that you don't understand how racist people are, because I hear the stuff they say when you leave the room. And that, I think, is when we start, because that's a real thing, by the way. It's a good line, but it's a real thing. If we can't have open conversations about these things from whatever perspective we're at, knowing the perspective, because again, these things are intended to be lenses for ourselves and others to critique and grow.
Yes.
But if we can't, all of us, talk about these things, now we're building from category to other category. And we are, again, the series group creation rather than the emergent group creation.
Of course, the one thing that I would sort of place as a, I don't know. I mean, I am sort of creating a category if you think about it in a certain way, but I would still say that if you want to engage in a subject and talk about it, you don't have to know everything right off the bat, but you should at least want to learn about it.
Well, but this would be because I'm not disagreeing, but let's talk about, for example, trans issues, which
Right.
is one that I think is a really good case study of how I would want to talk about these things.
Yeah.
A straight cis guy comes along, has never experienced trans issues, and he's going to explain to you trans stuff. Now, one, you're not going to stop him, but two, what he's really doing is he's actually explaining his experience of trans issues, but he's doing it
Yeah.
uncritically. And if you understand his position, and this would be what intersectionality and critical theory is meant to do, if you understand his position, he's actually speaking an extraordinary amount of truth about the way sexuality is defined for him and in this world that is affecting everyone else. Now, for him to come and say what other people's experiences are, he can eat a dick, fuck right off. Like no one wants that fucking guy around. But that's across the board. The same would be true of trans people who say mine is like sort of a cis presenting complex weird thing, like that thing. Allow people their experiences, but we can't because the category comes first, and this is the
I guess
challenge of these things.
I don't know. I think it sort of comes down also to the attitude of people involved. Like
Oh, for sure.
like I think if I talk to a cis white cis person, I don't know, cis person, right? And they
Mhm.
want to discuss trans topics with me, I don't see an issue. I don't see their
Well,
perspective
I know
as
you
less
don't.
valuable as
We're having, because people are valuable to you. And again, but you are, we'll just say unique. And I think people in your audience are going to be unique. One of the challenges is looking out at the rest of everything and how people are formed by the swarm. And it's again why I
right.
recommend Bianco's book, because the forming of the swarm, how people become the swarm and how we deal with it is very different than how we deal with things in the real world, how we are formed by the real world and how it builds us. And that's, I think you and I are talking not necessarily as critiquing each other, but
Right.
the way that the internet is structured and is built is the challenge for me. And I see this kind of across the board as we get into, any uncomfortable subject. And there's a
Yeah.
lot of very
I just
uncomfortable
sort of
subjects for
don't see
people.
it as helpful for me. Like, let's say we'd want to discuss trans topic right now, right?
Sure.
It would not be very helpful for me to say, well, you're cis, so you're not able to get it or discuss it in any meaningful way. I didn't even. Useful
No,
is
it's not
not even
helpful.
helpful is not
That's
even the right
exactly my
word.
point.
I just don't think it's true. You
Well,
know?
no, but useful is actually a good word for it because even from a cynical perspective, it's not good. Like
Yeah,
it's not good from like a kindness and treating someone else as a human perspective, which is to me ultimately what trans rights is all about. Is like,
yeah. But I
hey,
also
we're all
think
formed how we're formed, be how we're going to be. But I think a lot of people, because the first thing we do is we are put in categories, and this is the real world works this way for sure, and worked
yeah,
this way I think a lot more in the old days for me than it does now. And I
just
think in a lot of places now it's still the case. But that the internet is like built now from the ground up for this, I find to
yeah.
be one of the more troubling things that came about.
I just
I would
sort
have
of
much rather, because we ended up in this weird place where like we seem to have more real people on the internet, yet all of them are more polished and fake than ever. Whereas if we had, for example, like not far from
Mhm.
Korea's system, where people are linked to a very particular ID, but we don't know what that ID is. We just know that person's unique.
Hmm.
But if everything was anonymous, we'd probably have a much better internet.
Right. But come
It's a
back to
weird, it's a
this.
weird thing.
Just mm, I had a thought. I just think that it's not. I had I thought I had a great thought to share about the whole. Oh yes, I just don't think people need to have the exact same experience to be able to sort of share experiences and common ground, if that makes sense. Because it leads to a very frustrating for me situation in which, um, for example, speaking of trans issues, people that identify as non-binary are excluded by people that consider themselves binary, quote unquote, and they
Yes.
will say, your experience is not the same as mine. You're not able to get my experience of getting through million medical hoops to do this, and therefore you're cheapening my movement by not getting. And I think that's ridiculous.
Well, there's a line in Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze and Guattari's work that I do readings of weekly. It's like one of my favorite books of all time. But he has this line in there that you'll find really taken in some very interesting directions, where he says that all of us are transsexual. Now, it's really doesn't mean that every man reading it is actually a woman or every woman reading it is a man.
Mm-hmm.
What they mean is very specifically that we are like trans in the sense of like uh, between both. That the reality is none of us are Like there isn't like pure masculine guy. There isn't pure feminine woman. There's no such thing as that. That people are these like mixes of these things. And the again, reality of what we are in the world is that we are trans.
Complex.
And I've always liked that thought. Marcel Proust, I think, ahead of his time, a unique man. But he made a comment. God, this was in like, I want to say, this was early 1900s. I almost don't want to repeat it because it's so horrifying. But he talked about, he's like, he's noticed amongst straight men, because he was, rumors are he was not one of those. He's like, I've noticed among straight men
Not straight.
that actually, he was not straight. Or maybe was. He was a unique guy. But he talks about how, amongst men, straight men, he's noticed that there's a variety of men having a type of woman, and that if you relate the features of the women they like back to men, you can actually start to see that there's some men who are straight through being gay with women. And he had this long thing he wrote about it. It's in Letters to My Neighbor, a collection of his writings. And it's deeply like frustrating to read if you read it as if it was written today, but it's
Right.
a fascinating look for something like 120 years ago in Europe, which was not a time for him
Although,
to be
of
like
course,
about this stuff.
of course, the existence of trans people um, throw the whole idea of sort of sexuality and sexual preference into a bit of a loop, right?
Well, and that's kind of where he kind of ends up, which is really fascinating because he kind of talks about how there are women who present more as men. There's women who don't have the normal curves, and
Right.
some men prefer that. But
Like,
is that because the men
Right.
are those
mean,
men?
for
Like
s-
it's really
For
fascinating.
some people, it becomes a really big question. Like, for example, take me, trans woman. If I sleep with a man, what is it? Straight? Gay? Which is it?
Well, and it's
People will, like, many different people will answer in many different ways, I think.
well, and it problematizes the very conception of what straight and gay mean, and
Yeah, but
ultimately,
we
and that,
we sort
which
of
I'm
have like a
glad because
broader
I
idea.
don't like the distinction because it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know any guy who's straight who will sleep with any woman, and I don't know any guy who's gay who
Yeah,
will sleep with
that's
any
true.
man.
But
Like
there's this
that's not how it works.
There's this concept of, and I've heard it a lot, genital preference, being attracted to certain secondary sexual characteristics like vaginas or penises, etc. Right? A
Right.
person will. I have a preference. I'm not attracted to this or that, etc. You know?
I actually can kind of, again, sexuality and attraction is such a weird thing that I don't think we even come close to really a grasp of. I think the more that we start getting into that granular and molecular, I think the more real we are when it comes to what we're really attracted to. And I don't even know if it's really dicks or vaginas. I think
Yeah.
there's a such thing as a really feminine dick and a really masculine vagina.
Right.
And
But
there's guys who are into the really masculine vaginas, and there's
yeah.
women who are into really feminine dicks. So like
But then
these
again,
things exist.
it get also complicated, I guess, because
Oh
you
yeah.
may think you're not into this sort of thing on a physical level, but then emotions come into play. And it turns out that with this particular person, you're perfectly attracted to this particular thing that you thought you weren't.
It's really a fascinating space, and my favorite thing about it is actually because I've got two kids, and we're not raising them gendered, or at least we weren't. It's one of the more weird things because I am normally just a person, so there's only so much we can do. I made the comment I think the other day where like I was talking about how I realized early on that I was being much more gentle with my daughter than my son, and that wasn't a thing like I was thinking about. It was just sort of built in. Like it's just
Right.
inbuilt into the way you are. It's a lot of stuff when you're a parent you don't realize is built in. One time we were at dinner and my son was like, he took a bite that was tiny and he's like, "Can I have ice cream now?" And I said, "No, you need to finish your plate completely." without missing a beat, I looked at my wife and said, "Why the fuck did I say that?" Like, because it's not what I think. It's not how I, but
Right.
like it was this immediate reaction, and when you have kids, it comes out really hard. But with Dexter, the my son, he's 7 now. We didn't do that. He wanted to grow his hair long. People would call him, say he was a pretty girl, and he wore tutus and dress, like all that shit didn't bother me. Loved it. Whatever he wanted to do. And then at one time he was like 5, and he looked at me. It was surreal because he was like, "That woman, she called me a girl. I think I'm a boy." And I was like, "Okay," and that was it. And I was like, "Wait, what the fuck?" It's this really surreal moment. Like,
Yeah, of sort
uh,
of
oh shit,
deciding your
this
identity.
is actually a thing that happens. I don't think I ever like conceptualized that it was a thing. Like clearly it is, I guess, but it was just really interesting to watch. And so as he's grown now, he's still doing and still playing sort of all over the map, but uh, he is now in that space. It's just really fascinating to see how it happened or where it came from, and because we didn't allow media that did boys versus girls, which by the way is like a trope in cartoons.
It
If you
is.
didn't know,
It's,
it's like the
I've
worst
seen a
shit.
lot of old cartoons.
It's
Yes.
uh, it's a lot to sort of watch, and so what's really sort of weird is like, how did he get to the point where he's like didn't want to be called a girl, and why? I didn't ask him. I didn't want to like psychoanalyze him on the spot, but like, what are the things that made him go down this path, or why, or what parts? And
Yeah.
it's really fascinating. I find the whole thing just fascinating.
Yeah. See, and we're having a conversation about gender issues without it being strange because one person is not one way or the other, because one person is not trans, you know?
Well, I am not. I
Yes.
am whatever the fuck I am, which happens to be, and it's one of the things that makes it. And I'm very aware of it. It's one of the things that makes it difficult. Is I don't like I wear nail polish. I'll wear makeup. I'll do my hair up. I'll dye my hair. I look really. I used to look. Hey, you have kids, and your body does what it does. I used to look really fucking good in a dress and a setup. I used to fucking look great. But that like the thing is, and it's some drag queens, and it's the same thing as like in your everyday life, because you just who you are. It's not that you're trying to present, you just happen to be like a big masculine looking dude.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, it puts you in a really deeply privileged position. Deeply privileged, where it's I go about and no one is going to second guess anything I do or say, and or how I am, or what bathroom I'm going in, and like, but I also get to have the freedom to also play with gender and do all these things because no one's going to say anything. I think the last time someone said something to me was this guy who made a comment about I had this gorgeous pink nail polish on. It was amazing, and he made a F slur comment, and I said, "So just nail polish makes you want to fuck me?" And because I'm giant, he's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
And that position I'm in, I'm aware is very fortunate. Um, I'm aware of it, but again, it's not the defining thing, because ultimately what matters for anyone, and this is the defining thing of what to me makes someone left or right. It's not even your politics. It's, do you allow people to be where they are, and do you
Yes.
validate that?
Yes.
That's it. If you validate where they are, even if you disagree with them, whatever it is, if you validate that and go, I get it, I'm not there, but I get it, I think it puts you in a better spot.
Yes. I do believe in meeting people where they are, sort of the good things as well as the things that you perceive as their flaws, you know? You take them
Mhm.
whole as a person.
Yes.
If that makes sense. Even if like there's a situation in which they themselves perceive that their flaws are such that they're not going to be able to be accepted because of them, or they're not even flaws, they're people that sort of like are very intensely engaged in their chosen lifestyles. They, for example, not always have the time or the energy to sort of engage with other people as much as they'd like to, you know? And
Well, and it surfaces. So for me, a lot of this surfaced early on. I grew up in an area that was deeply religious, deeply white, bougie,
mhm,
and deeply repressive. And my acting out, as my parents would call it, was goth shit, wearing makeup, wearing fingernail polish, wearing dresses, shit like that. That my parents wrote off as me being sort of active or rebelling or just trying to upset people. And so what you end up with in these situations is why I think I have a lot of empathy for people generally in these repressive places, because the way it's formed and the way it sort of grows is at some point you are socially conditioned to sort of reset and grow up. And as you make that transition, as you go, oh, I need to be professional for this interview. I can't
mhm,
go wearing these things because they won't accept someone like that. And then you start building these little rules, and all these little rules start stanchioning you in, and there's a million of them. And you end up, and I ended up married to someone I didn't love in San Francisco in a job I didn't care for, making decent money, but drinking myself to death, doing
wait,
too many
you're
drugs.
really you're saying that that really happened to you, yes?
Yeah, it's actually my, yeah.
Okay.
And so it's
Did
really
the
just
person love
depressed.
you at
And
least?
uh, we had a deeply fucked up, codependent, negative relationship. Um, it was built out of trauma and sadness, as some things are. What are you going to do?
Mhm.
But the good news is that I did leave her and met my wife, so my current wife, and it was a healthy move. When I made my way to LA, of all the places in the world for me to actually be able to have sort of break free of the old, that depressive, odd, fucked up life, and like get help, to be supported by my new boss in that, and the entire new company, to be whatever I want to be, not
Yeah,
giving a shit. It was really extraordinary to sort of be able to make that shift. I was very
it's a big
fortunate, and
big change.
yeah, it was a lot.
But let me like I was thinking of like when people, for example, are very driven, right?
Yes.
Do a lot of things that require their energy, time, their commitment, and they sort of feel like other people around them will not necessarily be um, okay with that. Like, for example, that people will just, um, well, as they get close to the person, will sort of, you know what I mean, yes
Yes,
or
I
no?
do.
Yes,
I
and I
do.
believe that if you sort of like it's a choice that people have to make, right? If it's worth making work being, for example, close to someone like that, no?
It it is, and it's also the person's choice. It's, for me, what I found, and it's um, it's one of those things I'm continuously not sure about even how to vocalize, because it's when you are in difficult places, and I was didn't know until years after all this, that I'd gone most of my life unmedicated and had severe mental problems that definitely needed medication.
Yeah.
Um, when you're in that place, the wall of constant change feels like a nightmare, and you're kind of, everything feels like this bubbling cauldron. And so when you have anyone, even someone who is unhealthy, that feels like a stability, and this is what kind of my parents were for me, and so it transferred into an unhealthy relationship perfectly. But then when I found someone that's what my current wife Heather, what she did is she kind of gave me room to not have stability. And it's a thing that I had already sort of explored and really wanted to believe in, but didn't have the room myself to sort of allow that.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, you build walls for yourself more often.
Yeah.
And I hit a weird place where it was kind of like, uh, just it sort of, I let it all go. And it, because I was like, there's no point. It was almost like a ego suicide of sorts. It was very odd. And that sort of leading into therapy, leading into the other kinds of self care, and being able to have a clean break and just like eliminate all of my old friends, all of my old shit. Uh, I went no contact with family for a while. Like, you got to just break free.
Yeah.
And reset into someone that I was more happy with. And it's been a long journey. Long journey of 15, 16 years.
But I assume it's a very, how should I put it? It's the word
Still
I'm
long.
looking for. Oh,
Still
not
long, but
long.
it
What I'm looking more for is like it's a
worth it.
journey that's, yes, basically like that's, it's worthwhile, you know.
Yes.
We only live once, so we have to sort
Yes.
of make the best of it, and that's also why we have to meet people where they are, right? Because we
Always.
all,
Because everyone gets that chance and it's one of those things that I think it's why I've always been fascinated to my last video I did a little thing on Mud Fossil University. I've been a subscriber to Mud Fossil University for years. It's this guy who believes that if you look at like rock formations, that you can see dragons and blood and proof that giants lived, like crazy shit. And I've always found it fascinating because he's not like what you would traditionally call like a loon. He's well thought out and he's considered. And I think when you look at him and how he talks about it and how he sees what he sees, it's to me important to take him at face value and see it where it's at,
yeah,
and then do the same also with the Trump supporting cis racist. Not justifying him. People can be bad at being people, just like I'm a
we
bad
can understand
hockey.
someone without necessarily endorsing or agreeing everything.
Yeah, I mean, like I can tell you about hockey. I wouldn't play it because I don't know how to ice skate. It doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. I'm a bad ice skater. Other people are bad at other things, like being a person, which is fine. But where they're at and what they're saying is coming from their position, and their position, even if it's cynical, is their position. Because if you're able to understand where they're coming from, then it's much easier to sort of, and again, not where they're coming from in terms of what they believe and giving belief justification, not that, but
Yeah,
that what they're saying is what they're saying, and that they wholeheartedly believe what they're saying. Then you can start to trace back and understand what they're invested in emotionally, what socially they're interested in, where they believe
yeah.
their place is in society.
Of course,
And
sometimes those things do not necessarily correspond to what they project
oh, it
publicly,
never does.
right?
Never does. Oh dear Lord. That's Ted Haggart. I grew up in Colorado, and so Ted Haggart had a focus on the family who was outed for having a multi-year affair with a gay prostitute he would do meth with in a hotel. I have Ted Haggart's autobiography signed by the prostitute. Dude's really cool, by the way. He wrote his own book, and I was like, dude, can you sign Ted Haggart's? He thought it was the funniest fucking thing ever. My parents got that for me. It was very nice.
Interesting.
But both of those people, that Ted Haggart and where he's coming from, and also the gay prostitute, both of them are also people, and where they're
Yeah.
coming from and the repression they're experiencing is what it is. And we all experience some level of it, some of us much more acutely than others. Some of us to the point where we express it and enforce it in other people, trying to keep them also repressed.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing helps impotence better than other people being impotent.
And there's also the very fact that when we sort of build relations with people, whatever their nature, friendship, family relations, intimate relations, right? To all sorts of relations, it's sort of like
So
you
complicated.
have your life, they have their life, and it's about sort of mutual participation in that. But you cannot really participate in a different person's life if you cannot see them completely as they are, not as you want them to be, if that makes sense.
Yes. And again, the want them to be is the thrust, because, and again, to take it back to what we were talking about with the categorization, when I read someone's categories online before I talk to them, their gender pronouns, their race, their political views, all those things you learn in someone's Discord profile these days, or in the groups that they're in, or anything. You learn all of these steps. Then what we do as people is we coalesce those things, and it's where our desire believes and places them. All of those things and mishmashed in very particular sets. So they are a racist. They are a proper
Interesting.
lefty. They are this or that. And so when we've created a category for a person, we've created an individual category for them ultimately. But we've seen those categories and created it from our position of what those things mean, which is never anyone else's fucking position, like by
Right.
definition. So, like, we start on the wrong foot in every conversation we have.
I guess, but there is then to us to explore more, right? Even if we don't
Absolutely.
start at the perfect food. So I guess I'll ask you
All right.
this, right?
You have 2 minutes left. I've got to run. I've got a
All
work
right.
meeting.
I'll ask you
Um,
this, like in these 2 minutes. When you look at
let's
me,
do
when
it.
you interact with me, are there any categories that come to mind?
No, I don't. I don't do that. I try my best, and it's a thing that takes a lot of work, meditation, and practice. But I don't like do that as a thing. The closest I would come is the accent, because
Accent?
well, it's you're not American.
No.
Um,
I do have
um,
relatives in America.
no, and you're kind of quiet, soft spoken. I guess would be the closest. Like, um, I don't really consider things like that in the same way, because I kind of have I don't know, maybe utopianist side to me in some capacity where like the position eventually we can be in is that we're just allowed to be.
Hmm.
And
So would you
right
be able to
now,
characterize my political leanings? I guess.
oh no, no,
Oh
because
yes.
they tend towards the revolutionary lefty side of things. That would be the closest I'd come. I don't know the vast majority of your. Do we want to talk about where do you stand on gun rights? Where is your stance on derivatives markets or how capitalism functions inside? Like,
Hmm.
there's a billion other things.
Exactly. All the things that we could do in our next meetings. Even though today was supposed to be about horror, but things happen and goals
No, this was a
shift.
good. This was fun. This was fun. So okay, here's what we are. I'm going to say. Our next conversation, we can do it. We can make this a weekly thing if you want. This will be fun.
Okay.
But let's make the next one. I'm going to bring a couple games that are really weird, and we're gonna talk through them.
All right.
Weird,
But
not even necessarily horror.
I have to play
Weird.
for them, right? For me to
Uh,
be able to talk about them.
yeah, probably.
So you could send me the titles and then I could play through them and we could discuss
All right,
them.
I'll have you add me on Steam. We'll figure it out.
All right.
All right,
Nice.
excellent. You enjoy.
Okay. So I guess
All
this
right, I'll
is
talk to you soon.
farewell. All right.
It is farewell for the day, but we will talk again soon enough.
All right. Then I will
All
go
right.
to the
Take
toilet.
care of yourself, Lucy.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
And that was that. How did everybody enjoy? Did everybody enjoy this nice conversation? How are we feeling this? Greater and dislike the Wii. That's not nice. I actually like the Wii. I actually do like the Wii. Nice chat. What do you think of the subject matter? Like the stream, you ungrateful viewers. Yes, and consider, because I've been in a little bit of a pickle, to be quite honest. And by a little pickle, I mean a huge pickle. And so consider joining this White Forest page, even though the White Forest is an evil cabal of evilness. And consider supporting your new favorite streamer, which hopefully is me. Also, I feel slight pain here, which means that there's growth. So there's hope for me. There's hope for me yet. Yes. So give me your thoughts on how the conversation went. Give me your feedback. And I'm going to go to the toilet because the toilet's calling me. I'm being called by the toilet gods. And then we're going to continue with the stream. We're going to continue with the fascinating political topics that I might have for today. Or maybe we'll watch that debate that I wanted to watch of a Marjorie Taylor Greene That's kind of a boomer talk. What is a boomer talk? What made it a boomer talk? Damn. Moha. What would make it less of a boomer talk? Great convo, says Jordan. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Although what would bring me great joy would be if you joined the page www.lucyhaza.org. Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, Moha. The problem is not things being obvious. Yeah, sure, they are obvious, but just because something is not obvious, it doesn't mean it's not worth discussing. You know? That's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. The more obvious something is, the more it is easy to fall into its trap and to not do anything about it. If problems are really obvious and everybody's just drowned in the problem, then how are you supposed to even begin to tackle it? You know? I don't deny these things are obvious, to be quite honest. But it doesn't mean that they are not worth sort of talking about. I don't really see a problem. Well, maybe that means that you're just too deep to see it. Maybe you're like the racist from the 1930s. Have you considered that? You're like the racist from the 1930s that's like, I don't really see a problem with how I treat people. Pfft, what do you mean? That's how I grew up. What is the problem? Have you introspected, Moho, and taken into account that you might be so deep into the problem that you just don't see it? Got him. Why isn't it a problem? Like this stuff about not taking up cues, not clues, cues or whatever when talking to people on the VRC isn't like a problem. Why isn't it a problem? Yeah, but just because you know what the issues are with this type of communication, it does not follow that therefore the problems stop existing. It does not follow that they stop being issues. Like you just said, what you just said is basically, it's not a. I don't think not taking cues in VRC is a problem because we all know there's a problem. Everybody knowing there's a problem does not eliminate the problem. Hannah, I don't see how the internet makes us categorize other people radically more than the nature of interacting itself does. It sort of does make the problem bigger because we have access to much less of the person than we would have if we'd meet them in real life. That is true. But that is also true with people that we just meet as acquaintances versus people that we get to know more. I just genuinely don't recognize there as being a problem. Like if I write a letter to someone, I don't expect things to be communicated within that message, right? Yeah, but you also don't have the expectation of your letter communication to be full communication possible, that you can completely know a person through writing letters with them, right? And your image of them will be still limited if you just communicate through letters. And if you want to have that full picture, then just communicating through letters becomes a problem. You'd like to meet at some point, for example. Right? I guess it comes down to what the expectations are. But with certain forms of communications, you can also only expect certain results. And that is also a problem, because if you expect the results that a given form of communications do not give you, then you will enter a setback situation. Yeah, but that is something that I've said during the conversation, that you can mix these things. So but if you don't do it and you expect that you will have the totality of a person just through a certain type of interaction, then that will lead to problems. That is undeniable. I don't think we know anybody at all, even in person, even yourself. The interaction through language necessitates abstraction from the real thing. Yeah, but there are degrees. You can know someone more and you can know someone less, and certain forms of communication lead to knowing someone more, and certain forms of communication will limit that ability, will limit that possibility, in my opinion. It also depends on just how much you want to know a certain group, a certain person, etc. All right, I'll be right back. I'm supposed to go to the toilet, and then we continue the stream with amazing political stuff that I have prepared for you. I am the real thing, of course. What is the real thing? Well, that would be me. I am the real thing. Just saying. I am the real thing. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Please consider supporting your favorite streamer, which is me. Hopefully. Hopefully that's me. Hopefully after tonight's experience, that's me. Oh my gosh, I'm back. So how is everybody feeling right now? I'm actually gonna start a poll right now because I like democracy. I love democracy. Just like Chancellor Paperplane. You know? Oh, we are all Star Wars fans here. So as Chancellor Paperplane would say, a little hungry? Whew. You should eat one of those rice waffles. Right, so game or politics segment? Game, politics. Let's see what you're here for. I've got a really interesting history topic, which is sort of, I don't even know. It revolves around Slavic tribes and how the naming of certain Slavic tribes point to a conclusion that is a little bit different of the one that I'm used to. But then again, it also leads to redefining of how Poland came to be. And it ties it closer to Kiev, interestingly enough. It ties it much closer to Ukraine, which is a very, if you think about it, an interesting little thing to think about. Did you cover the Incel Revolution yet? No. Politics? How many people have voted? 7. I think we're gonna cover a debate. Are there? Oh my god. Okay. I think politics won. I think it's safe to say politics have won out. Do you know what Polania was? The Polania tribe. Okay, I'm gonna start a new poll then. What do you want to see? React to which? President Sunday debate, Destiny debate. So, context. One debate is President Sunday debating someone that basically says that Hamas and Hezbollah are great, and what Hamas has done on October 7th is basically the equivalent of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. That is one debate that I wanted to sort of react to. No, that's the tribe that became Polish people, Polanie. And the Destiny one is actually highly entertaining in my opinion, because Destiny debated a person that is self-ascribed Marjorie Taylor Greene fan. A self-described Marjorie Taylor Greene fan. What's the poll? Which debate do I cover? President Sunday debate or Destiny debate? I just explained what both of these debates were. President Sunday's winning. That debate really... Oh, and also there's a Baron Panada video on genocide that I like to watch, because I've gotten into the weeds with the whole genocide convention, genocide definition. So that's a whole thing. Baron Panada claiming that genocide is the stupidest crime of all and it makes no sense for it to exist, which I would try to dispute if we get to me reacting to that one. So how's that? Does that sound good? Does that sound good to everybody? I think President Sunday's still winning. Only 7 votes. More people should vote. Vote on Destiny versus President Sunday. I'm not against reacting to any of those, to be quite honest. So one of them has this weird entertainment value, the Marjorie Taylor Greene one. So take that into consideration when voting. And one of them has this interesting entertainment value to it. All right, I'm just gonna get into the President Sunday one. Nobody seems to want to vote anymore, so I guess that's it. We're getting into the President Sunday one. So, do I have it anywhere? Do I have it open? Oh yeah. Okay, I was watching it on the other computer, on the laptop. Oh my gosh. Twitch Israel ban, Frogan, military, etc. So here we go. And now I'm going to take this from the Discord. Copy link. We're gonna be watching the debate. So prepare yourselves. This one's gonna be a bit frustrating to me for the reasons you will see once they get into this particular example of which I'm hoping President Sunday will push back against, but we'll see.
If an Arab pulls that, we're all screwed. You're right.
Sunday, could we watch Paint?
React. I'm so ready for President Sunday to debate this person, whoever they are.
Try this as the test. I'm sorry, did you just...
The Destiny is debating a Marjorie Taylor Greene fan.
Twitter right now.
Supporter.
Who's we?
We picked him first, indeed.
When does it begin?
Same type of violence.
Is that I'm absolutely
Who's interfering, dude?
the name
Hang on, slow down. Look,
Okay.
I'm not fighting
I
for...
don't- national resistance. No,
I'm not... To,
a sub story used by
racially categorize...
Hey,
Down the
Racially
for what?
racially categorize a Jewish guy at TwitchCon. What? Why? That's so stupid. Why would you do... Why? Gareth is in the waiting room.
Have I mentioned that Twitch is out to get me? That explains my lack of success with Twitch. The anti-Semitism of Twitch explains everything perfectly, if you think about it.
Oh, finally. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Garrett.
hello.
Thou art live.
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
Yo.
Yes, I want to make a general case for the right of the Palestinians.
Twitch is not woke. Twitch is anti-Semitic to the bone. That's why they hate me so much.
to defend themselves and also to retaliate against the illegal occupation to which they are subject by Israel.
Okay.
All right. Let's begin.
I mean, in those terms by itself, I already agree, but where are you going with this?
Well, where I'm going with this is that the Western horror at the methods used by those who resist oppression
And I, of course, have to question, am I the West? Are the Slavs part of the West, or are they not? That is a question that I pose to you, my viewers. Am I the West? Am I the West? Am I the West? The West? Am I the center?
occupation is thoroughly hypocritical. And
Can you say that one more time, please?
Yes, the Western horror at the methods used
Yes.
by those who resist occupation
Okay.
is hypocritical.
Okay.
Okay.
How so? Elaborate.
And
Yes, elaborate.
well, because we are willing to literally turn a blind eye to people burning to death on our phone screens,
Yes.
and yet still cry when we hear a sob story about an Israeli settler who was
You're referring to
participant-
the Bushnell self.
A sob story. I don't like this language right off the bat, by the way. It treats people not as people, but as sort of. It actually categorizes people as less and more deserving of living, which is very strange. A sob story. Oh, this horrible thing happened to this person that I don't think they deserve living. Listen to the sob story. I'm not sure I like this sort of.
Immolation, yes.
Not necessarily, and not specifically, but I mean that's a good example.
Okay. Here.
What I'm
Okay.
getting
Look.
at is
Let me just stop you there.
According to my Ukrainian cousin, no, our people have never been accepted into the club of the Noble West, etc., etc. Wait, you said your Ukrainian cousin. Does that mean that you're not Ukrainian yourself, brother Ned? Are you Eastern European yourself?
Let's say I grant this entirely.
Go ahead.
Let's say I grant this entirely. Okay. Let's say it is hypocritical to condemn what was done on October 7th, which I think is where you're going with this. When we are generally perfectly fine, present company excluded, with doing an order of magnitude more of the exact same type of violence to Arab people. Right? Let's run
I'd like
with
you
that.
to know I'm not. I'd like you to know I'm not speaking from the perspective of an American who is critical of American policy.
I'm not reacting to this from the perspective of an American. I'm Polish, so it would be difficult for me to respond to this debate from the perspective of an American criticizing the American system. President Sunday is like technically Northern American, still not American as in U.S. citizen, Canadian.
As an American, if you see what I mean. I'm not
Sure.
engaging.
Yeah, I'll. Yeah, I don't really care where you are. I'm in Canada.
Okay, cool.
I'm not.
Right.
Become an American at heart. True. Have to marry for that thing.
So the efficacy of a strategy for the purposes of American imperialism is not my concern.
Whose strategy? Oh, who are you talking about?
Well, and a strategy pursued by the United States, it is possible.
No. You misunderstand me. I understand what you mean when you invoke the United States strategy. What I'm saying is whose strategy is being judged on the grounds of being inefficacious vis-a-vis the United States strategy.
No, I think we have a misunderstanding.
Well, that's why I'm asking you to clarify, because you say you're not going to condemn something on the basis of it being not in line with the American strategy. Okay.
Yes, I would consider myself a Slavic person. Both of my parents are from Ukraine, back when it was part of the USSR. Oh, but you don't live in Ukraine now? I assume you live outside of Ukraine now? Or are you in Ukraine still? I assume your parents sort of left Ukraine when it was still part of the USSR? At least that's what I surmise from what you're saying. I might be incorrect.
I'm fine with
Sure.
that.
So I'm
But then
saying
what are you
that-
referring
that-
to? If I may, I'm just going to, like, I'll give the game away a little bit. It sounds like you're sort of edging towards a valorization of Hamas's activities.
Okay. I'll take both of those.
Well, he's not just going towards that. He's all out just saying, yeah, they're great, they're amazing, both Hamas and Hezbollah.
So the first point is that my initial position is that a lot of the discussion is framed in terms of what America should do in the interests of American policy or the American people. Okay, and I know you're Canadian, but this is the society
I
that
mean, not necessarily. It depends. Like, I'm definitely not gonna frame stuff like that. I'm definitely not gonna frame discussions in to what's best in the interest of the United States or its people. I mean, its people, I possibly would, because I guess I care about people, but I'm not sure if I would ever frame discussions through the lens of what is best for the interest of this particular state, unless, of course, it's a situation in which said state and said country is being illegally invaded by an aggressive genocidal Russia. I'm alluding to the war in Ukraine.
we are immersed in. And my perspective is specifically not that. I'm from
But
the global.
then, as well, I would not necessarily frame it through the what is best for the Ukrainian state per se. I guess I would more frame it what is best for the Ukrainian people. So I guess that's also a thing. Myself, I was born in Israel. Yes, my parents left in the late 80s and migrated to Israel. Currently, I live in Canada. That's quite the journey. So I take it you found me through President Sunday, right, brother Ned? I don't think I've seen you here before. Is it okay if I ask you the few questions that I ask all new viewers? Like, what sort of streamers do you watch? What sort of content do you consume? And what do you like about my content? And what do you dislike about my content? I have to improve if I am to grow as a content creator. If I am to be able to grow a bigger audience, I have to, All right, let's continue. Let us just continue. Let's not get caught up in silly business like asking questions. I'll just wait for your answers.
South, I don't care about the success of American imperialism.
Sure. Okay. Great. I agree.
Sure. Okay.
Awesome.
Second point is related to the first, is that I'm absolutely willing to back the heroism of Hamas and Hezbollah as
The
national.
heroism of Hamas that cares not about Palestinian people at all. That is, I'm not sure. I don't see the heroism. I really don't see it. But maybe this person will paint a picture where at least I will see some of that heroism.
National resistance organs, which are in the tradition of a long history of national liberation.
They were given special treatment by Likud specifically so that they would do what they did on October 7th, so they'd give pretext for an invasion of Palestinian territories.
And just so you know, I roughly agree with President Sunday's opinion on this. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Welcome to the stream. You're white. Mainly, I consume President Sunday's content. Used to watch Demon Mama, but still creep on Vosh for fun. So, since you're of Ukrainian origin, do you watch any streamers that do Ukraine coverage? That is, I mean, I am putting you, interestingly enough, right after the conversation of putting people into categories, I'm straight away putting you into one, but still, I will still ask the question, do you watch any streamers that cover the war in Ukraine? Oh, hopefully someone will gift you. Fake Alec Hal Parker. Yes, I've asked my question, so we may continue.
What are you talking about? They didn't help the Palestinians. They stabbed them in the back in order to give the enemies of Israel a political edge, as Israel would do what Israel under Likud was almost inevitably going to do, which is retaliate to an extraordinary degree of intensity and lock themselves into a conflict that will be politically disadvantageous to them in the long term. That's not fighting for freedom, dude. They gave the justification for the globe to turn a blind eye.
I agree. I completely agree with this characterization, to be quite honest. I just saying that Hamas is somehow heroic and good and all of this, just I don't know what to say. It just shows a huge disregard for the lives of Palestinians and Israelis alike. Like, I'm not super learned about this conflict, but I know enough to be able to say this with confidence.
To the slaughter of their people.
But the globe didn't turn a blind eye.
But it did. Who's interfering, dude?
South Africa is interfering.
South Africa's interfering, really.
Like, well, to what extent is South Africa interfering? What does that interference look like? So far, not the very impotent interference, if I do say so myself. Not a very strong and meaningful interference. You know what I mean?
How are they interfering? Have they
by
stopped
raising What are you really saying, that the minimum level of interference is that we should launch ourselves in a war against the most powerful country on earth?
Well, the way I see it, it's actually very simple. Either you do a thing that's...
I do watch Dylan Burns, Hippy Dippy, and all that stuff. I tend to get news on the war from in Ukraine from Western news outlets and independent news outlets and all that. The wiki too. Oh, wait, so you're new to my content, right? You're new to my channel, I assume. Have you seen any of my coverage of Ukraine? I've been talking about the Ukraine war for a bit. I've been actually going to Kyiv a few times. I've been doing some interviews with organizations in Kyiv, which might actually become more official at some point if I play my cards right. I might be able to do a lot more press-related stuff if everything works out the way that I want it. So have you seen any of the videos that I put out about Ukraine? What did you think? I guess from me, you're getting like the Polish perspective, the perspective of the Polish person that covers the war. Okay, let's continue.
Stops the violence against the Palestinians, or you do a thing that helps it continue, or God forbid,
and is the interference doing anything? That's a good question. I would say no. No, it's not. Yeah, I understand what you meant.
Intensify. And Hamas did the latter double plus.
Double
How so?
plus.
They slaughtered.
It's very strange it's a very strange question to ask, because President Sunday explained it just moments ago what happened, and now he just repeats the question, how so? As if he did not listen to anything that was being said before. The internet politics don't interest me that much. Real life is more fun. I guess so, but... so you've not seen any of my coverage of the war? Sort of coverage, like me discussing the war. I guess I should release some of the interviews that I've done with the organizations in Ukraine. That could be interesting.
100 innocent people and gave a pretext for Israel to engage.
Oh, and this is where we're going into the narrative of no one in Israel is innocent. There are no civilians. They're all settlers that are free to be cut down, women and children included, which is a very strange thing to say.
In an extraordinary act of violence against the Palestinians generally.
How are any of those people innocent? They are all settlers on occupied land.
Really, you took their names, did you? Let's run with that. Let's run with. Hang on, slow down. Let's run with that for a second. First of all, I don't buy for 1 second.
Yeah.
I don't buy for 1 second that somebody being born to a family that at one point in the distant past, and by distant I'm granting
No.
1 or 2 generations, okay? That was born into a territory that happens to be occupied. I don't, for example, think that it's perfectly kosher for a native North American group of terrorists to start murdering Canadian teenagers at a party, say, because at some point in the past, the reason for them being there is profoundly unjust, even if I'll grant that latter point, which I do.
But that's not. But just a random.
I was sort of horrified by October 7, but I sadly saw it coming before it even happened, which is a very sad testament to the fact that I was able to see that sort of thing coming. That is not a good thing that before it happened, I've been wondering if something like that is not just on the horizon. That was because of the whole situation in Israel that was happening before. But that's a whole other story. But yeah, I personally was wondering if such an attack is not imminent, basically. And it happened.
A person who is born. Hang on, a person who is born in Israel. Okay, as far as they're concerned, that is where they're from. That is their home, and it may be the case that that state is tremendously unjust in its foundations. But why on earth would you think that gives any sort of right or legitimacy?
I speak fluent Russian, by the way, and hence also get some Russian viewpoints and crap. And if NKFRZ is my favorite. I assume you speak Ukrainian, right? I assume you also speak fluent Ukrainian. I am learning Ukrainian, I guess. I speak Polish, obviously, since I'm Polish. And the more people speak Ukrainian to me, the more I understand it. But the more Russian is being mixed into the language, the less I understand, if that makes sense. Ukrainian is much more similar to Polish than Russian is to Polish. I can understand Ukrainian a lot more than I can understand Russian.
To someone who's taking random pot shots at civilians. To what end, I'm still in the dark about, if not to provoke exactly the kind of attack that Israel did.
No, none of their occupation is legitimate. The receipt of stolen property is also
it doesn't matter.
crime.
No, you're confused.
I mean, Russian is widely used all around Ukraine, interchangeably with Ukrainian, and also mixed. So, my cousin who lives in Odessa, and Russian is like a second language there, so he speaks it fluently. So, no, sadly, I have to learn it. Yeah, I have to learn it as well. We're on the same boat in that regard.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
The piece of land was stolen and then sold doesn't exempt the current occupier from the fact that it was stolen.
It's so easy.
The relation.
Excuse me.
It is so easy to just label people as settlers, then for their life is forfeit, even if they were just basically born into this land without any choice or say in the matter. Like, it's basically the sins of the father visits upon the son. That's just very weird principle, which I reject wholesale.
The fact that land is stolen does
reject that sort of way of thinking.
Not permit you to slaughter the children of the people who stole the land. I'm sorry.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
I mean, why not? Okay. You
We
say
seem to
that-
be under. Slow down. We seem to be under
Yeah.
We seem to be under the misapprehension that you start from a default of being able to rightfully kill whoever you like.
Yeah, that's basically
No,
it.
wrong.
Because unless you are, then you actually have to justify killing the kids of the people who stole the land. I don't have to provide you with a positive argument for why you can't.
Well, and both of my parents are from Odessa, so I guess it explains why they taught me Russian, since the USSR had Russian as its main language there. Yeah, it will explain things. But you know, you can still learn Ukrainian.
That's a tradition that's established as far back as the English Civil War.
I
The
hate
lords,
this.
the
Like,
aristocrats,
spoiler, I've watched some of this debate, and this sort of invocation of the English Civil War does not speak to me in the least. I find it silly. I find it ridiculous. I find it just an empty argument. Why would I? Why would I put any stock in some argument that speaks of the British nobility and the responsibility that the offspring of said nobility have to take on? It's just nonsense to me. It's just nonsensical argumentation, which we're about to hear.
who inherited their property from their forefathers, who seized the land by the sword, have no more right to the land than by the sword. They only hold it by violence. It is therefore legitimate to contest it by violence.
I'm sorry, did you just invoke the English Civil War to justify slaughtering children by a terrorist group that was...
Also, children don't hold anything, so that's an empty argument. Children have not inherited anything yet. Children are children. So that is an argument. Even his own argument makes no sense in the context of killing children.
was given special advantages by Likud in order to push down its competitors so that the most nihilistic and destructive violence by a Palestinian nationalist movement was what prevailed. Like, you understand this, right? Like, the reason why Hamas... No, but you understand this, right? Like, the reason... Hang on, if I may. You understand this, though, right? Like, the reason why Likud allowed Hamas in particular...
Yeah, I don't agree that all argumentation is nonsensical, because argumentation can lead to action. Like, I'm sorry. You're not being very good here. Hannah, thank you very much. I worry a lot lately since the Russian regime has been getting more genocidal as of late. With all the saber rattling with nukes, it's so beyond fucked. I mean, I would a bit more extreme on this. I would say that the Russian, that Russia has been plenty genocidal from the very beginning, considering all the atrocities that have been happening in Ukraine from the very beginning of the war. Like Bucha, Irpin, and Izium come to mind, right? Like these three places. Which, by the way, I've done. I believe in Irpin. I've done some deconstruction work with a volunteer group called Brave to Rebuild. It's an organization that destroys parts of bombed buildings, bombed houses that cannot be salvaged, and then they can be reconstructed for people to be able to move back in. And I've been able to do a few interviews with the people from that organization, as well as I've been able to do a very short interview with one of the owners of the houses that were bombed during the initial invasion. One of the very strangely interesting things that he told me is that when he returned to the neighborhood, when the coast was clear, the Russian forces were pushed out. After the initial clearing the area of the mines, he returned, and near his house he found a burnt out Russian soldier's spine. And he recorded a video of him holding the Russian soldier's spine in his hand. That was the sort of trivia I've been treated with during the very short interview that I've conducted with the person. It was quite interesting. I should organize and actually release some of these. You know? I should sort of
to grow as opposed to its competitors is
Yes, I
precisely
understand.
because it would do
I
what
should demonstrate that in all of these trips to Ukraine, I've actually done something. I should do so. I should. Damn. Never. Okay. I have to get to work on these actually.
it did on October 7th. Like, you get that, right? Like you're actually playing, but yes, you're actually playing into a nationalist strategy that is allowing a deeply corrupt party to entrench itself in Israel.
But-
Yes, President Sandy is correct. President Sandy is correct. Like I don't even know what else to say. We love you, Lucy. Thank you very much, Fake Cal Parker. Also, brother Ned, please consider joining the page. And I hope you will be here more often, because I actually discuss Ukraine on the stream quite often. And maybe in the future I will be able to stream from Ukraine because I've got the laptop to do it. I've got the dedicated laptop that I bought especially for the purpose of streaming from Ukraine, although I've not been quite able to do that yet.
This is a foolish argument, because it is certainly true that the Israelis knew that Gaza would certainly explode sooner or later, and they also knew that they could bank on the sympathy of the West for whatever.
This wasn't
atrocities
slow down. That's a false premise. It is not the case that
Why?
Gaza did not just explode.
Exactly.
The
Gaza did not just explode. It was an organization, in my opinion, taking care of a certain moment of instability within Israel, because let's remember that it was a pretty unstable moment in Israel's history. Like, there was a huge protest against the government. Netanyahu was in the middle of making judicial reforms that would sort of lower the threshold of democracy. I believe people in Israel were chanting, "We are not Poland, we are not Poland, we want this to still be a democracy," because Poland had its own problems with democracy at the time. It was a very, very complicated and turbulent time. And so I remember thinking to myself, during this sort of instability, wouldn't that be the time for an organization like Hamas to strike? And it was. They did strike. So I was sadly proven correct. Are Israeli Jewish people mostly Polish? No. It wasn't about Israeli Jewish people being mostly Polish. It was about the fact that Poland at the time was seen, and for good reasons, as a country that did not respect democracy. And people chanted, "We are not Poland," because they wanted to not be part of that course of abandoning democracy that Poland was definitely on at that time during the rule of the Law and Justice Party. So yes, the chant, "We are not Poland," when it comes to lack of democracy, was not exactly unfounded at the time. Well, yes, they have been genocidal and bloodthirsty, but by this point, when over 100k of their fighters have been lost, and who knows how many others deserted, not blaming them for that, to be honest. Yeah, of course. It's just getting worse now that North Korea has joined the fray as well. North Korean troops.
The incursion by Hamas on October 7th, whether you think it was justified in legal terms or not, in terms of like an incursion on land, The slaughter of innocent.
Like, I remember thinking to myself, I'm relatively safe in Kiev. Kiev is cool. Kiev is safe. And then one morning, I've been instructed by a certain person to always, no matter what, no matter how safe it feels, to go to the corridor. So, which I did. I always go to the corridor when I'm, even in cities like Kiev, when the air siren goes off, I go to the corridor. So I was lying in the corridor thinking that nothing's gonna happen, and then suddenly I hear a sound of something flying overhead and an explosion, and that was the day when Russia bombed that children's cancer hospital, you know? So in reality, no place is actually completely safe when it comes to Ukraine.
Civilians that took place on October 7th was not caused by building pressure in Gaza. It was a specific plan by the organizations that took part. That's all. This wasn't like a mass eruption of this wasn't like a popular movement. This was an unpopular party that was only in power because Israel had made the situation in Gaza politically hopeless, that then planned to do a thing in order to improve its situation.
Yeah, again, I agree with President Sunday here. Even though I'm sort of doing two things at once, I'm interacting with the chat about Ukraine, which I always like to do, and I'm also reacting to this debate. But I have to recognize that these two topics are vastly different. So I'm doing two topics at once. And I'm not sure the process of editing this will be an interesting one. Thank goodness I don't have to shackle anybody with the task of editing this into a segment, because I am the person that edits my videos. So I will be shackled with the responsibility of making sense of this reaction to a President Sunday debate.
And it created the pretext for Israel to mow down 50% of Gazan buildings and kill, I think at this point, like 2% of the population.
I just don't see what the perceived benefit of Hamas action are supposed to be. What positive outcomes that the supposed heroism has led to? I just don't see it. And I don't see how you could reasonably say, oh yeah, the October 7th attack, it was all good and it was all justified and it was just, go heroes, get them set. It's nonsensical to me personally.
I think if you defend the Israeli response to October the 7th, then you have to defend the Nazi response to the war.
This is where my biggest gripe with this whole debate begins. This is what actually made me want to react to this in the first place. We're going to listen to it again in its entirety, and then we are going to discuss very meticulously why this is complete nonsense. Okay? Thanks for putting the correct information out there and being so diligent. I will definitely check out your work on the ground in Ukraine. Thank you very much. I plan to do more. And I plan to sort of how should I put it, to widen the scope of what I do.
Warsaw Ghetto uprising, because they are directly correlated. This is a population that are trapped in hopelessness, and only the most militant elements among them have any hope of breaking the situation.
But that's the thing. Only the most militant elements were allowed to thrive in this environment. But it does not at all excuse what Hamas has done. Also, I will now stop spamming with my diatribe. Sorry, no. It's a stream. Streams are all about the interaction, so I welcome it, you know? we're getting some good interaction from it about Ukraine. So yes, I do actually. Yes, I appreciate your. Um, although I will say this much, okay? I will say that it would make me really happy. Okay, I will do it once again. It would make me really happy if you would follow this link, join the page, if all of you would actually do it, because if you do that, everything you say will be actually visible on the screen. It'll be visible on the screen. So in the future, when people will watch the VOD, should I turn it into a VOD, they will be able to see our interaction fully on screen. They will be able to see, oh, this person said that on screen. Oh, Lucy responded to this message on the screen with this. And as you are on the YouTube chat, which is not visible on the screen, should I turn this into a VOD? People will only be able to see half the interaction. They will not be able to see what you said, which is a shame because you've said many interesting things. Which is a darn shame because you've given a lot of interesting perspectives. All right, let's continue. Let us continue with the reaction thing.
No. That's stupid. That's stupid. Actually, no, it is very stupid. And I'll tell you why. The one party, the one group in this whole mess that's going to have the greatest. Okay.
Get him,
look.
President Sunday. Get him.
You're going to try and tell me that
Excuse me?
that people discredit themselves by violence or something along those lines, right?
Well, no. Violence comes in many forms. So, for example, if it
Okay,
wasn't,
then
if
forget
it
it, go
wasn't,
on.
excuse me.
I said then forget that challenge. Go on with your original point.
If the violence in question is purposed and culminates in improving the political situation of the party that's involved in it, but does not have a hope in hell of actually securing a better world afterwards,
For the people,
then you
yeah.
don't even have the balance of there was a bad situation and grave injustice, and the only way to solve it was this, because nothing was solved.
Yeah.
All you got from October 7th, which anybody could predict, was a rationalization for extraordinary violence and retaliation against the Palestinians as a collectivity. This is not, it is not the case. It is not the case that Hamas was forced into attacking random villages and whatever on October 7th. They didn't gain anything from that. They got hostages that then provided the pretext. What did they gain? Gaza's in ruins.
Yes, but
Also, just FYI, as has been pointed out to me, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was an effort of Warsaw Jews to die on their own terms, and it was a suicide mission. It was...
Yes! Oh my God! Oh my... Yes! Oh my God! Thank you. Whoever said this, whoever pointed it out, oh my God, thank you so much. Yes, the comparison with the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising does not work on so many levels. First of all, because Jewish people from the ghetto were being driven regularly by train to death camps to be exterminated. The little amount of the people that remained in the ghetto decided that if they're going to be shipped to a camp and killed, that they might as well die on their own terms. When there were a lot more people in the ghetto, there was a meeting of the community leaders, the Jewish community leaders, and a group of young people took part of this meeting. And the young people said, we must fight, we must strike back at the Germans, at the Nazis, we must show them our defiant spirit, we must sort of hit at them. And the leaders of the community said, no, we must not do that. We must persevere like we did over the centuries. We survived through the centuries as a people, and we will survive once again. We must not strike at them. What we must do is persevere. So the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was not some fight for glorious freedom. There was no glory in it. It was just choosing dying on one's own terms. And as much as I am pro-Palestinian, I cannot agree that Palestine is like one big death camp. I just cannot. Because the purpose of Palestine is like the extermination of the Palestinians, and the death camps were explicitly created with the intent of exterminating all the Jewish people in it. The whole infrastructure was devised around exterminating Jewish people. Half the people that would come into the camp would be right away segregated into those who can work, into those who cannot work, and those who cannot work would be straight away led to the gas chambers. People under a certain age, people above a certain age, people with certain physical characteristics, they would all be straight from the train led to the gas chambers.
It's not a bunch of terrorists.
Like, you can compare Gaza to a ghetto, I'm fine with that, but you cannot compare it to a death camp. There's no comparison there to be made. It is not a comparison that, in my opinion, can be made. I don't think.
Just taking hostages so they could get bartering coins with Israel for themselves.
Terrorist is just a word that the West uses for freedom fighters. And
No, that's
No. Terrorism is just a word that the West uses for freedom. That's silly, okay? That is one of the silliest things I've heard in a while. That terrorism is just, come on. Come now. Be serious, okay? Let's be serious for a while about things.
Brain dead. No. That's actually brain dead. Terrorism is a particular. No, that's actually brain dead.
Yes,
terrorism is a particular. Terrorism is a political strategy in which you inflict violence against civilian and other kind of infrastructural targets in order to trigger a general response by the enemy. I'm desperately curious what you think the alternative. I'm desperately curious what you think the alternative outcome of October 7th was.
True.
Oh well, I don't know that there was an alternative outcome, but
really. So just to be clear, so you think they were justified on the grounds of them providing the perfect situation for people who wanted to raise Palestine to the ground? You think that was? You think that was good?
Made no difference at all. I think it would have made no difference at all because the Israelis would have constructed a pretext to do so sooner or later anyway.
But they clearly didn't. They clearly had October 7th. They weren't doing this before.
Yeah, that is true. That pretext was given. It is a silly comparison there, definitely. And I am more liberal with my interpretations as well. It would be said that Gaza resembles a ghetto and it shares similar power imbalances, but overall, yeah, exactly, brother Ned, yeah.
What are you talking about? You clearly don't know the history of the region.
I absolutely know the history of the region, and I absolutely know that they have bombed.
So, okay, tell me this. Tell me this then. Okay, listen.
Lucy, why are you on your phone? Doing a Hassan? Because I like my phone, and it's almost dead.
Listen, wise guy, tell me this. Great. Why did the first Intifada work and the second one didn't?
Uh-oh.
You're going to have to give me your theory?
I have to give you my theory. The first one did not involve wanton violence against civilians to such an extent that global sympathy for the Palestinians was erased. Instead, it grew. The second one is the opposite. It was more violent, involved a lot more terrorist violence. And as a result, sympathy for the Palestinian cause waned drastically. That's the difference. And that was really important, actually.
You're making exactly the same argument that was used against the ANC. The ANC cadres would attack people who were occupying lands that they considered illegitimate, and as a result, these settlers, would be pitched as civilians, and therefore the violence of the ANC against those people was illegitimate. It wasn't an act of
The
resistance.
ANC actually did stuff specifically purposed towards overturning apartheid. What Hamas did would not achieve any of that. You yourself just admitted you can't imagine a different outcome from
True.
this.
Very weak.
Yeah, but that's not the
debating.
same as saying that I think that Hamas expected this.
No, it's
Yes, fake Kyle Parker. This dude is actually all platitudes.
It's saying no.
I think
Hang on. Slow down. It's saying that you basically endorse any kind of thuggish, nihilistic, futile violence, provided it's done by the victims. That's stupid.
Yep.
I think it is inevitably
These people
the
aren't the
case that
victims.
if you-
These people are indirect beneficiaries of Israeli
2.3
occupation.
million.
They would not
If
be in
you-
the position of rule that they are if it wasn't for that
Israel,
situation.
Yeah.
Well, yes, of course, that's the case that the Israeli occupation is justifying and legitimizing Hamas. But there is no way that you can lock up 2.3 million people in a concrete box and not expect them to break out. That's just illusory.
Except they didn't break out, genius.
True.
Yes, they did.
Hamas
That's
did.
No, they didn't. They didn't break out at all. In fact, they're more boxed in than ever. I would make that argument. Now they're more boxed in than ever. They're being thrown around the box. Their box is being destroyed from the inside. How did they break out?
Hamas and other
It was a prison
militants
break.
did. This wasn't like a popular
else
uprising
is
by the
gonna do it?
Palestinians.
Well, but the
That's
last
so
time they had a
stupid.
popular
Why would you
uprising,
equate this to like a
was the
popular
quick
movement by
march of-
Palestinians? This was done by an
Because it
insurgency group
is.
that acts like a mob within Gaza.
Yep.
Hamas exists because the PLO was insufficiently resisting Israel, because it was too collaborationist, because it was co-opted by Israeli interests. Hamas is the legitimate expression of the liberation
That's
instinct
incredibly
of the people that live
naive.
It is.
No, you dumb
That
fuck.
is
No,
not
no.
naive
Here's
at
what
all.
actually
Oh my god.
happened.
Some
Here's
fucker
what
who lives in a
actually
colonial
actually
land
happened.
telling me what a colonial
Here's
people
what
think.
actually happened. Here's what actually happened. The PLO was compromised by Israel, and then Hamas was also corrupt, and then Hamas was also given special leeway by Likud specifically because they were
Yep.
corrupt
And
and
they were prompted, they came into power, and then the rest is history.
because they were willing to do
Yeah.
things that would keep an actually positive national movement from ever surviving.
Yes, I
This is so
understand, yes.
stupid, dude.
No, that's right.
President Sunday is going hard, but after the Warsaw Ghetto uprising in comparison, I just have no sympathy. I've got no sympathy to this person, for this person. Maybe, no, I don't know.
Really just an expression of the
No,
Is-
just
of the
because one
Israeli
party is corrupt,
strategy.
just because one party is compromised, doesn't mean the opposing one is therefore the expression of the national will. Are you brain dead?
Well, where else is that national will going to go exactly?
I mean, I would say that is just unexpressed. I would say that the will of people is just not represented, especially not by Hamas. Saying that, oh God, it's just so silly, such silly business. Material conditions matter, but sometimes we just have to compare the incomparable, so to say.
It hasn't gone anywhere. There isn't a party that represents the national will because crime rules in Gaza.
That's not true at all. I've never
That
seen
is
any
very
reports
true.
about that.
You literally have
And-
Hamas as the elected government. Do you think that's because the people there are just frothing at the mouth for dead Jewish people? They've got universities
No, I
there.
think
People
it's
don't have
because-
time for this shit. They
It's
want to do
because
work
they
and like
live in a
live their
concrete
lives.
prison. It's because
That's the MO here, it seems. Sunday did good here. I think so.
they live in a concrete prison, and Hamas are the only people offering to break them out.
Hey, here's a question for you. How many universities were in Gaza before they were razed?
I don't know.
I know you don't know because you don't give a shit about Gaza. You don't know anything about it. Get out of here.
Bullshit.
Oh my God.
All right, back to the slow content.
Or just people with blue eyes.
So that was, I did not expect that to happen. All right. I guess that's it. I guess I'll just briefly touch upon the comparison to the Warsaw Ghetto. While I think it is acceptable to say that both of these are enclosed spaces, sure, you could make the argument that Gaza functions as a ghetto of sorts, but to make the argument that something like October 7th was like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is wrong on so many levels, I don't even know where to begin. I've already made some arguments explaining why it's a completely incompatible argument to make. I've already explained that. It was even said during the debate. The one was an attack on civilians, terrorist attack on civilians, in which civilians were killed, assaulted, and taken hostage. Some of them were taken hostage. And that was not the case at all with the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which was just resisting Nazi soldiers from taking them to the camps, choosing the place of their deaths. If we were to be taken to the camps and killed, then we were simply resist and die here in the ghetto. That was the mindset of the people involved in that uprising. And to make that comparison is just so... It betrays such ignorance on the subject. It betrays such a fundamental lack of knowledge about any of these things that it's just incredible. And the worst part is that this is not the first time that I've heard this Warsaw Ghetto Uprising comparison. This is not the first time that I've heard a person say, if you think that retaliation against that was actually about Hezbollah. If you think that Israel attacking Hezbollah after Hezbollah has bombed Israel has any merit, then you have to say that Nazis attacking Warsaw Ghetto uprisings was justified, which is a completely misguided comparison. It is a completely misguided comparison. I hope everybody here understands why, right? Is it clear to everybody here why this is a very bad comparison? Do I have to get into it more? I'm just gonna wait a moment for the chat to respond. Yeah, it's clear? It is very clear? Yeah? Alright. I might have to... Very different situations and dynamics at play. Yes. Alright. Okay, so we've done this, we've done that. I think 0051, I have to be mindful of the time because I actually, believe it or not, as good as this stream is going, we're going to have to call it at some time because I have a pretty big job. I have a pretty big task to perform outside of this. I'm actually probably gonna have to pull an all-nighter. So let's do a few other topics. Let's discuss a few other things, and then we can call it a night. If you appreciate this channel, if you appreciate this biggest Polish trans streamer that does history, politics, and sometimes even art, then consider joining the page lucyhz.org/live, donating or subscribing, supporting your favorite streamer who hopefully at this point is me. And well, you know, I'm in a little bit of a pickle recently, so all help is appreciated, especially since $1 is worth ×4 in my currency, the Polish zloty, the Polish goldens. Of course, it's a useless hyperbole that does not deal with the real issue for Palestinians or anyone else. True. Let's get to some topics that I have for today. So I've got a very short article. We're just gonna mention it because I've done a few topics on the North Korean presence in Ukraine for a bit now. We've been speculating why is it that okay, the speculation has been how exactly would the North Korean troops be used in Ukraine, right? Like is it to supplement the forces already in the south and the east of Ukraine? The big sort of prevailing theory, the big sort of hypothesis would be that the North Korean troops would be sent to Kursk to sort of push back the Ukrainian units that have entered Russian territory, which would allow Russian forces sort of, so to speak, not to worry about the region of Kursk and keep focusing on attacking the southern and eastern regions of Ukraine, southeastern regions of Ukraine. Right? That was that's basically what a lot of people claimed. And it seems now like some level of confirmation has been given to us, albeit by the Ukrainian side, that indeed North Korean troops are being deployed in the regions of Kursk. We're seeing some sort of confirmation of that. We're going to take a look at this extremely short article that talks about it. North Korean troops deployed in Kursk region, claims Ukraine. Ukraine's military intelligence said on Thursday that the first North Korean unit trained in Russia had been deployed in the Kursk region, a Russian border area where Ukrainian forces have made an incursion. Maybe North Korea is getting... I mean, North Korea is definitely getting something out of this deal, be it payment, be it exchange in technology information, be it even things like helping with subverting the sanctions against North Korea. There are many potential benefits that North Korea could get out of this whole arrangement. And that is why South Korea is so nervous about it. And that is why South Korea has been ringing the alarm bells, have been sort of very loud about what's happening with North Korea and Russia. The statement on the intelligence agency's Telegram channel said around 12,000 North Korean troops, including 500 officers and 3 generals, were already in Russia, and training was taking place at 5 military bases. 12,000 troops is what I believe the number given by the South Korean intelligence. The Ukrainian agency added that Russian Deputy Defense Minister Yunusbek Yevkurov had been tasked with overseeing the training of the North Korean military. Russian President Vladimir Putin did not deny that North Korean troops were currently in his country. So there you go. He said on Thursday that it was Moscow's business how to implement a partnership treaty with Pyongyang, referring to a comprehensive strategic partnership the two countries signed in June, like the continuation of the partnership that North Korea used to have with the USSR during the Cold War. And apparently there is a secret appendix, there's a secret protocol that basically talks about Ukrainian sort of having to face North Koreans in combat, about North Korean troops entering the conflict. Ties between Moscow and Pyongyang grew deeper after Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022. The Kremlin has previously dismissed reports about a North Korean troop deployment as fake news. But as it often is the case with Russia, fake news very often become quickly quite the real news. Because I quite remember when Russia also claimed that it possibly invading Ukraine was fake news. I remember that. I think there was this ambassador in one of the countries, I believe it was Great Britain, that said, oh no, there won't be any invasion. That's just fake news. That's just ridiculous. Russia will never invade. And then after the invasion happened, this ambassador was called. I believe he was called on live television and was asked, okay, hello. So you said there would be no invasion 100%. So what happened? What's up? Did you lie to us? And it was like, technically speaking, I did not lie to you because this, that, or the other. But I remember. China has a pact with North Korea, by the way, if I remember correctly. Is the only country to have a formal pact with. Yes, China is in fact an ally to North Korea. And also, China is a supplier of Russia in this conflict as well. So let's remember that. The big fear that South Korea especially has, and also the rest of the world, is that Russia will share its nuclear technology with North Korea and will speed up its nuclear program. That's like the biggest worry that comes out of this whole. Well, it depends, of course. There are many long-term as well as short-term ramifications of this sort of alliance that North Korea has entered with Russia. But de facto, we have now two countries actively at war with Ukraine, Russia and North Korea, which we've already discussed how South Korea has talked about the idea of possibly sending weapons, offensive weapons, to Ukraine directly, which it has not done so far. So far, it has either supplied Ukraine with weapons indirectly through third-party countries such as the US or Poland. And when it comes to direct aid, it has been humanitarian aid such as demining equipment. That has been something that South Korea has given to Ukraine. And now South Korea has been talking more openly about the possibility of giving offensive weapons to Ukraine directly. Alas, there apparently are many legal issues that might make it impossible. Like the fact that South Korea has some very real limitations and regulations when it comes to sending weaponry to active conflicts, to active conflict zones. Although there was this lawmaker, his name was Kim, that said that those loopholes could be, there could be loopholes that could allow those regulations to be walked around. That's sort of a good news when it comes to the possibility of South Korea sending weapons to Ukraine. The bad news is that lawmaker that pointed out that loopholes can be created to bypass the law is also a lawmaker that is very staunchly against supplying Ukraine and said that he will propose bills that will very swiftly sort of plug those loopholes. So that is the bad thing about it. That the person that raised in which way the weapons could be supplied to Ukraine said that he will do now all in his power to block that possibility. So that's definitely not good news when it comes to the whole topic, unfortunately. I recently heard that they are trying to push for peace, or they did that in the latest BRICS summit. Well, the latest BRICS summit didn't really have many pushes for peace in Ukraine. The latest BRICS summit was more of a win for Putin than anything else. There was not much talk of Ukraine during the latest BRICS summit, actually, from what I've seen. Xi Jinping among world leaders is in Russia and advising against escalation. Subheading in the Guardian article about it. And yet China is supplying Russia, so you know, escalation can be read in many different ways. Escalation can be read in many different ways. I know one thing, because Russia has very recently changed its nuclear doctrine. It has made a very big appeal to like Russia has changed this nuclear doctrine, and we all know that means more saber rattling. But interestingly enough, China is among, and of course India are among the strongest parties that are very, very in favor of the nuclear taboo. They like the nuclear taboo very much. So all the way back in 2022, when Russia started sort of ramping up its nuclear rhetoric, basically both China and India, in very calm and diplomatic terms, said, don't go that path. Do not pursue that path. And then Russia sort of backed down. And Russia is sort of forced to listen, especially to places like China, because without China, Russia would be very hard pressed to be able to continue its current war path without the support in any capacity of countries like China. So its nuclear decisions in a way are not just its own. There are more parties at play. There are more things at stake. The nuclear taboo is a taboo for a reason, and not many countries are willing to break it. There we go. That's sort of my ending to this very short North Korea entering Ukraine sort of thing. Phew. So what do you think? Well done? Well done, good job, etc. Did we do a good job? Now, be good and active in the chat. Be a good and active audience and answer me this question. 2 questions, okay? 2 questions for the chat. Listen, I always say that streams are about interactivity. I want you to be active and interactive, okay? So answer me these 2 questions. 1, how did you enjoy the current segment thing that we just did? That's question number 1. Question number 2, do we want to go to the next segment swiftly, or do we want to react to that Destiny debate with Taylor Green fan? Thanks to the Western sanctions, that's true. Although they have many holes in them. That's a whole different subject. Okay, so answer these 2. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the person that believes in Jewish space lasers. The Jewish space lasers lady fan debated Destiny. So I'm really amused and curious about that particular debate. Next segment? Alright, we can go to the next segment, but first I'll take a short break to go to the kitchen, grab something, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, I would advise every single one of you to I would advise every single one of you to join the page, subscribe, donate, support your favorite streamer, and, you know, be part of the team, be part of the experience, okay? Especially since I've been experiencing some troubles. I'm having my article proofread by a group of people, by a group of experts, article experts. And when that's done, I'm going to be able to send it off to a person, and that person's going to help me. You still have a white name? I know, Felsin Forma. Something has to be done about it. Something has to be done about the white name. I'll be right back. In the meantime, you know, we should purge the white names, and we should encourage people from YouTube chat to go to the side chat, the one visible on the stream, okay? Please be part of the team. Oh, please, please, please. Thank you very much, okay? Thank you with full of love, and I will be right back with you. Love and solidarity, as always. Also consider subscribing to my YouTube channel if you have not yet. We're still growing. This is still a relatively small channel with a relatively small audience, but you know, we grow every single day. Thank you for gifting fake Alec Hal Parker a tier 1 subscription. I will do what must be done, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, exactly. I will do what I must. Also, I highly encourage you to go to the VODs that I have released. I highly encourage you to go to the VODs and to leave comments and likes, because any engagement on the videos helps the growth of the channel and hopefully will lead more people to decide to check this out. And I sincerely hope that you like what you're seeing. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm preparing some cheap store-bought food. I'm preparing some cheap store-bought food. I'm ready. This channel has 4 hours of... Yes, I debated you for 4 hours. Who ran away this time? That's the question. Or make this chat pop up. No! No! No glorious content. That's not happening. I'm sorry. It used to be on screen, but then I decided not enough people are in the side chat. So no, this chat is not going to the... Nope. No, 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 no. I'm sorry. Put Mr. Morelli on. Okay. Sorry, okay. Alright, we're gonna put Mr. Morelli on, who may or may not be actually my husband. We're gonna put Mr. Morelli on, who may or just may not be, in fact, my husband. Oh boy. This is the bad chat, exactly. This is the no good chat. This is the chat that's no good. Please do better. This is the chat that needs to do better. Alright, Mr. Morelli. Unmute tab. We're joining Destiny. Also, I'm about to go to grab that food in a moment. Mr. Finkelstein is in the chat. That's how you know you're in the right place. Yes, you're always in the right place where you're watching Lucy. Even though, as you can see, you're in a very small sort of elite group. You're in a very elite group when you watch Lucy Haze. In a very elite company. We best. Who's that? Alright. Ex-MAGA catches Trump by surprise and confronts him. That we're gonna debate with Marjorie Taylor Greene admirer ends with shocking twist. That's what we're about to watch, okay? We're about to watch this. Can't be many of us. Come now, let's listen.
Level satanic.
Listen, I think I should have more viewers, don't you? Don't you think? More, I don't know, at least 100 viewers, okay? I'm trying to get to 100. That's my goal. That's my ambitious goal for the moment, to reach the skies of the 100 viewers. Alright, react. I'm gonna go grab the food. We're gonna do this. I'll be right back. In the meantime, invite all of your family, friends, and everybody to watch this stream. You see, it's good. It's good. It's good content. I hope. I sincerely hope. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm eating cheap store-bought food. Also, I'm noticing a lot of new viewers. I've been noticing a lot of new viewers. But I've also noticed that a lot of the regular viewers are not here today. So technically speaking, if all of the viewers would watch me at once, then I would have closer to 40 rather than just the sad amount that is here now. So there we go. Okay, it's hot, so I'm gonna wait. All right, let's start. Let's get this party started. Let's see. Also, I want to check something. Am I not a regular? You are a regular viewer, but I said that many regular viewers are not here right now. You are the exception. You are a regular viewer. That is correct. Let's see. Is President no way. Oh, President Sunday's stream has ended? No way. Who did he raid? Who did President Sunday raid? Interesting. The Vanguard. How big are they? The Vanguard have 53.9 thousand subscribers. President Sunday is not a good ally, okay? Not a good ally. Okay, let's continue.
Sex cult in the Democratic Party. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a QAnoner. She believed in the Hawaiian Jewish space lasers. Like, do you acknowledge either of those things are true? That a quarter of conservatives.
I admire Marjorie Taylor Greene a lot. I think she cares deeply about.
Do you acknowledge that Marjorie Taylor Greene was a QAnoner?
I sort of do understand his raid decisions. He wants to build a thing with the Vanguard since he raided them to build a report. That is the reality of it. That is the sad reality of it, okay?
You have to live in the same reality.
It's like, I admire you so much. I want to hear everything else. I want to have this conversation with you, but I am destroying America.
But I also admire Marjorie Taylor Greene. Imagine someone telling you that they admire you, but also they admire the person that believes in the Jewish space lasers. Wouldn't that deflate sort of the nice feeling of someone admiring you if they said, but I also, I also in the same breath admire this crazy person? To be honest, I don't comment a lot on the chat because I have problems concentrating on the content when I type. Sorry, but glad to contribute. Listen, if you want to contribute, then please join www.lucyhaza.org/live, because then your contribution to the chat will be visible on screen, and that'll create this, people will see that there are actually active viewers on this stream, So there you go. I don't see why. If someone likes Marjorie Taylor Greene, that just means they like No. Yeah, exactly. It does just mean that they like Marjorie Taylor Greene, which speaks volumes to their taste. Yeah, exactly. It sort of makes you wonder, God, do they admire me for similar reasons that they admire Marjorie Taylor Greene? Jesus. Am I similar in their eyes?
America because I don't agree with you about
No,
something. Like,
it's because
this
we
is
are having
what's so
core fundamental value disagreements. Are you?
Why, don't be depressed.
It's depressing. It's horrible. The conservatives have no standard for behavior in this country. But
I'm not
you're
a
okay with that.
conservative. I'm a leftist.
Wait,
A leftist? A leftist that's a fan of Marjorie Taylor? Oh my god. Is that the twist? Thank you. Depression is horrible. I know. I know. I'm struggling with it as we speak. I've been making strides. Don't worry. I'm making strides. Things will be alright.
There was no way I was not going to join this because I feel, I guess the only accurate way to say it is existential levels of gratitude to you because you
Jesus Christ. Existential level of gratitude. Jesus. That's a lot. Those are strong words. What a beginning.
have been such a voice of moral clarity in a space where that is very difficult at a time when very few had that clarity in the space that you're in. And I think
Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this color. I am very worried about this color. I'm just... Oh yeah! Brother Ned, do you speak Hebrew? Actually, I'm actually suddenly interested in a stun lock. I'm stun locking this reaction to ask you if you speak Hebrew. Read and write Hebrew. You must, right? I assume you have to. You have to. I don't believe you don't. A little bit. Like, of all the alphabets that I've been learning, of all the alphabets that I've learned, I will say the alphabet is the most annoying to learn because of the nature of how it's constructed, because of the nature of how, you know what I mean, right? The lack of IULO in writing, that makes it very difficult to read with if you don't know the words, you know? It makes it very annoying. All right, let's go. Yes, I wanted to share with you my frustrations with learning Hebrew.
And a lot of people, American Jews feel like your moral clarity was a lifesaver.
oh, this is about Israel-Palestine stuff?
Yeah, just...
Okay, gotcha.
But in general, just like, you know, at a time when it's like everything is either at heightened levels of irony or moral relativism, like for somebody to just say, actually, like the difference between right and wrong exists. And
yeah, but the problem is if you don't know certain words, certain word roots, if you don't have certain pre-existing knowledge about the words, then it's basically impossible to know how to read them beforehand just by looking at them, you know? You know what I mean, right? You know what I'm talking about, right?
And I'm just gonna operate from that point of view. It's like, as an American, I feel like that's what patriotism looks like today. And like, you and I may not agree on a lot of things, but in my mind, like, my America has to have you in it. Like, if I can't come up with a we or like an e pluribus unum.
Yeah, word roots, yeah. Like basic forms from which different words are being formed. So this is what I mean by word roots. Certain word elements from which a bunch of different words form. Okay, let's continue. Let's just continue. Let's not diddle daddle. Well, then why did you ask? Well, yeah, because you don't know Hebrew. Of course, you don't see the relevance. Because you don't know how Hebrew works. How would you see the relevance? Like, of course, you don't see the relevance. Not to be mean, not to be rude.
Vision of America that doesn't include somebody like you, I'm failing. So all of which is to say, I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you so much for having me and for everything that you do.
Well, thank you so much. That's going to make the rest of this conversation very interesting, I guess. Yeah. I saw, okay, I'm going to be completely and totally honest. I saw.
Oh, I wasn't talking about morality. I was talking about reading Hebrew. Sorry, there seems to be a miscommunication. Yeah, I guess you just retain something, some levels of. So I wasn't talking about morality with the Marjorie Taylor Greene admiring and Destiny admiring.
Saw that you had a video that was starting to blow up on Twitter and I think on YouTube about Trump derangement syndrome, which is something we talk about a lot on my stream because I am a obsessive Trump hater. Okay, I'm Trump's #1 anti-fan. But I just found out today that there's a bunch of weird stuff going on at Twitch. You know, if you guys are bored, you should cover it. A lot of weird anti-Semitic stuff. We just found out that Twitch has had a geolocation ban on Israel for over a year.
That's not the full picture. The geolocation ban is not just on Israel, it's also on Palestine. So unless you think all Palestinians are Jewish, this alone cannot be proof of anti-Semitism, right? Because from what I know, this also blocked Palestine. I speak Polish, English, I speak Japanese, and a little bit of a number of languages.
For making new accounts. It was very strange. So we've been like,
what?
Yeah, we've been covering like a lot of weird stuff going on.
Oh my God.
Today and the past few days.
terrible.
So I did. So that all that said to have the excuse of I was going to watch the video to prep and I didn't have time to do it. So if you could, do you want to catch people up to who you are, I guess what that video was about, and then we could have a chat. Yeah.
Sure. I don't walk around calling people like you have Trump derangement syndrome, you have Trump derangement syndrome. That video there was another guy at the Free Press where I have a show who is a self-described Trump derangement syndrome haver. So he wouldn't say like you, I'm a hater of Trump. He comes out and says, I have Trump derangement syndrome. So he was going to write a piece about it. And so
This is going to be one hell of a debate. Also, if you want a real language that you should learn, it's Yiddish, okay? If you want a real cool language to learn Yiddish. I highly recommend for you to learn Yiddish.
invited me to have him on the show to try to sort of help him through it. And so we did a kind of we started it with a kind of funny opening, there's a disease afflicting many of our fellow Americans, blah, blah, blah. But it was a joke. I mean, I obviously think there are many legitimate reasons not to like Trump. I respect many of them. I don't respect all of them. But I would never say to somebody like, I think you're deranged for not liking this person, not voting for this person. The video was my attempt to sort of make him feel a little bit better, to sort of say like, well, given everything that I think you believe, here are the sort of 3 objections people seem to have to Trump. And here would be my way of addressing those sort of...
I don't know what it means to be a self-described Trump derangement syndrome haver. Oh, yeah, like Yiddish and Ladino, yeah. You're right.
3 objections. And so we went through them one by one. And at the end, he was like, well, I still hate him, but I do feel a little bit better. And I think that was sort of my goal was, to
Your grandmother knows a little bit of Yiddish. Very nice. I must say that if I have made you a permanent viewer, then I must say I have gained an excellent viewer with excellent taste. A person of culture. You're a person of culture. That's for sure.
explain to him something that I think is very mysterious to people who truly hate Trump, who don't have people in their lives who really like him, which is how could so many people like this person so much?
I would absolutely hate to have people in my life that love Trump, okay? That would be a nightmare to navigate.
So, and
You'd not be able to judge the Israeli press by learning Yiddish.
I think that, for people who truly love this country, that I think you do, people who are true patriots, like people want to understand how the other side sees things. Like I encounter that a lot as well on the right. Like people want to understand their fellow Americans. I think it's only the people in the elites who make money off of division and divisiveness who really don't want to understand.
I think this is pretty naive, to be quite honest, that everybody just wants to understand everybody else. Discussions between people would look completely different if people genuinely just wanted to understand one another. My parents and brother who live with, I live with, support Trump. My condolences. My condolences. I hope you're able to navigate it somehow, because that must be pretty taxing. You don't buy that.
Understand. They want to believe that everybody on the other side is either a racist or, a groomer, right? Or whatever it is. But I think average people, really want to understand.
The average Joe. I don't think so. Also, please admire this wonderful Maryland flag cup thing. It's beautiful. It is very, very beautiful.
How their fellow Americans think. And when they get a reasonable explanation for why millions of people disagree with them on an issue, it actually is like, you do feel a relief. Like you feel like, oh, that's what it's about. So that's what the video was about. And I don't think I convinced him about anything, but I think I did make him feel a little bit better.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Man. Okay. So, where to go from here? How much time do you have?
Is that not what you were expecting? Why did you invite me? I should ask. I know why.
Well, now I wish you would have watched the video. So I think that Trump is.
This is not going to be so calm for a long time, from what I've seen. It's like 1 hour 55 minutes. It's wild. It's gonna become a wild debate. I can sense it. I know it. It's very true. Sincere conversations are very rare out here. Too much content farming. Listen, if you want sincere conversation, you should watch this channel. I've had quite a few sincere conversations. Listen, I've had a sincere conversation at the beginning of last year with Dylan Burns. I've had a sincere conversation with Loner Box twice. I've had a sincere conversation with President Sunday. I've had a sincere conversation with... Who else did I talk to? I've had a conversation with Demon Mama as well. A few of them. I've had conversations with people that were sincere. So, there you go.
So he wouldn't say
Jesus.
Trump and the movement that he represents is an existential threat to the United States and the stability of our democracy. I think that content creators that have been involved in supporting him, I think are, if they're not criminals, they're as close to that line as possible. I think that there's been an unprecedented wave of hateful anti-American rhetoric, anti-patriotic rhetoric, self-destructive rhetoric that has come from Trump and then his allies and then that side in an unprecedented way that isn't even close to mirrored on the other side.
Well then, glorious content, let me put a wrench in this. What if your family's politics necessitate that they don't accept you as a person? What then? What if you're gay and your family's politics necessitate that the gays have to be arrested? What then? What now? Do you place family before politics then? And just like, okay, call the police. I'm fine. Call the police on me. It's okay. I love you, my family. I put family before politics. It's okay if you call the police on me.
So obviously a lot of conservatives that I argue with would call me a deranged Trump hater. But then when I try to get into the weeds on any of these particular factors, they can rehearse. They have like
that is very much politics. Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you.
a few rehearsed Trump talking points and then they just completely and immediately fall apart. And it's very, very, very frustrating to me. So that question that you also, I rebel a lot. If I ever say anything, you want to cut me off immediately, say something. The thing that you mentioned for the guy, or the thing that you mentioned about wanting to understand the other side or figuring out like, well, what is it? What's driving the difference between both people? Just as a real quick thing, my mom is from Cuba. And my dad is from Kentucky. I grew up very conservative, very Republican. So if you ask me, like, well, what does a conservative or a Republican think? I think I can tell you pretty easily, like, where the feelings and the beliefs and the opinions and everything come from.
Although conservatives will be slightly different depending on the country, but there are many overlaps, of course. Well, everything is technically political, but more than that. Like, you can say that about any political issue, that is technically political, but it's more than that.
Come from, especially around moral issues like pro-life and anti-gay marriage. I understand that very well. I went to a Catholic school for up through high school. For the current iteration of this like post-Tea Party MAGA movement, my answer is it exclusively almost is powered by conservative disinformation. And I think it's destroying the country. I think the movement is unsalvageable. And I think that we're like on a path to destruction if we keep pretending that both sides are.
What I mean is that we need to be more pro-social overall instead of using social media as quick fix or, God forbid, a permanent one. It's a real issue, and all of the drama BS fuels isolation. I mean, we've been talking about this with Brooks today. Well, yeah, but values and politics are very heavily intertwined, so...
Even remotely the same on this issue. And then, yeah, go for it.
You grew up poor also, right?
I grew up upper middle class until I was around 13. And then my mom quit her job for reasons. And then we were kind of financially screwed for about 5 years. And then I was financially screwed for about a year. And then I got into streaming very luckily. So I've had my ups and downs.
So the perspective I'm coming at this from is it's wow. I wrote to
Silver Spoon Steve. Got it. This is what I got from this backstory. Silver Spoon Steve.
Books, and both of them are kind of about the same thing, which is that the real divide in America is not actually right versus left. It's the class divide. It's about whether you have a college degree or not, and that a lot of factors go into, if you have that degree, you're much more likely to be able to achieve the American dream statistically, to be able to become a homeowner, to be able to retire in dignity. Your children will be upwardly mobile. But if you're working class, the way you were for many years, it's much more challenging. I mean, you have a genius for something that's very obvious, but for a lot of people who are doing sort of average jobs that really only need to be done, pretty well, the American
dream. You have a genius. My God, I don't know, the very brown-nosed conversation thus far. But I do think you're pretty cool so far, Lucy, and are coming off really sincere, and I respect that same with Sunday. Thank you very much. Do you think the other streamers that you watch are sincere? Like, do you think the streamers that do the Ukraine coverage are sincere? I guess.
Dream is increasingly out of reach. So for my second book, I traveled around the country for about a year interviewing working class people from Democrat, Republican, both background, all religious backgrounds, all racial backgrounds, all family, gender, whatever.
I sort of don't mind the idea of an American dream, to be quite honest. I sort of don't mind, depending on how it's framed. I don't necessarily object to an idea of an American dream, depending on how you understand it. So there you go.
And what I found was actually very little distinguished working class people who voted for Democrats and working class people who voted for Republicans. And I can tell you a little bit more if it's interesting, like where they sort of, in general, sort of fall on the issues. There's a kind of weird consensus that's happened among people who don't have a college degree. The real polarization is between the elites on both sides. And I think a lot of the conservatives you're talking to are probably in that right-wing elite that does get a lot of money and power out of polarization. But when you talk to average Americans, their views on policy, whether they vote for Republicans or Democrats, are very similar.
I mean, why do Republicans push for policies that nobody actually cares about? No regular most regular Americans do not care about trans issues, to be quite honest. And yet, Matt Walsh's and all the other lunatics keep pushing it.
So they're quite, left/protectionist on economic stuff. So your average Trump voter would want something like, universal health care, tariffs.
I don't think tariffs on their own are useless. People really don't understand why tariffs were introduced in the first place. And wanting to introduce tariffs on everything is just silly. I'll just say it like that. It's just silly. Why would you want to introduce tariffs across the board on every single whatever? I think everybody here understands why that's silly.
They're not against government investment in people who are struggling. What they want really is an economy that supports their labor. But then also the Democrats who are working class want much less immigration. They're very worried about the transgender stuff and the woke stuff. So there's
sorry, the Democrats are worried about the transgender stuff and woke stuff? The Democrats? The reality of the situation is that most regular Americans do not care about trans stuff at all. That is the reality of the situation. And the Republican Party is just pumping and wasting so much money on that. Well, I think some start out with good intentions out in your streamers, but end up playing into the crowd a lot and then end up creating an image for themselves in some sense or degree. Can you give me some examples of that? It's not necessarily wrong, but I do think I could be counterproductive and toxic and abusive and all that. Hassan, for example. Oh yeah, that's true. Can you give me some good examples of streamers that you watch and are still sincere, apart from me and President Sunday, of course? The Republicans get into it, but it's not like they're pushing against nothing. Yeah, they are pushing against something. You're pushing against human rights. You're right, Glorious Content. Yeah, they are pushing against something. You're pushing against people having basic rights. You're right. Yeah, but nobody cares. Regular US don't care to get on board on the Republican Party's weird crusade to deprive trans people of rights. That is the reality of the situation. And yet they still try to push it. It's easy to be trans in Poland and have an opinion about it, but there's stuff in what the are you punking me? Are you kidding me? It's easy to be trans in Poland. Are you... Is this a joke? This has to be... Is this a bit? Are you trolling me? Am I being trolled right now with this opinion that it's easy to be... Poland is the worst country when it comes to the LGBT in the entirety of Europe. Or at least the entirety of the European Union. What do you mean it's easy to be trans in Poland? It's easy to have an opinion when it's not easy to be trans in Poland? Do you think it's easy to be trans in all states in the US? No, it's not, actually. There are states that in which it's pretty, at least a lot more difficult to be trans than in others. It's not all rainbows and sunshine from what I'm hearing people say. In the US as well, as much as it's overall better than Poland.
Little that sort of, I like, after I wrote the book, I was sort of joking and I would, say like the first party that gets to, much more access to healthcare and much less immigration is going to get an immediate 60% of the vote, because most Democratic working class people and most Republican working class people are there. And it's not just my interviews. I mean, I interviewed hundreds of people, but it's the polling shows that. And so the argument I would make to you is I can show you how, when you take the personality of Trump out of it, you just look at the policy agenda and you go like issue.
What policy agenda? He only said tariffs and fearmongers against immigrants, which it's like that's nothing Trump original.
Issue by issue, his policy, both what he enacted during his first term and the stuff that he talks about now, is where most of those working class people are at. It's actually in that kind of moderate middle. He sounds a lot more like a Democrat from the 90s than he sounds like a Republican from the 2000s. Or
talking about rapists murdering immigrants that are, I don't know, recruited from prisons from abroad that come to this country and are trans, their sex is changed. Yeah, that sounds totally like a reasonable Democrat. He sounds so moderate. Oh my gosh. True. If you only look at the Trump policies, it feels so moderate. Tariffs on all products, without exception, 20%. So moderate.
Or then a Democrat from today sounds like a Democrat.
Oh my God, the glorious content. Money is not being sent out, at least not to Ukraine. Old equipment from storage is being sent out. The money is pumped in for replenishing the old stocks that is being sent to Ukraine. So at least when talking about aid, describe it correctly, okay? How can I not be an American and understand how American aid works better than an American? Should be ashamed. Oh, so you would cut all sorts of foreign aid and leave the Ukraine one intact. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Aiko is chill too. That's true.
Democrat from the 90s. So we could go through that. But I think also, even at a larger level, I totally respect and understand people who can't get...
Okay, this person's talking a lot. Oh my God, this person's talking so much. Can we get to more of a conversation? This is starting to feel like a lecture. And I came here for a debate. We're 11 minutes in and not much debating has happened. It's supposed to be a debate. Come on, get to it. Chop chop. Wayne got all day. Will got all night. I got things to do after this. Okay? I'm a busy girl.
past the character, who can't get past the, the shit talking, whatever. But I think even this question of whether you're casting your vote based on policy or based on character or sort of high level abstract ideas like democracy. I mean, of course you would say democracy is not an abstract idea, right? But even that decision, I think at the end of the day, today is going to come down to that class divide and whether an American, a person feels that they have the luxury of saying, I'm going to.
How is this person a major Taylor Greene admirers, Jewish space lasers lady?
Vote for the person who I feel makes me feel at an abstract level better, or I'm going to vote for the person who's just like, I have this feeling like they're going to be able to get the economy back to where it was in 2019 when working class people saw their first.
So it's, as they call, feels over reals. That is how some call it.
Wage increases for the first time in 60 years,
Feels
and
over
inflation
reals.
was still low.
Sure. So, okay, how
go.
to start? There are things that I can kind of agree with, but I would say that these things are meaningless because I would say they're like second or third order. So I would say that, like, if I was to agree that Americans are having broad agreements around policy, it's only happening because on the first order or on a lower order, what their concept of policy is so far removed from the factual reality of whatever it is we're talking about.
True.
That, like, one of the issues that we're having right now is and I'm going to come back to this a lot, is that the right is involved in so much misinformation. It has destroyed our ability to have policy conversation. We don't do policy in the United States right now on the conservative side. It doesn't exist. And we can get into that deeper, but I would say that, like, a really good example of this has to do with, I would cite this example. I would say that probably the vast majority of Americans actually would agree on things like a vaccine mandate if we all agreed on the underlying facts. If I could show you that a vaccine was incredibly safe and that the disease had a high level of transmission.
Again, if my father got it in time, he probably would be still alive and I would not be in this room. Just saying. That is the reality of the situation.
And was incredibly lethal, I think almost everybody needs to be like, yeah, of course, everybody has to get vaccinated, right? I don't think that even though we're debating over lockdowns and whether we should do them or not, or debating over vaccines and whether or not we should mandate them or even offer them, I don't think the debate is really about those things. I think it's about the underlying facts that we believe to be true about those things. Yeah. How am I going to convince somebody of a vaccine mandate if they think that, Bill Gates put microchips in the vaccine to make your fall off or something, right? That's not a real conversation. And then conversely, right, as an extension of that for this conversation, to say that, oh no, well, Americans do agree on this particular policy point. I don't even know what they think that policy means when they're from the right, especially from the right, and several orders of magnitude worse than from the left, when the misinformation machines that are being powered from Donald Trump from the top down are so powerful. They are destroying our ability to have a conversation in this country.
Okay, I'm not gonna waste time being like, well, the Democrats also do misinformation. I'm sure, I'm sure there are things that Democrats have done that you would also be like, yeah, that's lame, but not as bad. So let's just set that aside, right? Because,
good. That would be a waste of time. Oh wait, Steven's gonna engage in it. Okay, he's gonna be asked what the misinformation is.
Yeah.
I think that is probably my biggest pet peeve when I argue with a ton of people right now. So I don't think we should set that aside.
Oh, okay.
So as a quick thing, right? Are you familiar with the Fox News Dominion lawsuit?
Thank you, brother Nate. Thank you. I feel like I've gained a viewer tonight. Thank you. A Ukrainian viewer, which is very nice considering that I cover Ukraine so much. A lot of my content has become talking about Ukraine, which makes me wish that I had more Ukrainian viewers. So I'm very happy to have you in this chat.
Yeah.
Nothing on the left is even remotely close to that. Nothing.
True.
Right?
I agree
Would you agree with that,
this.
or do you think there's something
Yes,
on the
I
left
agree.
that is like comparable to that?
I do. Yeah. I would say that the sort of constant implication that Donald Trump was an illegitimate president, as Hillary Clinton put it, for the whole 4 years of his presidency, because he was a Putin plant, I think that was incredibly divisive for the country.
Well, when I say comparable, I mean in terms of like just blatant lies, right? Like somebody could have that opinion, but the Dominion stuff was all of the execs and all of the show hosts knew that they were lying, and they continued to do so because they didn't want to lose their audience to Newsmax and OAN.
Well, if I recall correctly, it was only Maria Bartiromo and Tucker Carlson who were mentioned in this suit, and Tucker Carlson himself had Sidney Powell on and gave her a very vigorous. It was very interesting because he was named in the lawsuit, but his interview with Sidney Powell, he concluded.
Remember Tucker Carlson's visit to Russia? Remember that? That was a riot. And then the interview. Oh boy. That was so cool, so fascinating. So we had so many good times.
There's no there, and he was literally saying to her, "I'm begging you to produce the evidence." Like, I mean, it's a 10-minute interview, and he concludes it, and then she signs off, and he says to the audience, "She did not produce it. We are waiting. You know, if she wants to produce it, we'll have her back on." So it was really just the two hosts who were named, and one of them, I still to this day don't understand why he was named, because he gave her actually the most vigorous interview she had outside of, CNN and MSNBC. I will say that, after the 2016 election, 66% of Democratic voters thought that Putin had actually intervened in the voting tallies, to change the results of the election. So but
if we were to compare that, how many still believe? First of all, I don't know if I believe that first number, but let's say that was true. How many believe that now?
Yeah, I muted. I said there was, a lot of memes. Yes. And yes, the Russian intervention in the elections is a pretty serious thing.
What do you mean, how many believe it now?
Well, because right now, like 80% plus of conservatives, by reputable polling, 80+% of conservatives don't believe that the
election in 2020 was legitimate, yes.
So the last election are legitimate.
So we have 66 to 80. Okay.
Well, no, but that 66, I might have believed that like at the heyday of the height of the election, but certainly not for months or years afterwards.
I would submit it's because they won the next election. And if the Republicans win this election, their trust will also go down, because that is sort of the nature of the beast. When you're back at sitting pretty, your trust in the institutions which served you returns, right? So
no, I don't think so. I think the thing that will happen if Trump wins will be, there's a whole article, that's a whole topic that I actually wanted to talk about today. Like, there are these watchers from the Republican Party that are going to watch the ballots, watch the polling station, etc., who are tasked with observing suspicious activity and suspicious voters who might not be nationals. So they will clock all people that, according to them, look like foreigners and, I don't know, prevent them from voting or something. And this is sort of the thing that will set the stage for casting doubt on the electoral process. And should the Republicans lose again, they will, among other things, use these watch groups that are being formed right now and active right now in order to sort of create this narrative once again of the election being stolen, tampered with, or what have you. And on the other hand, if Trump wins, then they will be able to pat themselves on the back and say, see, all those initiatives that we've done, all those groups that we formed, all the watching, making sure that all those illegals don't vote, we've succeeded in winning in spite of the attempts to make it rigged. That is what the narrative would be. It would not be, oh yeah, we trust the institutions now. No, they would say we won in spite of the institutions. because we did all those things do not blah blah blah, right? Right? Does that make sense? That is the one of the purposes for which those groups are being formed and utilized right now. In my opinion, I will add, to not treat it as absolute fact.
We will have a chance to compare that.
But the Democrats never ever engaged in a scheme similar to J6 on the level that Trump did. There were like multiple criminal conspiracies that were moving in tandem.
Why do you think 66% of Democrats thought Putin had intervened to change the tallies? What's your read on that?
I mean, part of it was probably because of Trump and his campaign's behavior, right? The fact that Donald Trump was openly calling for Russia to leak 10,000 emails on public media, the fact that Roger Stone was openly and brazenly working with Julian Assange to leak stuff about the Democrats that was hacked out of their convention by a Russian hacker, the fact that Julian Assange, who was a supporter of Trump, said, I'm not going to leak anything bad about Trump's campaign because I don't think there's anything that bad to leak. I think that people.
You don't think Clinton literally saying Trump is an illegitimate president because Putin got him elected had anything to do with Democrats changing their minds about that?
I think that there's one quote that Hillary said, but that was after the election, and Hillary conceded that night, right?
Yeah, no, I'm glad she conceded that night.
Yeah. And Trump engaged in multiple.
And Trump never conceded. He did not concede to this very day. He still says that the election was stolen. So, what the hell? It's not comparable in the slightest. There's no comparison there.
Trump engaged in multiple criminal actions to try to overturn the election outcome, right?
And he still has not accepted the fact to this day. And I don't think he will accept it if he loses this time as well. So.
Okay, so we can debate January 6th. I don't think it will be very productive because I don't think I think at the end of the day, my difference from you will come down to a kind of theory of mind, an unknowable thing, which is Trump's intention and how he intended that day to go down.
We can infer intention through action. Like this is where the glorious content principle of words don't matter, actions do come in. We can infer what Trump's intent was through his action or inaction in this case of the January 6th thing.
Really don't think we're going to agree on that. Can I go back to the policy thing though, because I think it's really important.
You can. Yeah, we can go back to that if you want, but it will come back here because I think this is everything. Because I think that the theory of mind and all the other conversation topics don't matter because it draws this weird false equivalency of all these things are happening. It's like, no, there's a crazy thing that's happening right now. And I don't know why nobody's talking about it. It's insane to me.
In states where a mail-in ballots counting takes a while, he's going to declare victory over an election night again. True.
Just as a quick matter of things, would you agree that January 6th was easily worse than Watergate? Because in my mind, there's a thing that no reasonable minds will disagree here. It's impossible to even look at them.
I think it was very, very bad. I mean,
It's not even close to Watergate. It's infinitely worse than Watergate.
I mean, worse from what point of view, though?
He did concede once, at least saying he lost by a whisker, but then immediately afterwards walked it back. Well, if he walked it back, then it doesn't matter as a concession, okay? If he walked it back, then it doesn't count.
From the fact that the president was working with personal lawyers and was working with members inside and outside of the party to solicit across 7 states, 79 fake electors to attest that they were the duly appointed electors for their state and to transmit false votes to the White House.
I think he was availing himself of every legal avenue to prove what he thought was the case, which was that he had won, which is something.
Yeah, and he lost all these cases, he spent all those legal avenues, and he still cannot accept the result. So that's even worse. He tried everything, and then he actually tried things that are, beyond the legal route, and then still after all that he still does not accept the result of that election. So it's just
Democrats
silly.
Have done in 2 of the 3 elections that happened this century as well. But I think the more interesting debate is why some people feel the way I do and not the way you do. No, it's why people are not at I continue to be consistently impressed with your moral clarity. So I'm asking myself, how come I am not outraged at the level that he is, this person who I respect and admire, on this particular issue? And I think that the answer to that is more interesting than litigating, because I've seen you have this debate about January 6th so well, and people much better than me had this argument and this debate. I think the more interesting question is why the people who are not so exercised about it are not so exercised about it. Don't know. Is that not like a, do you not agree with that?
Not even remotely close. It is probably one of the most frustrating, like, gaslighting experiences I've ever had in my entire life. And I think that this is like the.
Oh my gosh! I have to listen to it again.
Don't know. The people had this argument, debate. An answer to that is more interesting than litigating that he is clarity. So I'm asking myself, how come I am not outraged at the level that he is, this person who I respect and admire, on this particular issue? And I think that the answer to that is more interesting than litigating, because I've seen you have this debate about January 6th so well, and people much better than me had this argument and this debate. I think the more interesting question is why the people who are not so exercised about it are not so exercised about it. Don't know. Is that not like a, do you not agree with that?
Not even remotely close. It is probably one of the most frustrating, like, gaslighting experiences I've ever had in my entire life. And I think that this is like it's the ruin of this country, is to pretend that this hasn't happened, and then to pretend like afterwards we can just have a conversation about, you know, like, is mom worse for you or is dad worse for you? When, you know, mom spanked you as a kid and dad would, you know, slash your arms with a knife anytime you looked at him wrong. And then to just say, well, I don't think it's worth going into the differences in behavior. I don't think it's really that important to analyze that. Let's just think more about, like, well, what do we think about moms and dads?
Are you not curious why so many millions of Americans don't find this to be disqualifying? Is that not interesting?
I know why. And the reason why is because of the conservative control over the media. The reason why, I know that
you don't think that.
I do. I know that. I know that for a fact. Because the reason why people disagree is because they think that there is a factual playing field that shows that both sides engage in a bit of tomfoolery. Sometimes the liberals lie, sometimes the conservatives lie. You know, Trump might have done this thing, but Hillary did that thing. And at the end of the day, we're just kind of seeing broadly who supports, like, what policy positions. Because for some reason in the media, there's a lot of credibility given to people who give Trump a fair shake, even if he hasn't earned one. And I don't know personally what to do to overcome that. Help me.
Because they do that because I think they have met a lot of people who, first of all, it's funny to me to hear you say that you think the liberal media gives him a fair shake, because it's No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I misspoke. The liberal media doesn't give him a fair shake. They give him an over fair shake. It's unfair. The liberal media should be chastising and castigating him constantly, but they don't. They give him a free pass on so much. I watch CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News all day long as part of my day job. They never have a kind word to say about that man. I mean, it's literally, he's a plant of Putin. He's a plant of this one. He's
And they're in the fair shake several times over, really. Improvements to the voting process will be put in place just like the after.
Hitler. He's worse than Hitler, like, day in and day out. Like, it's literally, there's the idea that he's getting a fair shake from them. How often do you watch, like, cable? Probably never.
I just watched a segment yesterday on, I think it was CNN, where they have Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary and some other crazy Jennings or some guy arguing against two other people. Unfortunately, too much. I've watched all the debates so far. Did you watch the Bloomberg debate recently with Trump? Yeah. That was one where all the conservatives were complaining that the moderator was too hard on Trump. I thought that in that debate, the moderator wasn't even close to Trump. Like, do you acknowledge it? Like, Trump,
just pointing out misinformation. That's not being hard on anybody.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Here.
No. I don't want you to feel gaslighted.
Okay. Can we just? I just want to, like, walk through one set of facts. Also, if you want to interrupt me, or if you want to talk about, like, another thing, you can do it. I don't want to, like, hostage take you here. But go ahead.
I think the reason people feel inclined to think about Trump this way is because Well, okay, I can speak for myself. Why do I feel like countenancing these policy questions that I really want to get to is incredibly important? It's setting aside my own
I mean,
whatever.
what policies does Trump even have outside of the tariffs, which is a ridiculous policy?
Aesthetic, moral judgments, whatever. And it's because like there are millions and millions and millions of Americans who do not have the luxury of being wrong because their bank accounts do not afford it to them, who say and feel and know and are correct that they were better off and feel
Let me guess,
and
under
say
Wait,
Trump.
and are
better off when?
Yeah, under
under Trump's first term than under Biden's term.
Trump's
And so
first term ended with 18% unemployment, with a destroyed
well,
economy.
You don't hold him responsible for the coronavirus, which I don't think they should. I mean, that's, that was a
Wait. Then why are we holding Biden responsible for the coronavirus?
True.
Because that's the.
No, they're not. That's. I mean,
If you were to say I'm better under Trump, but ignore the last half of his presidency, and then say, well, look at what I am under Biden, who is coming in. By the way, the United States. Do you acknowledge that the U.S. is outperforming every other G7, every other OECD country right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is this like? Well, we were better under Trump. You weren't better under Trump. You were better before COVID, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Under Trump. I mean, and the reason that they were better under Trump because he reversed certain economic trends that had been afflicting the United States since 1971, which was the high watermark for working class wages. They stagnated after that and then began to precipitously decline when you factor in inflation. And the reason for that is policy that, if you're a working class person, at the end of the month, there's a certain amount of money in your bank account. And it doesn't matter what you're hearing from conservative media, like that doesn't lie, right? Like there's a certain level of, existential crisis that no amount of media or culture wars.
I see that Destiny's chat is asking my question. What policy? What policy does even Trump have? I genuinely have no clue what policies Trump has outside of the whole tariff thing. And during his recent interview, he kept just going back to tariffs himself when being asked basic questions about many things. So
or influencers or what have you can fake, right? It's a reality that you come up against. And the reality is that things were really getting bad for working class people. And Trump reversed that trend. In 2019, we saw the first wage increases for working class Americans in 60 years. If you look at the data, 2019, the bottom 25% of wage earners saw 4.5% wage increase, and the top 25% of wage earners only saw a 2% wage increase, which means that Trump was the first president since 1971 to shrink the wealth gap, which is something no one wants to talk about because the free market right obviously really doesn't care and really doesn't want to talk about it, but the left doesn't want to give him credit for that. And you ask, okay, how did he do that? Well, through a series of very intentional policies that started to reverse that trend, policies that had been put in place by, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, later Joe Biden, amping up some of them. So, immigration is a really good example because the policy was so clear and so obvious. There were 3 executive actions that just made the number of illegal immigrants crossing the southern border plummet. And one of the first things Joe Biden did when he came into office was remove those executive orders, which meant that we saw this crisis at the border and, 10 million, 15 million, whatever the number is, illegal immigrants coming into the country. And what that did was immediately halted the wage growth that working class people saw because suddenly you had millions and millions of people competing in a very limited number of industries that had been seeing wage increases because of the limit of illegal labor and because, of course, of the post-pandemic labor crunch. So, things like that where it's like the policy is very, very clear and the way that it helped very specific struggling working class Americans is very, very clear. So you could say, look, you vote this guy in, we're not going to have a country because we're not going to have a democracy, and we can definitely debate that. But to somebody who is a janitor, who started to suddenly see like wage increase and then to have that taken away by very obvious, clear executive orders because policy really matters, to me, I wouldn't say to that person, you have to put this other higher order thing ahead of whether you can feed your family. Like, to me, I want to live in a country where working class people who we rely on to survive can achieve the American dream, so that, it's not something that just the elites can achieve, which is sort of where we were headed in the years before. And this is all just, aside from the questions of character, aside from the questions of January 6th, like, there is, at the end of the day, for me, this as a person of the left, like, this very material reality we're coming up against, where we in the elites developed and allowed this economy to flourish, where we did really well. But the people whose labor we rely on to survive were really struggling. And, it was, when I first realized this, it was not comfortable for me to admit this. I knew I was going to lose all my friends, but I just feel that the data is very clear about that. And I'm not one to say to a person who has much less than me, you're struggling much more than me, you have to put my emotional response to this person ahead of being able to feed your family.
Okay. I'm going to put a pin on the economic stuff.
Okay, is this a debate or is this a lecture? I'm sorry, this was way too long. You should be able to be much more brief, okay? Snappy with your, maybe I'm just being mean.
Because I disagree with you on every single economic claim you just made. But we can come back and we can talk through all of these if you'd like. I'm very interested in these, okay? I need a sanity test. Okay, this conversation real quick. Okay.
Sanity test.
Do we believe? I'm just checking. Do we believe that we can know things that we don't directly observe?
Yes.
So, for instance, if I read a news report and it says yesterday a building exploded in New York, can I believe that probably happened with a high degree of certainty, even if I haven't myself seen it?
It depends which newspaper.
Mainstream newspaper with millions of readers, if multiple papers are reporting it.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. And I can broadly trust government figures. If the BLS releases a report, sometimes they've got to do revisions, but broadly speaking, I can trust kind of figures that come out.
Sanity
right?
test.
I mean, it depends which ones. Again, there's, a lot of people now at this point in our country who, and I guess this would be my overarching claim, is I feel responsible to you as a person that I admire. Everything we disagree on, I consider that it's the burden is on me to convince you. It's not on you to have. And I feel that way doubly so for when it comes to half the country. So if half the country now feels that the Department of Justice has been weaponized against their political choice, right? The sovereign at one time, who's now, of course, an ex-president, but if they feel that way, that is something you and I are responsible to address.
But this is the central thing I'm making. This is the issue that I'm having is conservatives can cause this feeling to occur in people and then point to liberals, and then people in the center will point to liberals and go, well, look at the people have these feelings. You have to do something about it, right? So when you talk about, for instance, the weaponization of the DOJ, that's something that Donald Trump has done. It's inarguable. There is no evidence that it's happened under Biden. But because Donald Trump and the conservatives and all of the people lying in media on his behalf have said that it's happening under Biden, people have that feeling. And then they come back to the liberals and they go, hey, liberal, you need to address the fact that people feel this way. Well, of course they feel that way. Conservatives have been lying to them about it for years.
True.
Okay, so I'm curious what you make of this counter argument. I do think there's a lot of evidence that it's been weaponized, but the right does try to make this happen more frequently than it succeeds at making this happen. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff you see on Twitter that they really start to push, and you're like, oh God, this is going to be the latest conspiracy theory. We're going to hear about this forever and ever and ever. And it just doesn't take off. You can see, you talk to people, you go to the local bar, you see it is not taking off.
Listen, it should be much more of a back and forth, because it's Destiny says a little bit and then she does a whole lecture. Destiny says a little bit, she does a whole. It should not be like this. I don't like this balance of conversation.
Off. People are just not buying it.
Wait.
Isn't the DOJ on Hunter Biden's ass?
Wait, but people have bought it. All of these.
People have bought that one. People have bought that one. But I'm telling you, there's a lot of ones that the right tries to push that people don't buy and people don't talk about and don't want to hear about.
Sure, but I mean, when you're pushing 100 conspiracies and people believe 40 of them, that's a massive success.
Yes.
Well, or you could say that, some of these turned out to be true, right? Like the Hunter Biden laptop story, right? Where you had literally people from, CIA saying like this is Russian misinformation and turned out to be real, right? Like that's legit misinformation coming out of the deep state. So
Okay, wait, hold on.
Years,
I understand what you're saying. Okay, hold on. Let's back up a second. Okay. It's okay. I'm just curious if we can do this. Okay, just one simple thing at a time. Okay, one very very small thing at a time.
Yes,
okay.
you can know things that you don't observe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God! All that was to answer the simple question of can you believe things that you can observe? Really? Now I'm frustrated with this debate. Also, Hunter Biden has a cock. We also know that from all the facts on the ground.
In the United States of America, individual citizens don't actually have a right to vote for the president. The states have rights to vote, right? So when you go and you cast your ballot at a state, in a state federal election, the state decides how to run those elections. Most states right now, or every state has said that, okay, well, whoever wins the majority of the votes in our state, we're going to tell our electors to cast that vote for president, with the exception of Maine and Nebraska that kind of divvied up based on percentages, right? So I vote in a state. I'm in Michigan. 52% of us vote for a candidate. We're actually voting for their electors. Those electors will fill out their ballots. And then, on 2020, it was December 14th. They fill them out. The governor signs it. And they say, okay, we're going to send these to Congress to be counted on January 6th, right? We agree this is the process?
Yep.
Okay. So when Donald Trump, has his campaign, not his campaign actually, because most of them wouldn't even go along with it. When he has his personal friends, people like Giuliani or Powell, go out, or Mark Meadows, go out and solicit 79 other people to write down that they are the electors and that they were actually chosen by the state, and then to send in 7 different slates from all of the Democrat-won states to send in 7 Republican ones to the Capitol and say, you should count us instead on January 6th.
Uh-oh.
How is that anything but... that's not like a good faith legal challenge.
No.
That's not like he just had a discussion.
I think that happened after all the legal challenges were thrown away. This is like you went to the next stage.
Like trying to steal an election, right?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of this hangs on what Donald Trump knew and what he didn't know, at what level he was involved, at what level he wasn't involved. I think a lot of this...
Wasn't he the president? Shouldn't he know quite a lot, in theory? He should know quite a lot. He should not be ignorant on these things.
Is being litigated through the courts, right? So some of these things were legal, some of these things were not. And
wait. So I want to be in a really specific thing. So first of all, none of it is being litigated yet. Donald Trump has said that he needs criminal immunity for all of it. That's his defense. He's saying, I can't possibly...
Plus, he was basically giving it, from what I understand, by the Supreme Court.
Commit crimes as president. That's it. So none of it is being denied. None of the depositions.
Criminal immunity for things he did as an officer of the, what's the exact language?
He's seeking criminal immunity for the 4 years that he was president. He might say that it was
for official acts.
President has nothing to do with sending false slates of electors to people. That has absolutely nothing to do with being the president.
But he didn't send them. That was his. That was Giuliani.
That worked under his direction, and Giuliani is his personal lawyer. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of under dispute?
What's under dispute?
That he was his personal lawyer?
The degree to which Donald Trump was involved in these efforts.
No. Every single... That's why the people...
He thought he had won the election. And his decision, having been convinced that he had won...
Why would he need fake electorates if he thought he won the election? That makes no sense. Why would he even need... That's... Oh, come on, lady. Come on.
Election, and having never said anything to suggest that he thinks anything other than that,
oh boy,
was that he was going to
steal the election. He was going to do a coup,
avail himself of every legal avenue.
But that's not legal. It's illegal.
That he had. Well, that's being litigated by the courts, right? I mean, the courts
no, he's saying I need criminal immunity for all of this. That's their defense.
That was a separate court case.
No,
there's a whole fraud case going on. There's a fraud case going on, which hangs precisely on.
Oh my gosh.
it is fraud to the extent that Donald Trump thinks he lost and still tried to pursue these legal avenues. And it is not fraud to the extent that he thinks he won, which is, of course, why he very cleverly has never admitted that he
True.
lost.
Convenient
Now,
as
again,
hell.
I'm not,
True.
I'm not defending this behavior.
You are
necessarily.
defending it though by
Yeah.
saying that
I'm-
like it's a
I'm
legitimate
saying-
way
I'm
to.
saying it's not. I'm saying that availing yourself of every legal avenue to prove that you won an election is not disqualifying.
That's
to
it's
me
not
personally.
legal. They lied. They told 79 different people to lie and say they were the electors. That's not a legal avenue. It's just a lie. They weren't the electors, right?
Rudy Giuliani lied.
No, I'm saying that the Trump group, everybody attests that Rudy and Trump were both in the same conversations where in the Trump campaign, when Trump decided to pursue the strategy, that's what all of the deposition, all the testimony, all the people involved have said, who aren't part of Trump's criminal conspiracy, have all said, yeah, Trump and Giuliani. And remember,
See,
Giuliani.
This is why I think this is not necessarily worth arguing, because you are convinced that Trump is convinced that he lost. And
Yes, of
I'm
course.
convinced that Trump is convinced that he won.
Yeah, but you have no evidence for that, and
but
there's
that
so
makes
much
all the
evidence on the other
difference.
side.
Yeah.
Well, I feel there's a lot of evidence for it. Namely, he's never once admitted that he lost. Which
Wait,
is
wait,
a
wait.
lot of
So
evidence.
there's
Oh
no.
my God! Seriously, that's the evidence. Wow, that lady's something else. I will tell you that. The
No
lady's
way to
something
know if a
else.
person is lying if they just don't tell you they're lying.
Listen, you should go to a bar and have emotional conversations with people who agree with him, then come back and rebuke her.
He seems to me to be very convinced about it in the way that he's lying. Yeah, you're saying, how can you tell if somebody is lying?
Yeah.
How do we usually tell? How would you know if I was lying? You would judge my affect. You would judge my consistency. You would judge the tone of my voice. You would judge my body language, right? You would judge my
No. I would judge the
statements.
actions you take. I would look at the
Exactly.
actions. So if you were to do legitimate.
Exactly. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Hobby Bobby. Yes, look at the actions. All the actions that Trump took indicated that he did not believe that he won, that he actually knew that he lost, and he wanted to overturn the result.
Challenges in a courtroom, and you were to have what you.
Greater Range, you're back. Hello. You were gone for so long from this chat, from this stream. What happened? You were gone for so long. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Believe to be is very solid and strong evidence, and you were ardently pursuing what you thought was the right answer, then I'd say, oh, okay. I mean, they have a lot of conviction. But if you were filing bullshit court cases, a lot of them without even standing, asking for insane remedies in civil cases, engaged in multiple criminal conspiracies to try to overturn an election, and then asking another guy, Pence, to just unilaterally overthrow it for you, which Pence has come out and said that he has been asked to do, he had been asked to do, I would say, oh, it sounds like you don't think you won. It sounds like you're just trying to stay in power, right?
Yeah, it sounds like he just wanted to overturn it. And of course, he's going to say that he won. Of course, he's going to say that. Of course, he's going to keep saying that. I understand. But welcome back nonetheless. I hope this time is not difficult for you. Since it's the anniversary of your cousin's death, that would indicate that it's been already done. I remember when it happened. Has it already been a year since that happened? I remember when you first said that it happened on stream. Has it been that long? Still remember things that were plaguing me at the time. God, it's been so long. Things have changed since then in some ways. I think it's been before my visit to the hospital as well. It doesn't matter if he's being genuine or not. No one should be able to do what he did at all, true. It was. I still remember when that happened, and you wrote me an email with a question. I still remember the question. Yeah, I remember those days. Still fresh in my mind.
Like, what could Trump possibly have done in your mind?
I think that's. I mean, I look at him like he thinks he won, and he thinks it was stolen.
No,
from
it was a private question, so I can write it to you later. I'd rather not. And, it was a pretty private question, so.
from him, just like Hillary Clinton thinks she won in 2016 and thinks it
Wait,
was
she
stolen
didn't.
from her.
But Hillary never said that. Hillary never engaged in any criminal conspiracy. She never said she thought she won.
I agree with you that she behaved better.
No. It's not
totally
behave better.
concede
She
that.
didn't. Categorically, it's not the same.
She called Trump an illegitimate president who would not have won without irregularities.
He
okay?
She conceded. Come on, and she never did any of what Trump did. This is ridiculous. I hate this comparison.
He wouldn't have won without irregularities. That's absolutely true, right? Without Putin's intervention, without the Kremlin's intervention, without the DNC leaks in the hat. Wait, what part of that is not true?
Oh no.
Oh, I just think that that's election denial, and I don't engage in that.
Hold on, wait, I'm sorry, wait. Do you think that the leaking of the hacked material from the DNC had absolutely zero impact on the election? It was a very close election.
Yeah, I don't think.
Do you really think? You say that you think, but do you really? Do you actually really? That is the question. That is the question that Destiny should ask. Do you? Oh, that would be a little bit mean.
I think people felt really strongly that they wanted Donald Trump to be president. Yeah.
Wait. So you don't? Do you? But you think that the Hunter Biden?
Jesus Christ! What an answer. What an empty, meaningless answer.
Biden laptop story.
Here's the difference. No, I don't think that changed the outcome of the election. Here's the difference between us. Like, you're very smart, and so you think most people are much.
Oh my God. The awful nature of my sarcasm and cynicism just came out. I wanted to finish this for her. Steven, the difference between you and me is that you're smart and I'm not. I apologize. I'm just an awful person. But when she said the difference between you and me is that you're smart, I wanted to follow up to be, and I'm not.
Dumber than you, which is probably true. And I am not very smart, and so I think I'm like everybody else. And so
I apologies. She just said that she's not very smart. I wasn't mean after all. She said it, so you're the more smart.
So it doesn't occur to me that somebody would be fooled by a social media post that I would never be fooled by. Like, I just can't imagine that.
You're aware that like a quarter of conservatives, a quarter of Republicans believe that there is a high-level satanic pedophile sex cult in the Democratic Party. A quarter of conservatives believe that.
God.
You know that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is a QAnoner. She believed in the Hawaiian Jewish space lasers. Like
I mean.
Wait. Do you acknowledge either of those things are true? That a quarter of conservatives.
I admire Marjorie Taylor Greene a lot. I think she.
Oh my God. What a statement. Oh. That is not something that you should be proudly announcing. I admire Marjorie Taylor Greene a lot. Oh God. Oh no. Oh, good luck, Stephen. Good luck. Godspeed. I hope I wish you luck navigating this mess because oof. God.
He cares deeply about.
Do you acknowledge that Marjorie Taylor
I
Greene
have no clue what she cares so deeply about.
was a QAnoner?
She has said that she used to believe some very sketchy things and no longer believes them. Yeah, I think that's true.
So she replaced the belief in all sketchy things with her belief with the new sketchy things regarding Ukraine. I think she was a proponent of the biolabs. I think she peddled the nonsense about Ukrainian harvesting organs of children or something. She's just whatever. How can you admire this person? How can you? This is just impossible.
Used to be a QAnoner, right? That believed in satanic sex cults.
Well, here's the thing.
You won't even acknowledge this. This is the issue, right? So there is no second or third order conversation. We don't live in the same factual world. This is the whole issue that I'm having.
Okay, so I hope you're not feeling gaslighted. Please tell me if I'm not. I'm not trying to not answer your question. I'm just trying to suggest like a different gloss on it, which is like, yeah, QAnon is insane, right? There's people who believe that, right?
Like Marjorie Taylor Greene did, and probably still does.
Did and no longer does. Says she no longer does.
Says.
But here's the thing. It turns out that there was an actual pedophile who was photographed and had very close relationships with a lot of people very high up in the Democratic Party, right?
Who? Epstein?
Yes.
Notice
So
why is the other side so silent on Donald Trump's appearance in pictures with
So
Epstein?
and Donald Trump was in pictures with him.
I love how I asked the Who at the exact same time as Stephen did. We asked it. It's like maybe that'll be my like if I'm gonna do this, you know how the cold intro. Maybe that'll be my cold intro. Me and Stephen asking who at the very same time. Is that a good idea? Write in the chat. You think this is a good idea for the cold intro for my reaction? I think that synchronization went pretty well.
I'm not saying that this is a justification for QAnon, which I think is also probably anti-Semitic in some ways. But what I am saying is that like a lot of the time, like they are onto something and they go too far. But what we've done in like, especially in elite leftist discourse is epic levels of gaslighting to make people feel insane for pointing out things that are real. And you know,
Wait, okay, wait, no, we're not. We're way divorced from the policy war right now. What would it take for you to convince you that Donald Trump knew that he lost the election?
All right. That's a good question.
What would it take to convince you that he didn't?
What would it take to convince me that I already said? Like if he was filing legitimate court cases with some kind of evidence and strong like claims, if he hadn't engaged in behavior a year beforehand, saying that it was rigged, that it was going to be rigged before it even happened, if he hadn't denied the 2016 election results, by the way, that he won, he put together a commission to find voter fraud. They found none. They disbanded it.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, like this is insane.
What is she so happy about it?
I could imagine him saying something, either saying I did lose it, but now I'm back, right?
Wait. So he has to. So this is. Hold on. Wait. Just another quick sanity check. For the criminal court system in the United States of America, we ascertain people's states of mind without confessions, right? Like you can convict somebody on first-degree murder or any kind of criminal like charge that requires a mens rea, a criminal mind, right? We can convict these without having mind readers in the courtroom, right? So we can figure out people's states of mind, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying I have spent a lot of time considering this question. I mean, I'm not a spokesperson for the campaign or anything. Like I had to decide.
But then I'm asking, so what would you have to see from Trump to be convinced that he knew that he lost the election?
I just feel like every time he talks about it, he seems to me like a person who is deeply convinced that he won.
Yeah, but what would you have to see to think that like, oh, okay, he probably...
He could, I could, even right now, I could picture him saying something in a kind of like wink and, kind of like, I could picture the kind of affect that, I would expect from him if I thought he was lying about it.
So you would have to see him basically confess to it or basically say something
I would have to see him say it in a way that I felt less convinced by. I mean, obviously, this is how we always judge whether somebody's lying or
No,
not.
it's absolutely not, to be clear. We judge generally by people's actions, right? To see if we think they're not if they're really convincing in the way they speak to us, right?
I don't think him having like a lunatic team trying to do, what he thought was the right thing is evidence that he was lying about it.
But he went and personally got that lunatic team, right?
Poor Trump. He just had a lunatic team. He who is without blame may cast the first... This is... Wow. That is incredible. Oh yeah, Trump's so innocent. He just happened to have a team of lunatics. Brilliant.
Wait. Do you acknowledge
Rudy Giuliani was the best? I don't think that.
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump went and personally recruited Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and Eastman? These weren't White House lawyers.
Yeah, yeah, of course he did.
Okay, so we can't say that he has a lunatic team. These were his representatives, right? These were the people that he personally hired.
He thought would find the evidence that he had won, which he believed was true.
But none of the people that were tasked with investigating, all of those people told him that it was false.
Yeah.
Barr did. Everybody in the White House did.
Yeah.
Raffensperger and all the states did.
And
Everybody tasked with investigating. Federal investigators, people like B.J. Pack, federal judges, like everybody said that it was
Yeah,
bullshit.
but you have to understand like what it's like to be Donald Trump. I think there was a really good example of this last week when he did an interview with the editor-in-chief of Bloomberg News, and he sat there and the guy just sat there and said to him like again and again, like every economist thinks that this thing that you're proposing will be bad, and Donald Trump was like, yeah, but it really worked really well in the 4 years I was president.
Yeah, but it didn't work. That's a
Again,
lie.
well,
That's a
okay.
lie, and all the economists do agree that large tariffs are bad, right?
I totally disagree with that. I think there's a ton
Especially-
of evidence, so we can go through the evidence.
Especially since President Donald Trump does not seem to understand what the purpose of tariffs has been in the past.
On tariffs, I'd love to get back to policy and talk about tariffs with you. I think he's totally right, but his entire presidency
Is he?
was him implementing policies that helped average working class Americans, and being told that he was either racist for doing it or stupid.
No,
or that
he was
all the
being told that he was being
economists
racist
opposed
because he
it.
was saying things like a Mexican judge, a person of whose parents were Mexican, couldn't sit as a judge on a case of his because he thought he would be biased, or because he
was
was
racist.
what?
That was before the election, but that was racist.
Well, then you'd admit. So he's taken actions. Right?
There's been mass gaslighting around issues like immigration to average people on both sides of the political aisle who had to just sit there and take it
Yeah,
for
that's great that immigrants are being used as chips for the elections. That immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers are not being really seen as people, but as numbers to exploit. That's amazing. That's great.
years, because both parties were sort of hand in glove on this neoliberal economic agenda. We were going to have free trade, and we're going to have like mass
Neoliberal.
immigration, and we're going to have no tariffs.
Why was
and we're gonna-
Why was Obama called the deporter in chief? Like
Why was
Barack
Obama-
Obama was known as being incredibly harsh on immigration. Under Obama's administration, for the first time ever, we saw
He
a
was
net
more
decrease.
harsh than Ronald Reagan, that's for sure, because he gave amnesty to 3 million immigrants.
Sure, Reagan was a long time ago.
Obama had I'm sorry?
Reagan was a long time ago. I'm just saying that the gaslighting is happening right now. Obama was not easy on immigrants, right?
He was less easy on immigrants than Bill Clinton was, but he was mostly deporting criminals. I mean, look, it's you're right. I don't want to, you're totally right about that.
And if we want to talk policy for a policy thing, right? And this is why I know that conservatives don't vote on
I'm
policy.
sorry,
They don't.
deporting people for deporting sake is just idiotic policy. Just placating the fears of people, but that's not wise policy. That's just winning votes on fear. That's just
Don't care about illegal immigrants. I don't think it even affects the country that much, or at least people don't think it does. Because if they did think that, why would they all cheer when Donald Trump annihilated the immigration bill in Congress?
true.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You know, when the Republican Party held Ukrainian aid hostage. We all remember that. I remember that. It was a pretty stressful time for everybody involved that care about Ukraine, that is.
Republicans decided to pull the plug on the immigration bill, on the border bill in Congress, because Donald Trump told them to keep the border open for an election issue.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't everybody be mad if this was such a huge
They
deal in the United
cheered
States?
because that immigration bill
Was very bad for the Democratic Party and was a huge, actually, it was just a huge gift for the Republicans. A huge concession. I'm sorry. It was much too much of a concession considering the BS that the Republican Party has been playing with Ukrainian aid. It did not really address many of key issues like the Dreamers again.
set the bar for closing the border at 5,000 illegal immigrants a day.
Right now, the
which
bar
was
is
a
unlimited.
bad bill.
It did more than that. The
No,
bar right
that's
now
not
is
true, because then Biden took executive
Oh yeah, and that bill would have allowed, because once again, I will remind everybody here present that the border topics is actually two separate topics that are thrown into one bag. One is the topic of people coming over the border, immigrants, asylum seekers, what have you. That's topic number one. But there's also topic number two that is not being discussed here right now, that is not being discussed much at all from what I'm seeing, is the fentanyl crisis, the fentanyl being smuggled through the border. And what that bill that was thrown out by the Republicans would do is that not, from I understand, not long before the bill was being proposed, a lot of brand new equipment for detecting fentanyl was purchased. It was already waiting in storage, ready to be installed. It was very top of the line equipment that would allow scanning cars for fentanyl as they would be passing the border, so there would be no holdup. And that equipment just was waiting to be implemented, but it could not be because the money needed for the installation of that equipment was not there. Why? Because that money was part of that bill that the Republicans shut down. So it seems like not only the topic of immigrants, illegal immigration, etc., is not a problem for the Republicans. It seems like the Republicans, when it comes to placating Trump, don't really care about the problem of fentanyl all that much either. So there you go. There you go. Another thing that I'm not sure is going to be even brought up here. But it is a pretty big deal, stalling the ability to scan for fentanyl going through the border, right? Would you not say that it is a pretty big deal? Pretty serious issue? No? Fentanyl crisis? No?
3 months later, and he set the bar at 2,000. So just by defeating the bill, the bar was then lowered by 3,000 illegal immigrants a day.
Like, it frustrates me a bit that the topic like focuses on that and like actually totally ignores the issue that kills a lot of people in the US, the fentanyl. But whatever, who cares? Whatever. Who gives a crap, right? Who gives a crap?
You can't with a straight face say that people aren't experiencing what's going on.
I know
with
for a
illegal
fact they're not. I
immigrants.
know they're not. I know they're not.
You go into the inner city in any major city in America, talk to Black people, they are pissed about this because this is and has always come at their expense. This
If
is
you go,
something
then
that
why do all the major cities vote blue?
used to
They're all
know.
blue.
You're going to wait and see what happens this time. The level at which Black Americans are going to be voting for Donald Trump is going to be pretty high and staggering, and a lot of it has to do with the
And
gas.
you say that based on what? Do you have any data to support that claim? Do you have any polls? Do you have anything? Do you have anything to sort of, I don't know, for that claim, for that particular bit? Anything?
Sliding around immigration, the sort of stolen valor from the civil rights movement, to where you're suddenly
Stolen
asking
valor.
people who have been at the bottom of the pecking order in this country since its inception to bear the burden of giving other people the American dream that they were never granted. I mean, this is something people will tell you if you ask them about it. It's so obvious. If you bring
It is pretty obvious. The fear mongering on about immigrants, it is very transparent and obvious. It's either or. Either we stop them. Like, do people really believe that if new people are stopped from coming into the country, their lot will suddenly improve, that the government will turn its gaze towards those who are downtrodden right now and be like, wow, now that there are no more immigrants, we can finally focusing on making your lives better. Like, that's not how that works in the slightest, but whatever. Like, people can believe that it is how that works, but
in 10 million people, and 8 million of them are going to be working in 5 industries. The wages in those industries are going to absolutely plummet.
But that hasn't
And I
happened.
interviewed-
That
it
doesn't happen.
Absolutely has happened, and it's happened over the last
In which
10 years.
which industries
We've
have these?
seen it in
No, we haven't. That's
firsthand.
not true. We
Where?
have not.
Absolutely
We
have.
have
Yes,
not.
This is, if you look at where all, there was amazing wage growth in 2019. Then you had the
Amazing.
post-pandemic labor crunch, immense wage growth for working class people, because you had a whole bunch of people drop out of the labor force and they were getting great wages. And then suddenly inflation was up and Biden decided to decriminalize illegal border crossing. And that wage growth halted in its tracks.
I'm pretty sure
There
real
is
wages right
so
now are
much
real
evidence-
wages right now are higher than they were at the end of 2019. Like, we've gotten higher than where we were on quarter 4, like post COVID. Like, but the whole economy was booming.
I'm still fascinated by the claim that immigrants are eating the cats and dogs. True. I'm fascinated by that one as well.
when Trump came into office, like after the Obama recovery for all of Obama's last
Here's the thing. You can't talk about the economy in the aggregate because there are different sectors of it, okay? So for example, right now, you know, during the pandemic, right after the pandemic, if you owned property, if you had stocks like now, right, last year, the year before, not during the pandemic, but you saw huge growth because look at what's going on in the real estate market. I mean, look at the interest rates, right? So if you own property right now, it's probably worth like a quarter more what it was.
Don't
2
most
years
people
ago,
in the United States
5
live
years
in
ago.
homes that are owned? Isn't like 70% of Americans in homes that are owned by the person living in them?
60% of Americans are homeowners. But you have to look at the breakdown there. A lot of those people are retired, and a lot of those people are people who are in the top 20%. And you have a lot of Americans who are working class, who work really hard, and who will never be able to own a home.
Wait, top
And they don't
20%
have
and
stocks.
retired of what?
What do you mean? Of
What are they in the top 20% about?
The top 20% in America controls over 50% of the GDP. There's been an
Are we talking
upward
wealth? Are we
trend
talking
of
like
wealth.
income? Because if they're old, of course they're going to be in the top 20. They're older. They have more time to accumulate wealth, right?
Yeah.
So
But they're not, seniors are not 20% of the country, right?
Well,
So
no,
we
but you
have
said
an
60% of the country are homeowners, so it's more than just old, rich seniors buying homes, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But there's a lot of people who want to be homeowners. There's a lot of people who would love to own property who are stuck in the renter's market and will never be able to afford to own a home. There are people who are really struggling, who are struggling to pay rent, who are working 2-3 jobs and just cannot make it at the end of the month. And
And reducing immigration will change that. How? Just
the inflation is
good night convenience style.
absolutely killing them. And all they want is to go back to the economy from 2019, you know, and because
All
they
they
want
want
that,
is
they're
to go back.
told
What
that
is
they
the-
don't believe in democracy.
Well,
They're
they don't believe in
told
democracy because of Trump trying to steal
that
the
they're
election.
racist. They're told about this
You
and
already
that
admitted that
because
Trump said and has
there are
done things that are
certain-
racist. But
Well, I admitted that saying that the judge could not be objective because he was Mexican is a racist thing to say. It's obvious. I
sure,
mean,
that was one of many things he's questionably said and done. But
I think it was really racist when Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for him, you're not black. I mean, that's pretty racist too.
wait. Do you think that those two things are on the same level?
No.
I think they're both
not.
racist.
I didn't ask that. Do you think those things are on the same level?
I think Joe Biden was probably like kind of saying it half jokingly, so it's not as bad.
Do you think that those things are on the same level?
No.
Like
I literally just said,
the
don't
Joe
think
the,
it's
when
bad
Joe
'cause he
Biden
was
when Joe
joking.
Biden made that comment,
Yeah, that's
Joe
the majority.
Biden was. If you listen to the statement, he's obviously trying to say like, if you don't support the black community, you don't support me. Or if you don't vote for me, you don't support the black community, right? And it came out if you don't support me, you aren't black. But he wasn't that. Obviously, that wasn't what he was trying to say, right? When Donald Trump said, "This guy can't be my judge," he said that his brain was Hispanic poisoned because his parents are Mexican, and because Trump
I
is
think-
hard on Mexico. This judge, this
think-
federal judge, wouldn't be able to sit on his case. Those wait, you acknowledge those two statements are not even in the same universe of
No,
statements, right?
I think suggesting that black people have to vote a certain way or be called not black or traitors to their race is racist. That's bad. That's very bad. It's very offensive. Yeah, that sucks. I think he was
That's not
joking, so
the
I think it
answer
was
to
less
the
bad. I think it
question.
was like Trump saying, I'm
It's
going to be a
not the
dictator for a
answer
day. It's
to
a
the
joke,
question.
so it's not as bad. But
Well, but Trump, to be clear,
Still
Trump's not
racist.
joking when he says that, though, right?
But
Trump,
no, that was obviously a joke. I mean, that was 100% a joke.
you realize that was in response
totally.
to Sean Hannity trying to give him a softball
Yes,
question.
I do. And
But
he
it
was
wasn't a
like,
joke when he said it.
just for a day. How can you be a dictator just for a day? It doesn't make any sense. It's a joke. It was a funny joke.
What do you
It's a
mean?
pretty good
No, it
joke.
makes perfect sense because people like you would say, well, he was just exploring all the legal avenues available to him to see what he could get
was
done.
Making fun of people like you who are like, oh my God, he's going to be a dictator. It was a joke. You know it was a joke. Come on. You know that was a joke.
I think that people like you are destroying this
Wow.
country. I legitimately feel like if this country falls, it's because
my
of
God.
because of this hand wringing that happens for Donald Trump. You have no standard of behavior for him. You will make an
true.
unlimited amount of excuses. You will compare a Joe Biden misspeak to how Donald Trump
sad.
conducts it. It is sad that we don't share it. So, like I said, like all these policy discussions don't matter because we don't live in the same reality. You won't
True.
admit that Donald Trump. Like, I'm curious. Do you think that?
I feel so convinced that you and I have shared values and you're trying to call me destroying the country. Like, doesn't that
Yeah.
make you give you pause? Like, I think that
No.
we probably have a lot in common. I'm trying to get to the policy conversation so
I
we can talk
agree
about
that I think there's people,
everything that we have in
but that's
common.
why I'm
Like,
saying
we probably both want Americans overall to prosper and to be
Oh
safe
God.
and to have beautiful families and to be able to
Oh my
provide
God.
for them in dignity. You know, like I can't.
I
I'm sure
understand that. I
we
agree with that.
share
And I
those
probably, no,
goals.
I agree
And
with,
I'm
no,
trying to
I-
be like, let's find out like what we agree on because there's so much there. And you're like, you're destroying this country.
Do you think that people that send their gay children to reprogramming camps, do you think that they love their children?
That's such an interesting question. I've never thought about that before. Let me think about it. You mean because it's harmful, but they're doing it out of love?
Yes.
Is that the conundrum?
Well, it's not a conundrum. It's that just because you have a shared value of like an emotional or like a moral value that you share doesn't mean that you'll align on anything else. I'm sure that the Germans that supported Hitler, right, probably legitimately, I doubt they were all like, we're just doing this because we hate the Jews. They probably...
I started this by saying, I don't think we agree on much, but I would rather be in a we with you than in a country without you because I think we share values. And if I can't convince you, I have to work harder. Like, it's not even a question of, it would never occur to me to think that you're
This lady's
destroying
lost.
this country. I think that you're a patriot who disagrees with me on issues. And I'm like,
But we can't, you understand there are some
thankful to
disagreements.
be in the conversation
But there are,
with you.
you understand there are
The
some...
idea that you could look at me because of some random person who neither of us has ever met and say that I'm destroying the country over some third party.
I'm sorry, random person. So now Donald Trump is just a random person. Marjorie Taylor Greene is just a random person. Those are just random people.
Like,
the
I find
president
that
of the United States.
I find
not a
that
random
so.
person.
Do you agree that like we have to live in the same
Dispiriting.
reality, regardless
Yes.
of like any moral like similarities we might have? That we have to live in the same reality?
Yes.
Do you in order for
Yeah.
the country to function, right? Then there are some values that we have to share, and if we don't share these values, you have to be kicked out of the country, right? You agree with that,
But
right?
we do share those values.
Wait.
No, that's actually not how it works here.
Well-
You're an American if you're born in America. We don't kick people out for not sharing our values.
If so, we have a whole thing called the criminal code, right? And if there are certain things that you disagree with in the criminal code, it doesn't matter. If you do these things, you're incompatible, and we deprive you of your rights, right?
Well, you go to prison. We don't kick you out of the country.
Well, sure.
Damn it, I missed out on Brooks. You have missed out. We had a pretty long, pretty cool conversation. So you're going to have to either wait for the VOD to be edited by me, or you will have to rewatch the stream. Yeah, you've missed out. It's like Brooks happened a long time ago. Brooks happened. Oh boy.
Sure. Okay. But what you're kicked out of society, right? Felons are effectively removed from civil society, and you lose rights, right, for criminal conduct, for criminal misconduct, right?
Yeah,
Or
you lose at least the ability to vote. So I guess I'd say that's right. Yeah, I would say that is correct. You definitely lose the ability to vote.
Conduct, I guess, right? So there are a set of things that we have to agree on, at the very least, when it comes to how we treat other people. You can't murder, you can't steal from people, or commit arson, break the whatever, right? We agree with that. I think that epistemically, there are things that we have to agree on as well. We have to have some shared value in terms of like, we agree that, democratic republics are good things. Now that might take different versions of it. Maybe somebody thinks that we should do more referendums and somebody else thinks that we should balance the electoral college or whatever that might do. But like, if somebody's like, oh, I think that we should just have a king, right? Well, that's not very compatible with American values, right? Do you agree with that? That there has to be like some set of
But
like,
you're stuck with me and all of the millions of people who agree with me. So what are you going to do with us? Like, you're stuck with us. You have to convince us, or you know what I mean? There's no other option.
that's my goal. My goal is to have a conversation and convince
telling
you.
me-
I'm glad tomorrow is Friday. It's already Friday for me. It's already 3 a.m. Friday. And I still got a big job to do.
Yeah, I'm destroying the country is not going to convince me. You
I'm
have to
not
actually
saying that
convince
for you.
me.
I'm saying that for the audience. That's the difference, right? It's because if I can't communicate with you, then I have to communicate to other
But
people.
You
like,
are communicating with me.
I'm
You're
not. I
saying
can't.
that
Well, no, that's the fundamental problem. How can you communicate with someone effectively if they do not perceive reality in the same way as you? That is basically what he's trying to get at, right? If we cannot understand, if we do not understand basic facts about reality in the same way, then we just the communication, I'm going to be charitable here, becomes increasingly difficult, if not impossible.
We can't share. Okay, I mean, like, you told me earlier that I can't give you a single set of facts that would convince you that Donald Trump knows that he lost the 2020 election.
I disagree with you about that. That doesn't mean that I don't belong in this country or that I'm not a person who loves this country.
If you don't believe in the results of the last election, would you agree that, like, the election and the peaceful transfer of power are one of the most important parts of the
U.S. Political electoral system? Yes, I would say so. Yeah.
United States of America?
I think, like I said,
wait. Do you agree that?
I agree that it is paramount.
Okay.
And I
yes.
agree also, I believe, as the polling found, that 66% of Democrats believe that Putin had stolen the last election and interfered in the tallies. Okay. So clearly that cannot be the standard by which we judge who gets to be an American, who gets to be part of our community.
Number one, that's whatever you're citing is not true. That's not that the election was fake or fraudulent. That might have been true in one poll.
Literally intervened in the voting machines and the tally.
Intervention and the whole thing being rigged is just a different thing.
Please.
No, I don't want to put you on the spot, but where did this come from, or where did this number or idea come from?
Yeah.
This number of 66%. This is like it was widely circulated right after the election.
I've seen in 2018 that this is a YouGov poll. 59% of Democrats are very concerned about improper relations between the Trump campaign and Russia.
Right. Which is
I see that.
a far cry from what is being said here. So
I can send you this figure that's very widely known.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you can shoot it to me later. But the fact that in the court, wait.
Miserable if you think you can only exist in community with people, like if the only people who you think are not destroying this country. Like, are people...
No, I'm going to preempt this argument. It's not about agreeing. It's not about not accepting those who disagree with you. Like, this goes... Like, what he is saying, what Destiny is saying, that this goes beyond agreeing or disagreeing. If you do not perceive reality in the same way, if you cannot agree on reality, then you cannot even begin discussing about agreeing or disagreeing about that reality, right? That's what he is basically saying. That they cannot even go to agreeing or disagreeing about the facts.
People who totally agree with you.
No, I never said totally. It's people who live in the same reality. You have to
me,
live in the same reality.
See, like, if you do not live in the same reality, then you cannot even go to the step of agreeing on this or disagreeing about anything. Because it's just so disjointed that you will just not see the same things. You'll be talking about two different things. That's why it doesn't even go to agreeing or disagreeing. That's the argument that's being put forward here.
It's like, I admire you so much. I want to hear everything you have to say. I want to have this conversation with you, but I am destroying America because I don't agree with you about something like...
It's because you...
Okay, I've just explained it. I've just explained it. Everybody here knows what my opinion on this is, and he's about to basically say what I just said.
We are having core fundamental value disagreements. Core fundamental value disagreements is the issue, right?
This is not core fundamental.
This is core. This is more core than anything else we've spoken about.
I agree with you on the value.
You're agreeing with me. The value doesn't matter if it's generated after a totally different epistemic foundation, right? If we both say, for instance, we should be kind and compassionate to people, and a person says that I think that compassion is sending my gay kid to a re-education camp to get away the gayness, and another person says, well, I think that kindness is accepting my child as they are and not trying to force them into a different sexuality, right? Both of them can share that value of kindness, but they're coming from a completely and totally different place. There's no shared commonality there. So, like, something is completely different between the two, right?
You know what? There's only one way to stop the first parent from doing that and make them become the second person, the second kind of parent. And it's by being in conversation with them. It's not by saying you're destroying this country.
Yeah, but when
It's by
people on the
convincing them.
outside are trying to say that both those parents are the
Like,
exact
you
same.
have to have a consensus, right? You have to develop a consensus around things. And it's really amazing because Trump did actually create consensus around a lot of issues, but it's not
To
the
be
issues
clear,
we're talking
Donald Trump
about.
was not popular.
It's
He
the
never
policy
exceeded
issues.
What
50%. Donald Trump
consensus?
had no policies. What are we talking about?
How can you say that? I mean, he implemented executive order after executive order. He was extremely effective on trade, on immigration.
He wasn't
on
effective
tax-
on trade or immigration. That's not true.
Wait, mostly software. Are you really white? How can that be mostly software?
What are
He
we
was
saying?
extremely-
Wait, how is he effective on trade? He failed miserably
Okay.
at trying to bring any of the Chinese manufacturing jobs to the United States. That took the CHIPS Act from Joe Biden.
All right, I'll just give you one example.
Okay, go on.
Tariffs on steel and aluminum. He imposed a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum. And immediately, all of the economists, literally all of the economists said, oh, this is going to explode the cost. No one's going to be able to build anything. No one's going to be able to buy anything, blah, blah,
Was
blah.
there any subsidies towards the steel industry?
But
Because
Trump,
I can understand trying to create sort of like a in-house steel thing, like in case there was a conflict or whatever, that the U.S. would have its own steel base. So you would do a little bit of a tariff, you would do a little bit of subsidizing to sort of build up the U.S. steel industry, and then you'd stop, right? I can sort of kind of see that, maybe.
Trump said, you know what, the average, he didn't say this, but the rationale behind it was, you know, the average steel worker makes $88,000 a year. Most of them are working in the South. So these are like right to work states. So these are not even union jobs, okay? 88K, solidly middle class wages in a lot of states in
Like
the
there
South.
are very specific, very narrow situations in which tariffs have their use, but you have to understand those and you have to know how and when to implement them, right? You cannot do whatever Trump wants to do.
We're going to protect this. Like, why would we flood the market with tons and tons of cheap Chinese, you know, steel and aluminum? We're going to protect
So,
our
just as a quick
industry.
thing, so I'm looking at steel production figures, and I don't see this moving in a positive direction, basically, at all under Trump. It's about the same as it was under Obama, so I don't believe that. Number one. Number two, the
I mean,
reason
that's exactly the point. He
What?
protected it from going down.
it
Like,
wasn't
he
going down, it was. It was.
because he put the okay. You know,
And
I
also-
don't know what you're looking at on your screen, but what you didn't even.
Well,
let
you
me
also
finish
have
the
to.
story,
Well,
which is-
you also have to.
Well,
when we-
can I just finish the? Let me just finish the story, because you know it did actually. The price for steel and aluminum did go up a little bit because right after he imposed the tariffs, 25% tariff has a really big impact. The price did go up for about 4 months, and then it went right back to where it was because internal free market capitalistic competition within the U.S. between steel makers brought that price right back down again, and that's exactly what you want. I mean, that's what an America First policy would look like. It would be something that, you know, protects the labor of the American worker from cheap foreign competition. And that was 100% a Trump. And, you know, if you talk to economists, you know, sometimes they'll
Hold on,
let you,
wait,
like,
wait, wait. You understand that like we can't manufacture everything in the United States, right?
we can't manufacture everything, but we were manufacturing much more in
And
1970.
the steel thing, I can sort of kind of understand that the US should probably have its own little, at least some, I don't know, some level of its own steel production, again, in case there would be, let's say, a conflict. And that means if the US has at least some level of in-house steel production, then it would not be dependent on outside sources for steel, right? That sort of makes sense. But it doesn't make sense for everything else. Like, as I said, like tariffs have their sort of specific narrow use. They're like, it's a tool. And if you don't know how to use it, you'll just create a mess. Does that make sense? Thanks for the stream.
Oh, Barry!
As always, I must bid farewell today. Hope this helps. Thank you very much. It does help. It does help quite a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess I'll tell you later what that question was. Just message you later about that question, okay? I'll just tell you all of it later.
Wait,
which
wait,
was
no,
the high
first of all, no,
watermark
no, no,
for
wait,
working
wait.
class
Why would
wages.
we want to manufacture base level material when we can put together more sophisticated products? Why would we think it's like good for the economy to tariff like basic?
All right. I'm making a joint.
Products when we could be.
I think it's really good for an economy to have men doing jobs that don't
Men.
require a college degree, making $88,000 a year on
What
average.
about women? Damn, that's sexist as hell.
Like that's just a very good thing because
Okay,
we
then in
want
that
more
case-
people to be middle class, and so
Wait.
it turns out those jobs are middle class jobs.
But then
We wanna
all of
keep
those
them
people are
here.
also, first of all, not, so you're talking about one small sector of the economy that they employed, right? To whoever is working in steel manufacturing, that's going to make every single thing more expensive that has
I
these
just
products
told
in
you it
them.
actually didn't do that. It actually did not.
Oh wow, thank you. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription for Mostly Software. This is hurting my brain. Do you mean Mostly Software's whiteness or the debate?
Have that impact
Yes.
because the price of steel then leveled off. So it did go
If
up
it
for
doesn't
about
make,
4
then
months.
why were we importing it if it wasn't cheaper?
Well, here's the thing about tariffs that people don't realize is like when you, it's actually very important very expensive to get something from one place to another.
Wait, then
So
why did people import it? Why didn't we just make it in the U.S. originally?
why did they ship the jobs overseas to China in the first place?
Wait,
Yes.
what's the question about?
One place that people
Importing
impact
every single thing more expensive that has
Like,
the, all of those people are all.
to be middle class, and so
Wait.
it turns out those jobs are middle class jobs.
But then
We wanna
all of
keep
those
them
people are
here.
also, first of all, not, so you're talking about one small
Like there
sector.
is a purpose to sort of trying to protect certain industries and keep them at home. That the steel thing is I guess, an acceptable example of that, in my opinion. But
of the
it
economy.
is debatable, but you can make arguments for it, if you know what I mean. Tariffs seem effective to me when there is an unfair business practice in place that causes the imported good to be cheaper and or inferior or dangerous. So you put your thumb on the scale. Disinfective for people to buy it. That, yeah, sort of. Like there are narrow uses for tariffs. They're not just. It's not all. They're tools. Like they're economic tools. They're just bad across the board, good across the board. But the problem is that Trump does not seem to understand what tariffs are for and just wants to mindlessly throw them at everything, which is a horrible idea, you know? Also, welcome, Dan.
Employed, right? To whoever is working in steel manufacturing, that's going to make every single thing more expensive that has
I
these
just
products
told you
in
it
them.
actually didn't do that. It actually did not have that impact because
We can always get our steel from Ukraine. While this is true, right now the Ukrainian steel industry is in jeopardy because of the topic that I've discussed yesterday, the coke coal mine that is in trouble. But even if that wasn't the case, I still think that the US could benefit from having its own baseline steel production because what if the shipment of steel from Ukraine was blocked during a conflict? Then the US would be severely limited in its options. So I think the US should have some sort of baseline access to steel at home without the dependency on the outside. Maybe it's a silly opinion that I hold, but I don't know. I think that's the case. I think there's a good argument to be made there. You know? You know what I mean? It's good to have reliable partners that you can get these resources from, but in the case of certain key strategic resources, you should be able to have some sort of baseline without that dependence. I think that's the case when it comes to the US.
The price of steel then leveled off. So it did go
If
up
it
for
doesn't
about
make,
4
then
months.
why were we importing it if it wasn't cheaper?
Well, here's the thing about tariffs that people don't realize is like when it's actually very important very expensive to get something from one place to another.
Wait, then why did people import it? Why didn't we just make it in the U.S. originally?
Why did they ship the jobs overseas to China in the first place?
Yes.
The labor in China is much cheaper.
Yeah, so it was cheaper to produce it over there. So if we tariff that and produce it here, it's going to be more expensive.
Yeah.
Well, no, because we don't have to transport it here. There's a lot of recovered costs.
Then why did we ever export it to China?
You really would have to ask the manufacturers why they did that. I think a lot of them were selling it to China. They were selling it, not to America. They were selling it around the world globally. I mean, there's a lot of companies that are like so invested in China that you look at Apple, for example,
That is a silly answer, by the way. What we were just being given, just silly.
Apple is more like a subsidiary of the Chinese Communist Party at this point than it is like an American company because it's completely under the thumb of China.
Wait, do you think Apple has that problem
chain
more, or do you think TikTok has that problem more?
TikTok for sure, but Apple is, it's getting close. They give them
Apples and
all the data
oranges.
that they want from dissidents. It's really terrible. Why are you a person who thinks that TikTok is dangerous?
I think it's
fun of me?
it's
I can't tell.
concerning. No, I think it's concerning.
We agree on that. I have to go in 10 minutes, but I want to end on a nice note. Can we talk about things we agree about
Hold
again?
on.
We
need you to
don't
feel
agree.
better about
I don't
this.
think.
Thank God this does not go for much longer because I actually thought they'd be debating for like the entirety of this video, but thank God that's not the case.
Feel better. I don't feel good.
Why do we agree on Israel and disagree on this? Like
We don't
what's-
agree on
how did
Israel. I
that happen?
promise you we don't agree on Israel.
Really? Why?
Absolutely not.
How are
Because
you
I
so
think that
convinced?
Israel 100% goaded the October 7th attacks into happening by foolishly and arrogantly assuming that they could kick the Palestinian problem can down the road forever and inflame those passions by moving the embassy to Jerusalem, by continuing to illegally annex and expand settlements in the West Bank without a permanent ceasefire or a permanent settlement agreement in place with the Palestinians, and by trying to do more and more bilateral peace agreements through the Abraham Accords while also continuing to ignore the Palestinians. I think that there was an incredibly arrogant decision by Israel to do so, and I think they did it to the harm and the detriment of the country.
I think it's a very legitimate point of view. I mean, it's not mine, but it's totally legitimate.
Oh my God.
Okay.
This person just.
How come you think
Oh my
like
God.
how come you're able to see the anti-Semitism and so many other people can't see it?
Well, at this point, I think people just see what they want to see, and I think
But
that.
how come you want to see it?
What is that? That is such a. Those are such two weird back-to-back questions. You want to see it?
I'm willing to see things because, one, I'm lucky enough to not have a political.
I'm not used to him sounding normal about that. I know. I mean, I'll take the win. Okay. We'll take the win whenever I can.
Like community anywhere. I'm literally just all on my own. So I fight with leftists, I fight with conservatives, I fight with anybody that I want to, and I have a lot of political freedom as a result of building my own community. So that allows me to.
I will fight Destiny. Should I debate Destiny? There was a thing that I wanted to debate Destiny on. What was it? What did I want to debate Destiny on? There was this very important topic that I thought I wanted to debate him on. What was it? Whatever. If I remember, then I'll just,
Actually,
I'll
like
shoot him an email.
read a bunch of stuff, and just develop my own opinion, independent of whoever I'm trying to appease
I do like reading. Reading is a thing that I like to do.
at that particular moment in time. I don't have to worry about that. So I don't get paid by Russia like Tenet Media did, or like Dave Rubin or Tim Pool. I need to worry
Technically
there.
speaking, Tenet Media was not being paid by Russia. Tenet Media itself was just a conduit through which people working for Tenet Media were being paid. But yeah, whatever.
And I don't have like a big allegiance to any particular like political community, basically. Yeah.
Very interesting. It's always interesting when people are swimming against. Do you feel that you're swimming against the tide, or you don't even
Oh my
experience it that
God.
way?
I think that the majority of people that say that they are swimming against the tide are just looking to swim along with a different tide. And then they
True.
dip their hand into the other one and they pretend they're getting a lot of pushback. It's like a comedian that stands up and goes, I'm going to make a really edgy joke right now. And then they make fun of trans people. Like, wow, I'm so edgy. It's like, congratulations. Like, you're in a crowd of people. They're all cheering you on.
True.
Yeah, I
Thank
don't
you.
define my political positions that way. But I'm super depressed.
Oh no. Oh no, I feel awful. You invited me on your show and I depressed you. I'm so sorry.
Are you though?
Are you?
Why? Don't be depressed.
It's depressing. It's horrible. The conservatives have no standard for behavior in this country. But
I'm not
you're
a
okay with that.
conservative. I'm a leftist.
Wait,
Oh my God, that just blows my mind, actually, unironically.
do you support Kamala Harris in this upcoming election?
I'm still making up my mind. Like there are definitely things that could change.
You're supporting Donald Trump 100%.
No, I haven't. I really am still.
There's no reasonable person that is undecided at this point. It's impossible. Like what
I
could
really
possibly
liked her sort of the plan that came out right in the beginning to fight price gouging, but then we haven't heard much about that since. I think that's one of the most important issues is how groceries have raised. Basically,
He's right. That is depressing. This whole conversation is quite depressing. He's right. Yeah.
the greedflation from
God.
corporations. And I haven't
Sure,
heard
but I
Trump
mean,
talk
like one of
about
the
that.
reasons why we don't. Do you agree that we don't talk about policy a lot because Donald Trump doesn't talk about policy?
Donald Trump talks about policy constantly.
Can you give me a
Okay, give me some policies of his then. The only thing that I can think of are the tariffs, but
single policy he's talked about besides tariffs?
she's gonna get stumped. If she comes up with anything, then I'm gonna be really, really surprised.
immigration?
That's not a policy. That's just a broad idea.
What is his policy? He just says we're going to close the border.
Come on.
There's
Nasty.
no.
She's immigration.
Deportations?
You think that's a
That's the policy.
real thing that's going to happen? We're going to deport 20 million people or whatever?
I don't know, but it has the support of 51% of Americans.
That's not a
and
policy. That's a slogan.
63%
Exactly.
of
Oh my God. This is so. Oh gosh. Wow.
Hispanics.
That's a
So it's
slogan.
very
He has no
popular.
border. That's fine. Yeah, slogans are popular, but there's no legislation he's proposed. There's no bill that he's
He's not
supporting.
in government. How could he propose legislation?
He shot it down.
I don't know. You know, that's basically what campaigning is about, proposing future policy, no? What do you mean? You put forward what you plan to do in the future via your policies. Oh gosh.
When he was out of government,
I mean, that was not a good bill. That's,
you can say it wasn't a good bill, but it was authored by
know.
Lankford in the Senate. Most Republican commentators agree that was a gift to Kamala Harris,
Yep.
and that it was a bill that probably would have been unpopular with a lot of Democrats, but now
Yep.
they can take credit for saying that the other side basically shot it down, which they did.
Yeah, but people are not buying that. See, that's an example of the Democrats trying to push a line that is not. But let's get back to the why. You're feeling depressed and how I can make you feel better.
We live in fundamentally separate realities. There's no feeling better about it.
No, there is not, sadly.
We just live in a totally different. Do you think that when you look at the immunity decision from the Supreme Court and Donald Trump seeking that type of criminal immunity, does that type of stuff worry you? Is that a thing that bothers you at all?
I do think that it's important that a president have some level
Oh, this is flirting. Come on, Jordan.
of immunity. Otherwise, like, what they were saying, well, people could then, go after Barack Obama for drone strikes. And
Wait, but
you can't-
Barack Obama was president. He came and he went, and nobody did. So what was the issue? Barack Obama didn't ask for criminal immunity. Do you notice that
True.
Barack Obama went to the White House, the Office of Legal Counsel, and the DOJ? That's where he tried to get his advice from, not private attorneys that he hired to steal an election for him. Like,
You're not going to like the answer to this, but it's, I think it is. Okay, let me see if I could, if you would agree with this.
I think can I guess your answer? Can I guess your answer?
Yes.
Are you
Do
going to
you-
say that Barack Obama was part of the establishment and Donald Trump
Do
came in
you
as an outsider and the
agree-
deep state was fighting against him and that's why he needed more protection
that
than
would
Barack?
be such a typical answer. That would be such a stereotypical answer. Oh my gosh. Please let it be the answer, actually. That would be that.
Obama
you
was part of the
agree
establishment.
That it is
Yes.
in the nature of power to try to keep and consolidate and grow its power rather than cede it?
This is another great example of a value statement because I agree with it. I do agree with that, but you're going to agree with it. But I'm going to say what you're saying doesn't make sense because the power is shared among people in government. Donald
Yeah.
Trump doesn't want to share power. That's why for instance, why isn't Donald Trump running with the same vice president that he had before?
Uh-oh.
I mean,
Because there were problems. There were problems with the former vice president.
because Donald Trump is not a conservative and Mike Pence is a conservative. Donald Trump does not
JD
believe in
Vance is a
free trade.
conservative. What do you
Oh my God! Really? Oof! What an answer.
talking
in
about?
free trade and
Wait. JD
Pence
Vance is a conservative,
is
right?
free trader,
Wait.
and Donald Trump does
JD
not
Vance-
believe in foreign wars. and
JD
Mike
Vance
Pence
is a
believes in
conservative. Do you
foreign
acknowledge
wars.
that JD Vance is a conservative?
He is?
Okay,
but
wait, so
he
then-
believes-
But not the same type.
That doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
saying there are three. The argument I'm trying to make is like there were sort of three planks of the GOP, the Reagan GOP. Okay, there was the foreign interventions and American exceptionalism. There was free markets and free trade, and there was social conservatism. That was the GOP before Trump. And Trump showed up, and Trump is not a social conservative. He does not believe in foreign wars, and he does not believe in free trade. And he basically
But
took
then
an
why didn't he stop the wars that were happening when he took office? Why didn't he do anything to stop Ukraine? Why?
axe to the sort of three legs of the party, which are, you look at the primary and that's kind of what Nikki Haley represented. And there's just zero interest in that from the Republican electorate anymore. Like nobody wants that version of the GOP anymore. So Mike Pence really represented that. And I think he took him the first time around because, he thought, oh, I should try to get those establishment Democrats to vote for me with this
She's
guy.
just parodying the things that the guy that was less eloquent said during their live debate.
But
But then why did he choose JD Vance, who is an
J.D. Vance
establishment
represents
Republican?
He's very much not an establishment.
He
Republican.
literally said that Trump was going to be like, he didn't know if Trump was America's Hitler.
Well, he's had
True. And then he flipped when he went into Trump's good graces.
he's had a big change of heart since
when
then.
he got
Oh
picked
my
for
God.
VP.
No, he's been pro-Trump for the last, I want to say like 2 or 3 years.
That's enough. He was governor and he's a Republican prior to that.
He's a senator. He's not a governor.
Or I'm sorry, a senator prior to that.
Yeah, very pro-Trump senator.
No.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Way.
He said that Donald Trump represented the exact type of speech that scared people that he loved.
That was before he became a senator. But as a senator, J.D. Vance has been the most bipartisan.
Yeah, when he became very pro-Trump once he started getting that sweet Trump endorsement. Yes. Oh my God.
senator in the Republican Party since he got into the Senate. He sided with the railroad workers. He's every time Bernie Sanders has asked for anything, related to workers' rights, J.D. Vance has been, pretty on board with that. He actually he walked a picket line with auto workers. He's a pro-worker, anti-trade, anti foreign intervention, foreign wars.
Wait, hold on. Are you, or I'm not, this isn't like personal, I'm just asking because I see the pen and everything. Are you Israeli or do you like support America supporting Israel?
I'm Jewish.
Okay.
I'm not Israeli.
Okay. Do you think that America should support Israel?
I think right now it is very much in America's strategic interests. We get a lot out of that relationship, but I think we honestly at this point are getting more out of the foreign aid we give to Israel than Israel is. And I think Israel should stop taking it because it's really hobbled its ability to be sovereign, in my view.
Do you think that the United States should continue to support Ukraine?
I did not expect that answer.
No.
Oh, I know. Wow, what a shocker. Oh my God, what a shocker. I want him to push her on that because that is such a ridiculous thing to say. But of course, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that would be the answer. I knew it. Why? How did I know it? Wow. What a shock.
I don't think we get anything out of that relationship. I'm much more like Barack Obama in 2000.
I don't know. Apart from securing the European market, the stability and security of Europe, the biggest trade partner of the United States of America. But no, that's not really that's not a benefit. That's not a benefit at all.
2012, I don't see Russia as a great threat to the United States. And I think it's really interesting that that's now considered to be like a conservative position when that was the Democrats' position until very recently, including after they annexed Crimea. But I guess this is for the next conversation. I hope you'll have me back.
Do you think, yeah, I mean, we can chat whenever you want. Just as a curious thing, do you think that Russia tries to like interfere in our digital media?
Sure, yeah. I don't think that their interferences are determinative or convincing, but of course they do. Yeah.
They absolutely are. They absolutely are effective. I'm sorry. The Russian propaganda whole system, that is pretty effective. Yeah. Yeah, you cannot say that it is not.
You believe in like that?
I think we do that to other countries as well.
As much as Russia does?
No.
Probably not as much, but we have a bad history with nation building and intervening and regime change. And, we've got our share of, faults. Luckily, I think the American people are too smart for that crap. So it doesn't bother me very much. I mean, I think we should have better relations with them so they wouldn't do it. But I don't feel like that's actually altering the mind.
You just forget about our promises. And I'm making myself into a hypothetical American right now. Let's forget all the promises, all the obligations. Let's forget the Budapest Memorandum. Let's forget everything. Let's just throw Ukraine under the bus. Let's just abandon it. Like, that's amazing idea.
Of my fellow Americans, I just have too much faith in them.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, if you want to chat about anything else ever, if anything else ever comes up, you can shoot me a DM and I can always drag on.
I'm sorry I made you sad. My intention was the exact opposite.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, listen, yeah, if any particular thing comes up, yeah, feel free to shoot me a message.
Please stay in touch.
Yeah, well, you always got my DM, so.
Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
I will listen to a few moments after this because it's...
I have to go into the jungle and do DMT and reevaluate because somebody is like just like detached to a clinically insane level. I think it's diagnosable. One of us, when I'm having these conversations, one of us has to be medically crazy. I think it can't be. Something is not happening. I mean, either my mind is not clicking on something or I can't, I don't even.
All right, I guess we're done. It's who the hell is this?
Wait, hold on 1 second. I love you. Wait, real quick. Listen, hey, I'm gonna be in Nevada, so we can go canvas, so we can at least win this state. Sign up for it if you haven't already. Sign up sheet is going in the chat, and then also I think they're trying to fundraise a couple $1,000s more for hotels, so I'm putting that in chat as well.
Oh my God.
Hi, what's up?
Did that go as well as you thought it would?
No.
I don't know what to
what to say, what to do, what to think, what to feel.
It's impenetrable. Have you ever wait, I know that you generally don't have you don't do like the debater stuff or whatever, but have you ever do you talk to people like this on your channel or your YouTube? Do you ever like debate people like this? Do you ever get through to them, or do you do this? I guess is the first question.
No, I mean, like only on Twitter Spaces. I'll have occasional conversations with Rob Noor, but like, no, unfortunately, when people are in my replies, like blowing me up, and I give them the same opportunity you do to pop in, most people don't take me up on it for whatever reason. So no, besides like personal experiences with family and friends, and then the spaces that I have with you guys or with Pisco or with Hutch or whatever. Yeah, like, so no, a bit of experience like this, but not to the same extent that you do.
What do you? I don't even know what to.
I think the only thing I would say, and obviously I think you had a different approach than usual. I think the conversation was just all over the place, and
yeah, I need to. I tried to. Yeah, I feel rude doing it, but no, you're right. I need to be like, wait, but it's so aggressive when I do it. Like I'm shutting down. But I need.
I mean, come on, you cannot just let people ramble endlessly. Josiah, he runs the Pondering Politics YouTube channel. Oh, okay, I see. Oh yeah, now I see. Okay, now I understand. Okay, we're good. We're just gonna dip out of this. We're gonna dip out of this. We've had our fill of Steven for now. That was something else. I didn't think that he'd let her ramble for so long. I didn't think he'd just let her go on the long rambly rants, but here we are. How do we feel? A lot of people dropped out. A lot of people dropped out of the stream, it seems. But I feel like we've been having a pretty good viewership today overall. I feel like it's been going pretty well tonight. I feel like there were many people that are usually here were not here, and a lot of people that were new. So technically speaking, we could be averaging at least 40 people, I believe. Maybe we are moving in that correct direction. Correct. You know? Does that make sense? Do you feel like we're growing as a member of this community? Assuming you are a member of this community watching right now. We're not gonna be talking about Smolensk. I doubt anybody here cares about the Smolensk plane crash thing. I firmly believe nobody here cares about that. Good stream. It's nice they don't take themselves too seriously. True. Jordan, you're here. I'm happy that I've earned you as a viewer. Okay, let's see if there's a topic that I can... Oh, this is actually pretty interesting topic. Because it talks about a promise that has been made towards... Okay, that is actually pretty interesting. Let's read this article, and then I think I can sort of moonwalk us out of the stream, and I'm gonna be rating us into ICO rules after this. I'm just making this announcement. We're gonna be rating into ICO. $6 years ago. Oh my God. It's about Trump. A Destiny debate from 6 years ago about... Wow. Damn. 50 people watching ICO right now. Alright. So we're going to be talking about European Union enlargement and the promise to actually include Serbia. A promise to invite Serbia into the European Union, something that has been unfulfilled, and now the Polish Prime Minister says that the EU enlargement must include Serbia. And we're gonna be reading about it. 'Cause that is pretty interesting. European Union enlargement will be a key focus for Poland during its presidency of the bloc, which starts in January, Prime Minister Donald Tusk said on Thursday during a visit to the Serbian capital, Belgrade, which I assume means that Poland, at least in theory, will be pushing hard for the joining of Ukraine will be a hard advocate for Ukraine. Smugbug is a Serb, yeah. I don't know much about Smugbug's content, unfortunately. Tusk said during a joint press conference with Serbian President Aleksandr Vučić that his view of Serbia's place in Europe and Polish-Serbian friendship has not changed over the years. In these difficult times, knowing that there are differences on several important issues between Serbia and Poland, the ability to build trust, empathy, and understanding is something priceless, he said. During the Polish presidency, enlargement, including close cooperation with Serbia, will be at the center of my attention. Of course, I do believe that Poland should be pushing hard for accepting Ukraine into the European Union, but I think that should be a given. Tusk added, EU enlargement must include Serbia because there is no complete European Union without Serbia. It is a hard process. I know that there are disappointments on both sides. Not everyone understands each other all the time. The two leaders also discussed strengthening economic ties and investment opportunities in strategic projects, as well as their differing stances towards Russia. Oh, okay. Polish and Serbian officials also discussed the issue of Kosovo. Vučić said that he asked Prime Minister Tusk to listen to him regarding the matter of Kosovo. I presented many facts and asked Tusk to verify them. I am very grateful that he listened to me, said Vučić. Kosovo, a former province of Serbia, declared independence in 2008, which was recognized by 104 out of 193 United Nations member states. Vučić added that during the talks, the topics of the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East were also addressed. I wonder what those talks look like, especially when it comes to Ukraine. Ukraine is a pretty big topic on my mind. Serbia, which was bombed by NATO during the 1999 war in Kosovo, has historically close ties to Russia, but also aspires to join the European Union. Serbia's government has come under pressure from Western countries to align with the bloc and impose sanctions on Russia over its invasion on Ukraine. Vučić said on Sunday that Serbia did not plan to deviate from its stance to not impose sanctions, which is, in my opinion, pretty bad. But still, I think that trying to win over Serbia might actually not be a bad idea. It might be actually a good move on Poland's part. But I also think that during its presidency in the European Union, Poland should definitely be one of the strongest advocates for Ukraine and its entering the European Union, especially since the tensions have been high recently on that front between Poland and, I don't know. The fact that Serbia does not want to sanction Russia worries me, to be quite honest. It is a worrying thing to see. But from what I know in the past, a promise has been made to Serbia to include it in the European Union. So it's complicated. All right, we've read the article. We've talked about it a small bit. I have a thing that I will need to do tonight still. So I guess I will see you all tomorrow. I hope to see you all tomorrow. I hope to see even more of you tomorrow, okay? I hope to see all of you and more. And in the meantime, I'm gonna send you to Dramaland. You're gonna be getting some drama content, okay? I bet all of you secretly like drama, so I'm just giving all of you what you secretly want, okay? I'm just giving all of you what you secretly crave. All right? So, good night. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for your support. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.